Nobody saw it coming. The day of the divine blessing was supposed to be the Ryan family's ultimate flex, but it instantly turned into an absolute nightmare. Little Lucas Ryan struts right up to the altar, clutching a mythical blade rumored to belong to Vulcanus, the literal fire god. But the second that steel taps the stone, the entire sky violently shifts colors. The massive crowd completely freezes, holding their breath, totally convinced they are about to witness a legendary blessing. Plot twist: a massive pillar of blistering fire explodes right on top of Lucas. His soul takes a direct hit. The legendary weapon crumbles into literal dust, and the boy drops completely lifeless. While Julia practically screams her lungs out, their father frantically begs the heavens for a single answer. Meanwhile, in a totally different universe, our main guy is going through it. Already fatherless, he spends his days getting tossed around like a total punching bag. Yet, he completely tanks the abuse, pushing through the daily grind, simply because. But then, the infamous truck-coon strikes. Flat on the freezing asphalt, coughing up blood, he feels his life slipping away. With his very last breath, he drops one final. If he gets a respawn, he just wants the strength to defend his loved ones himself. Boom. His soul rips free and crashes straight into Lucas's shattered body. High up in the divine realm, Vulcanus is absolutely losing his mind, screaming about how the busted sword is completely unforgivable. The fire god brutally scoffs, calling this hijacked soul absolute garbage that isn't even worth tossing back into the flames. But over in the martial gods territory, those spirits are catching a totally different vibe. They instantly claim Lucas as their ultimate mission. Locking onto him, they blast the martial god's supreme blessing straight into his core like a targeted missile. And honestly, they completely nuke his stats, slamming him with a top-tier blessing that totally shatters the universal level cap. Lucas suddenly snaps awake. Two entirely different lifetimes, violently clashing inside his brain. He starts panicking, totally terrified. The family will instantly. Before the panic sets in, Julia violently bursts through the door, tackling him in a massive hug and sobbing about how everyone swore he was a goner. Taking a deep breath to cool his racing heart, Lucas gently pats her hair and locks in a silent promise. Since the universe actually handed him a second run, he is going to protect his squad no matter what stands in his way. To pull this off, the kid stares straight up at the ceiling, gazing into the heavens. He casually shoots the martial god a mental text, basically saying, "I am heavily relying on you to carry me." Cut to somewhere incredibly dark. A terrifying demon who had been locked up as solid stone for ages violently cracks out of her petrified shell, snapping awake the literal second she realizes the martial god's aura has totally vanished from the mortal realm. Drenched in crimson blood, she struggles to stand, quickly realizing her mana pool is basically running on fumes. But she honestly does not care. With zero hesitation, she is fully convinced this entire planet is basically hers for the taking. As long as the martial god stays offline, she and her toxic minions are ready to absolutely dominate. Fast forward exactly 9 years. We catch up with Lucas chilling at the massive family. He is just trying to grab his sister from her daily grind when out of nowhere, he gets completely blindsided. A wicked, razor-sharp vine violently wraps around him, and it takes him exactly 0 seconds to guess which loser pulled this stunt. Yep, it is obviously Jeremy. Jeremy Ryan is the literal nightmare fourth child of the household. He is a stuck-up magic prodigy flexing a shiny level 5 blessing, and sadly, that makes him Lucas's incredibly annoying half-brother. Even Jeremy's absolute glazer of an attendant starts running his mouth, loudly mocking how Lucas somehow hasn't been permanently banned from the estate yet. Jeremy steps up, barking at Lucas to stay the hell out of the backyard, claiming the turf is strictly VIP for actual magic users. The guy takes it a step further, aggressively threatening to snap a couple of his bones just to teach him a brutal lesson about trespassing. As the thorny grip squeezes tighter, Lucas casually yells out, warning his attacker that Julia just wrapped up her magical warm-ups, and she is basically storming back this way right now. Flashing a cocky smirk, Lucas strongly advises Jeremy to drop the vines instantly, unless he wants to get totally deep. You can see the pure sweat on Jeremy's face, but he tries to play it cool, brutally roasting Lucas for hiding behind his little sister's skirt. Pumping up his chest, Jeremy confidently announces he isn't afraid of a little spark. But before the sentence even leaves his mouth, a massive lightning bolt literally smites him from above, leaving him shrieking in pure agony before he violently faceplants into the dirt. His hype man absolutely shrieks in panic. Right on cue, Julia emerges through the smoke like an absolute boss. Leveling her glowing staff right at his head, she icy cold warns Jeremy that if he ever touches her brother again, she is putting him in the ground. With a quick flick of her wrist, she magically shreds the nasty vines suffocating Lucas. While Lucas proudly pats his sister's head for the savage assist, Jeremy groans and miserably drags himself back up from the mud. Lucas openly roasts the guy, telling him to take this massive L as a learning moment, unless he wants a repeat of this total beatdown. Jeremy and his lackey scramble away like scared little kids, but not before screaming out a cliché villain threat about never forgetting this absolute humiliation. Flashing a knowing smirk, Lucas points out that Julia totally went easy on the jerk, considering he still had enough juice left in his legs to sprint away. Confused, Julia turns to her brother, demanding to know why he just stood there and took it when she knows for a fact he could have absolutely flattened Jeremy solo. Lucas just shrugs, gently reminding her that his seriously overpowered abilities have to stay completely under the radar, an absolute secret strictly between the. Leaning into the joke, he teases that she is going to have to be his personal bodyguard from now on, and Julia's face instantly lights up with a warm smile as she happily agrees to the job. The scene then violently shifts back 9 years, diving right into Lucas's memories of the exact moment he first woke up in this brand new reality. His father burst into the room to see him, and at the time, Lucas was completely terrified, shaking with the fear of getting immediately disowned and thrown out onto the street, all for being a massive disappointment and completely shattering. But reality flipped the script. Instead of pure rage, his dad yanked him into a desperate, bone-crushing hug, violently thanking the heavens that his boy was safe. You see, Holt is the abs, and the man is constantly deployed on the front lines, literally all. Because of this insane schedule, he barely ever gets a single second to actually be at home and watch his kids grow up. But here is the kicker. Despite the crazy distance, Holt is still a genuinely amazing dad who loves his son and the rest of the family with absolute fiery. The absolute second Holt caught wind that Lucas was grinding out martial arts, he immediately fired off a heavy, sealed letter straight to his boy. This wasn't just any message. It was absolutely packed to the brim with every single piece of crucial alpha. Holt completely dropped the absolute motherlode of secrets, pointing Lucas straight toward a dusty, forgotten stash of ancient. He wrapped it up by letting his son know he was hyping him up from afar. Sparked by his dad's insane support, Lucas completely locked in and triggered an absolutely wild, high-risk master plan. For 6 grueling months, Lucas literally burrowed deep under his bedroom floorboards, carving out a massive, top-secret underground dojo. Meanwhile, the clueless maids were constantly scratching their heads, wondering where the heck the young master kept vanishing to. With all the crazy rumbling from his basement excavation, the whole estate just blindly assumed some crazy wizard. This hidden bunker wasn't just a dirty hole. He literally zoned it out into 4 highly specific, a hyper-focused study nook, a brutal combat arena, a massive storage vault, and a totally scuffed DIY bathroom. Since he had completely nuked his entire allowance on securing ultra-rare training gear for the other zones, he was totally broke and could only afford a basic wooden tub for his washroom. Once his underground fortress was officially up and running, he went totally ghost, sinking into an absolutely brutal daily grind in the shadows. His ultimate secret weapon? A daily ritual of completely submerging in boiling hot, insanely potent herbal baths. In this world, that is basically fast forward 3 whole years of non-stop, blood, sweat, and tears grinding, solely using an ancient, forbidden manual he uncovered, called. Thanks to that dusty library relic, his baseline stats are completely off the charts. We are talking insane durability where even raw, level 5 magical blasts just pathetically bounce right off his skin. Realizing his tank stats are completely maxed out, Lucas instantly flips the switch to pure offense, eager to test exactly how lethal his strike power has become. He rips his blade from its sheath and moves like a literal blur, slicing through the air with terrifying, lightning-fast precision, absolutely dicing his wooden dummy into confetti. Not stopping there, he grabs a heavy spear, and with one violent, explosive thrust backed by totally broken, overpowered mechanics, he completely annihilates the target into mere splinters. It is absolutely insane. He has essentially hit the maximum tier of spearmanship out of literally nowhere, and not even breaking a sweat, straight into a flurry of devastating, bare-knuckle striking drills. Over 9 grueling years, his power level has been endlessly skyrocketing. But there is one massive roadblock heavily weighing on his mind. According to every single dusty scroll and ancient text he has consumed, Whenever a fighter hits a specific, ultra-high threshold of raw power, they slam face first into an invisible, unbreakable skill ceiling. The absolute only way to smash through that brutal cap is by triggering a rare state of total. Achieving that awakening is basically like catching lightning in a bottle. It is so insanely hard that 99% of fighters just flat out quit. This steep drop-off is literally why true hardcore martial artists are basically an extinct breed in this magic-obsessed society, even though physical combat should logically go toe-to-toe with spellcasting. But Lucas is just built completely different, and he proves it by absolutely obliterating a massive, heavy sandbag into pure dust with a single, earth-shattering right hook. Fueled by pure, psychotic dedication, his hand-to-hand combat has officially spiked to level 5. And honestly, it looks like the concept of a skill ceiling does not even exist for this guy. His stats are just endlessly scaling up, glitching right past normal human limits. Every single one of his deadly combat styles is aggressively evolving in real time. And deep down, he is absolutely convinced this broken progression is all thanks to a direct, divine blessing. Wiping the sweat from his face after a brutal session, a massive realization suddenly hits Lucas. His dad is officially marching back into the estate today, and for the first time in forever, the whole clan is actually sitting down to share a proper. Scrubbing off the dungeon dirt, he throws on some fresh clothes and slides into his seat at the massive dining hall table. Instantly catching his eye, Holt flashes a massive, warm grin, loudly pointing out that it has been 6 agonizingly long months since they last. Holt gestures for him to sit. Lucas smoothly glides into his chair, completely unbothered, while Jeremy practically boils over with rage. Holt then drops a massive bombshell. The prestigious Allen Magic Academy is launching a brand new combat division, and thanks to a rare loophole, his old man has already secured him a spot on the roster. Holt doesn't sugarcoat it, he flat out admits the physical conditioning is going to be brutal, but he has zero doubts about his boy's potential. He locks eyes with Lucas, pushing him to grind hard for the brutal entrance trials hitting next week. A quiet smirk crosses Lucas's face as he drops a respectful thank you. But beneath that calm surface, a fierce promise burns. No matter which crazy dimension he gets tossed into, he will completely obliterate anyone who threatens his loved ones. At the exact same time, though, he's desperately trying to keep a low profile. The last thing he wants is to draw unwanted heat. Flying under the radar is the absolute goal. Out of nowhere, Julia shoots her hand straight into the air. She looks her dad dead in the eye and announces she's crashing the Allen Academy party right alongside Lucas. Holt chuckles, absolutely loving her fiery spirit. But he has to drop a reality check. She's barely 11 years old, way too young to legally step foot on campus. Julia just smirks. She drops the ultimate cheat code. The academy runs an exclusive, ultra-elite track with 0 age limits. With a massive grin, she flexes an official parchment stamped by the school itself. It's a golden ticket, specifically inviting her to join the genius. Holt's jaw practically hits the floor, but it instantly clicks his daughter's insane prodigy status must have echoed all the way to the academy's grand halls. Lucas's mom flashes a radiant, glowing smile. She whispers that a legendary spellcaster is destined to rise from the Ryan bloodline. The compliment sends Julia into a fit of triumphant giggles. Meanwhile, off to the side, Jeremy is absolutely seething, clutching his fists until his knuckles turn. Beaming with pride, their dad gives them both his ultimate blessing, praying they absolutely crush the upcoming trials. Jeremy is practically choking on his own jealousy. He can't stand seeing Lucas get treated like royalty when, in his eyes, the guy is nothing but dead weight. Right on cue, his mother, Jessica, rests a cold, calculating hand on his shoulder. She murmurs for him to chill out. There's zero reason to sweat this. After all, the odds of a nobody like Lucas actually surviving the exams? Basically zero. Fast forward, exactly 1 week. Bags packed, Lucas and Julia stand ready to conquer the academy. His mom pulls him into a tight embrace, begging him to stay. She promises to make the trip down the second he gets completely dialed into his new campus life. Slipping something cold into his palm, she hands over a worn, heavy coin from his dad. This isn't just pocket change. It's an ancient relic forged during the Martial Fortune dynasty, the exact same legendary empire that brought the entire globe under one banner, roughly 10. Holt previously confessed he ripped this exact treasure straight from the clutches of a terrifying magical beast he slaughtered. Stamped onto the tarnished metal front is the fierce, imposing face of the original emperor, Mars himself. Flip it over, and you'll find a jagged engraving of the god-tier weapons that conquered realms. The second Lucas locked eyes on it back then, it clicked. Mars wasn't just an emperor, he was the literal god of martial spirits. Stepping into the carriage, Holt barks one final order: never let that sacred artifact out of his sight. Staring at the coin, Lucas can't help but feel insanely blessed. Hitting the jackpot with an elite, loving family in both his past life and his current one? Total main character energy. A few grueling hours down the dirt road, their razor-sharp butler, Forden, calls for a pit stop. He points them toward the golden hour is fading fast. As the crew kicks back around the crackling fire, getting ready to chow down, Forden drops the itinerary. He calculates that they'll crash through the gates of Dacktown, the Academy's home base, right as the sun dives down tomorrow evening. But only if they pack up and hit the trail at the crack of dawn. Julia's eyes instantly light up with curiosity. She leans in, begging Forden for the inside scoop on Dacktown's entertainment scene. A knowing smirk crosses the butler's face. He hints that she's in for an absolute treat, as the city is in for hosting a chaotic, high-stakes magical dodgeball tournament every single spring. Oh, and to top it off, it's a legendary paradise for hardcore foodies. Hearing the word food, Julia practically starts foaming at the mouth, lost in a glorious daydream of endless buffets. But in a split second, the vibe violently. Lucas's combat radar flares to life. A massive spike of adrenaline hits him. His mind isolates the exact threat. 12 heavy warhorses. They're tearing through the dirt at breakneck speeds, exactly 2 kilometers out and closing fast. Keeping his voice ice cold, Lucas casually asks Forden if bloodthirsty bandits roam these parts. The butler nods grimly. Confirm. Yet, he confidently adds that the odds of actually getting ambushed out here are next to zero. Little do they know, Lucas is basically hacking reality. His mastery over the forbidden chaos-tempering arts has completely rewired his nervous system. Armed with these terrifyingly sharp, superhuman senses, he grips his fists. He knows damn well his radar isn't glitching. A bloodbath is coming. Scanning the battlefield, he quickly registers they are massively outgunned, meaning one wrong move could trigger an absolute bloodbath. Springing to his feet, Lucas shoots Forden a dead serious glare, warning the knight to brace for impact because an unknown squad is charging straight at them. Moving at breakneck speed, the 2 escorting guards just blink in confusion. The woods are dead silent, so they completely brush off Lucas, thinking the kid is just pulling a prank. Forden is definitely caught off guard, but his survival instincts kick in. His hand snaps to his hilt as he barks at the men to draw their blades. Even with a shred of doubt gnawing at him, the veteran knight knows it's way better to lock in now than end up as Monster Chow. And seconds later, a massive horde of cutthroats swarms the clearing. The guards' jaws drop, realizing the kid was dead right all along. The bandit boss practically foams at the mouth, sprinting toward their camp while gloating about bagging some fresh, juicy prey. His greedy eyes lock onto Julia and Lucas, cowering behind the front line, instantly marking the 2 kids as the ultimate jackpot. Seething with rage, Forden spits out a brutal warning about the gruesome fate waiting for anyone dumb enough to lay a finger on but the maniacal leader just laughs it off, completely unfazed. He coldly orders his grunts to slaughter the guards and capture the kids breathing. Without missing a beat, Forden and his men square up, ready to clash with the reckless thugs. At first, the royal guards actually hold the line, fiercely trading blows and pushing back the incoming wave. Forden goes total beast mode, cleanly severing the head of a rogue who dared to step too close to the children. Julia desperately tries to jump in, but the knight violently shoves her back, demanding she stay out of the bloodbath. Blades clash and sparks fly as Forden's crew viciously drives the marauders backward. But sensing the rising tension, Forden screams over the chaos, ordering Lucas to grab Julia and make a run for it. Out of nowhere, a blinding flash erupts, and the twin guards are instantly scorched to ash by the plot twist hits hard. The bandit boss is actually a ruthless mage. In one move, he completely shatters Forden's entire defensive formation. Pure panic grips the knight's heart. He shrieks frantically at Lucas, begging him to drag Julia into the dense woods before it's too late. But that split second of breaking focus costs him dearly. A rusty blade slashes violently across Forden's chest, instantly crippling the fierce warrior and leaving him gasping for air. Stepping up, the smug mage threatens to roast the injured knight alive as payback for his fallen goons. Yet, Forden doesn't even flinch. He stands his ground, fully prepared to become a martyr if it buys the kids even a single second to survive. Watching from the shadows, Lucas does the math. The brutal truth sinks in there is zero chance the wounded knight survives this onslaught. That damn mage changed everything. Even though Lucas is dead set on hiding his god-tier stats, a flashback hits him. Forden has always showed him nothing but pure warmth. Aside from his own blood relatives, no one treated. Because of that unbreakable bond, the young boy has long since locked Forden in as true family. And there is absolutely no way he's going to stand by and watch his family get slaughtered like cattle. His eyes go cold. He mutters a strict order for Julia to stay hidden in the brush, and she instantly nods, terrified, but Lucas finally steps off the sidelines. Back in the fray, a heavily bleeding Forden is somehow still parrying strikes like a total unit, but his stamina totally redlines. His legs give out, and he collapses hard onto the dirt. A grinning thug blindsides him, launching through the air to plunge a sword right through his back. But mid-leap, the bandit's head explodes into a fine mist. The remaining gang freezes in absolute horror. Before they can even blink, another 3 grunts drop dead, their skulls utterly pulverized. All obliterated by invisible, hypersonic projectiles, panic erupts. No one can track the sniper. But hidden in the chaos, Lucas just smirks, deeply satisfied. He is so damn glad he casually grinded his Gale Strike skill up to level 4, just by sniping random birds with rocks out of sheer boredom. With maxed out accuracy like that, one-shotting a pathetic level 1 mob with a tiny pebble is an absolute joke. Absolutely livid at his crew getting wiped out in seconds, the mage violently swings his staff, launching a massive, scorching fireball directly at Forden to end this. The exhausted knight watches the blazing inferno roar toward his face. He doesn't even try to dodge. He genuinely believes an unknown guardian angel has arrived. Knowing the kids are finally safe, he closes his eyes, ready to embrace a warrior's death. Boom! Lucas teleports right into the impact zone. He crushes the roaring flames with his bare hands, leaving Forden completely shell-shocked by the kid's insane power level. The boss drops his staff, his brain short-circuiting as he watches his ultimate spell fizzle out like a cheap sparkler. Desperate, the mage tries to charge up one last pathetic attack, but Lucas stares dead into his soul, chilling him to the bone. Whispering that it's game over, the overpowered kid lunges forward, completely obliterating the mage's chest with one devastating, shockwave-induced. Watching the bandit boss hit the dirt, Fordan's brain practically short-circuits as he tries to process the absolute insanity he just witnessed. A kid like Lucas effortlessly dropping a top-tier mage shouldn't even be mathematically possible. It's a completely unheard-of flex. But Lucas just flashes the old guy, a totally chill smirk, casually joking that maybe he's just got a natural knack for throwing hands. Forden is still hyping up their massive win when a bone-chilling aura suddenly creeps up right behind them. The mangled remains of the bandit leader aggressively morph, twisting into a downright hideous, nightmare-fuel monstrosity. And this thing radiates pure lethal energy. Clocking just how violently terrifying this mutation is, Lucas instantly realizes he needs to speedrun this execution. There is absolutely no way he's letting his little sister Julia lay eyes on this abomination. Without missing a beat, Lucas launches himself through the air, burying a heavy hook into the beast, but his fist basically bounces off its rock-hard hide. The freakish beast retaliates instantly, firing off a barrage of razor-sharp spikes that forces Lucas to backflip out of the danger zone. In a wildly disturbing twist, the creature starts devouring the scattered corpses of the bandits, absorbing their flesh to massively buff its own. Trying to figure out what the heck he's actually fighting, Lucas activates his ultimate vision, spotting a glowing magical crest pulling the monster's strings. In the blink of an eye, the abomination aggressively bulks up, expanding into a hulking, four-legged titan. Knowing that regular melee strikes are straight up useless against this tank, Lucas flips the script and switches up his battle strategy. He supercharges his entire body with violently explosive chi, rocketing toward the behemoth to unleash a devastating, earth-shattering blow. A blinding eruption of golden energy completely engulfs the battlefield, utterly vaporizing the creature and shattering its magical core into dust. With the nightmare finally dealt with, Lucas slumps down to catch his breath, just as Julia sprints over, tackling her big bro in a massive, relieved hug. She endlessly hypes him up, completely starry-eyed over how crazy epic he looked trashing those villains. Forden, on the other hand, is standing there completely paralyzed, his brain entirely melted by the god-tier display he just witnessed. Suddenly, the panicked neighing of a bandit's horse snaps them back to reality, and they whip around to spot a young girl hogtied on the saddle. This completely shocks them. Meanwhile, the ancient demon from 9 years ago is steadily leveling up, and she just received a dark ping, signaling that one of her loyal foot soldiers just got violently wiped off the map. She briefly pauses to wonder who exactly clapped her minion, but ultimately decides not to sweat the small stuff. Right now, she's laser-focused on grinding her dark powers back to max level. Back at the wreckage, Julia finds out their new rescue is named Maya Rasta. The second that last name drops, Forden strokes his chin, swearing the title rings a bell. Julia nods, saying the exact same thing, prompting Lucas to drop some lore pointing out that both the Rasta and Ryan bloodlines are heavy-hitting noble families operating right outside Dacktown. Julia backs him up, confirming he's totally spot on. She then turns to Maya, gently asking why the squad jumped her, and with heavy tears swelling in her eyes, Maya spills the horrific details. Just a few hours prior, a swarm of thugs seemingly spawned out of nowhere to ambush her royal carriage. They brutally slaughtered every single one of her bodyguards. Even her fiercely loyal maid tried to step up and shield her, only to meet an absolutely gruesome end. Maya completely breaks down, explaining how she desperately screamed out her high-ranking noble status, but the savages didn't care at all. Honestly, it totally looks like their entire mission was specifically designed to kidnap high-society kids. Julia wraps her in a warm hug, soothingly promising her that she's totally safe now, since those monsters are permanently 6 feet under. Deep into the night, after the girls finally pass out, Lucas pulls Forden aside to analyze Maya's disturbing intel. Forden points out that these goons are clearly repeat offenders, as the dots start connecting, showing a clear, ongoing pattern of hunting down aristocratic kids. Lucas then drops a massive theory. A rogue demon is likely backing these thugs up, because low-level crooks wielding high-tier magic and literally puppeteering dead bodies is insanely sus. Hearing this, Forden quickly reassures him that they shouldn't stress too much right now, as he fully plans on escalating the whole situation straight to Holt. He's super confident the Rasta family will gladly throw their massive resources behind them once they hear the full report. But Lucas sharply cuts in, tossing out a tactical game plan to make sure they dodge any extra aggro moving forward. The next morning, the crew finally rolls into Dacktown, where Lucas immediately bursts Julia's bubble zero touristy sightseeing allowed today. They need to keep a super low profile, warning that straggler bandits might still be lurking in the shadows. Lucas declares they are beelining it straight to the Magic Academy for maximum safety. Julia totally deflates, but Lucas steps in, urging her to read the room locking things down is strictly to keep both her and Maya out of harm's way. Maya totally backs Lucas up, but Julia is still super salty. Desperate to flip his sister's mood, Lucas drops the ultimate bribe, promising to spoil her rotten. He swears to cop whatever she craves from the city's legendary food district once they roll through. Instantly, Julia's pout vanishes. Watching this play out, Maya is absolutely mesmerized by their rock-solid sibling bond. Forden chimes in, cracking the carriage window open so they can soak in the epic cityscape. Julia is all for it, gasping as the breathtaking urban skyline hits her eyes. Even Maya hypes up the buzzing street energy. Deep down, Lucas is totally vibing with it too, catching major nostalgia from the metropolis. He called home back in his past life. Cruising through the culinary hub, Lucas stays true to his word, dropping cash on every single snack his sister points at. Fast forward a bit, and the massive gates of the academy loom over them. Pulling up, Forden gives them the heads up that this is his final stop. Lucas reassures the old man, vowing to act as Julia's ultimate shield so he can drive off with zero stress. Bouncing on her heels with pure hype, Julia chimes in. She boldly declares that she is going to be his bodyguard right back. Chuckling at her fiery spirit, Lucas hypes her up, saying he is totally relying on her backup. Fighting back genuine tears, Lucas waves a heartfelt goodbye to the departing duo. Meanwhile, Maya leaves with a massive smile, stoked to have crossed paths with such an incredibly fascinating brother-sister duo. Flashback to a crazy bombshell just the night prior. Forden had spilled the tea to Lucas that Maya was actually his former fiancée. Back when they were just kids, their families had them locked in. But that engagement crashed and burned right after the tragic incident that stripped Lucas of all his magic potential. Now, let us talk about the elite Allen Magic School. Stationed just south of Dacktown, it stands as one of the top 3 most legendary academies in the entire Carmina Empire. Every single fresh face on campus is forced to face a brutal exam exactly 1 year post-enrollment. Depending on how they perform, students get sorted by their elemental affinity straight into the Earth Division, the Fire Division, Wind Division, Water Division, or the ultra-rare Special Division. If a student grinds through the academy for 6 solid years and manages to officially graduate, they secure a highly coveted Mage certification. On top of that, top-tier prodigies unlock mad VIP perks along the way. Plus, any absolute beast who crushes the Mage exam mid-semester is allowed to fast-track their graduation, letting them dip way before hitting their 6th year. Cutting back to the present, Lucas and Julia are chilling at the campus plaza, where the little sister is visibly bummed out that Maya actually took off. It turns out their new friend went to reconnect with her own family, crushing Julia's hopes that they would all tackle the entrance test as a squad. Lucas, however, is genuinely relieved that Maya made it back to her folks safely. Knowing she is finally completely out of the danger zone, he turns to comfort Julia, reminding her that if they all manage to ace this trial, they will be kicking it every single day as classmates, so sweating over it is pointless. That pure logic instantly cures Julia's blues, because she knows her big bro is spitting straight facts. Dashing around the bustling courtyard, Julia instantly becomes a total magnet for attention, turning literally every head, thanks to her insanely adorable, pint-sized energy. Within minutes, they literally bump straight into Mina, the ice-cold vice president of the student council. Radiating pure boss energy, Mina's piercing gaze locks onto Julia with sudden, intense curiosity. She casually asks the little girl if she just tagged along to watch her older brother enroll, but Julia flexes right back, announcing she is actually here to crush the exam herself. Mina's jaw practically hits the floor when she realizes that this tiny kid is a candidate. Immediately clicking the pieces together, this has to be the legendary prodigy fast-tracked for the elite track. Wasting zero time, Mina zeroes in, asking if she hails from the prestigious Ryan bloodline. Julia visibly flinches in shock, stammering as she demands to know how this total stranger knows her identity. Flashing a mysterious smirk, Mina simply whispers that all will be revealed soon, motioning for the tiny prodigy to follow her lead, so she can personally escort her to the registration desk. Standing right there, Lucas is absolutely paralyzed with disbelief. Mina literally iced him out without dropping a single syllable, treating him like an invisible, walking ghost in broad daylight. Julia quickly chimes in, nudging Mina with a reminder that her big bro actually needs to sign up too. The realization hits Mina like a freight train. She completely left Lucas hanging in the background. Spinning around, Mina stammers out a nervous question, double-checking if he is seriously aiming for the martial arts department. The second those words drop, the surrounding chatter instantly flatlines as every head snaps in their direction. The crowd immediately starts ruthlessly roasting him, whispering about what an absolute clown he is for picking purely physical combat. Some random guy scoffs, calling it wildly pathetic to crash an elite magic academy just to throw punches. Hearing this, Lucas just blinks, mildly amused. He honestly didn't expect to catch this much heat right out of the gate, though he is well aware these snobby spellcasters think they are untouchable. But let's be real, they are all just absolute glass cannons. Lucas smirks inwardly, knowing damn well not a single mage here could survive a direct clash with him. They are practically bugs waiting to be squashed. Honestly, the only reason he even bothered stepping foot in this stuck-up academy is to keep his parents off his back. Panic flashes across Mina's face as she realizes her loud mouth just threw Lucas directly to the wolves. Scrambling for some quick damage control, she motions for him to stick tight to her, promising that once the paperwork clears, she will personally escort him straight to the testing arena. This genuinely catches Lucas off guard. Turns out, under that clumsy exterior, she is actually pretty solid compared to these toxic snobs. The surrounding haters are visibly shook, jaws dropping as they watch a respected upperclassman treat this supposed loser like an actual human being. Fast forward a few minutes, Mina eagerly snatches up their filled-out documents. In exchange, she slides a pair of sleek, metallic badges right into their hands. She quickly explains that their official candidate digits are magically encoded deep inside the metal, and she makes it crystal clear. Do not even think about stepping into that arena without breaking it down. She reveals they have to survive a brutal 3-part gauntlet. Phase 1, a raw talent check using the legendary magic light crystal. Phase 2 is an intense elemental synergy check. They will interact with pure nature spirits to lock down their perfect magic match. Finally, the ultimate showdown features heavily armored combat dummies, designed specifically to absorb and rank their absolute destructive firepower. Lucas raises an eyebrow, asking if the physical fighters are forced through this exact same magical meat grinder, and she nods a hard yes. She insists the academy keeps a level playing field for everyone, But Lucas instantly calls bluff on that so-called fairness. He knows the admins definitely were not factoring in brawlers. If they actually cared, they would have built a tailor-made obstacle course for the combat division. Whatever. Lucas is not sweating it. He is fully ready to casually drop a fraction of his god-tier strength just to permanently shut down these arrogant mages. Before long, the duo strides right into the massive, glowing testing chamber for Phase 1. The instructions are dead simple. Slap your palm against the glowing artifact and let it read your soul. But the second Lucas makes contact, nothing happens. A flat, the proctor's eyes basically bulge out of his skull, absolutely floored by an anomaly that has not popped up in 1,000 years. Cue the peanut gallery. The entire room erupts into merciless laughter, violently clowning on him for being completely magically bankrupt. Lucas, however, zero panic. He totally saw this massive goose egg coming from a mile away. Then, it is Julia's turn. She steps up, and the crystal instantly detonates in a blinding purple flash, locking in an insane potential score of 7 out of 10. The previously stunned proctor loudly declares her an absolute prodigy, instantly securing her spot at the very top of the freshman hierarchy. While the crowd is losing their minds, Lucas just stands there with a knowing smirk. He is well aware of the monster hiding inside his little sister. Actually, he knows she is heavily nerfing herself. Catching her eye, he gives a subtle nod, silently commanding her to stop holding back. Getting the green light, Julia violently cranks her mana output, shifting the aura into a blinding, godlike golden blast that leaves the entire room paralyzed in shock. The proctor is practically trembling, flashing back to a legendary student from 2 years ago who triggered this exact same mythical golden tier. But that girl was way older. Once the crystal dims, Julia completely drops the badass aura, sprinting back to her big bro with a massive, goofy grin. Did you see that? Did I crush it? Lucas just lets out a soft chuckle, gently ruffling her. Yeah, kid, you totally killed it out there. Lucas even flexes that she's absolutely destined to become an archmage down the line. But while the siblings are busy hyping each other up, some random applicant starts running his mouth, calling Lucas nothing but a talentless scrub, just a useless older brother riding the coattails of a magical prodigy. The hater's buddy instantly slaps a hand over his mouth, panic whispering to shut up, terrified of what Julia might actually do to them if she catches wind of that disrespect. Lucas, though? He's low-key grinning, soaking it all in because everything is clicking perfectly into his master plan. He desperately wants his sister soaking up all the spotlight. Why? So he can totally ghost the drama and cruise through a stress-free academy life. Turns out, the guy has spent the last 3 solid years grinding away in secret, just to supercharge Julia's late. And honestly, he's thrilled the hard work is finally paying off. Once the crowd wraps up their potential exams, the instructors herd everyone straight toward the spirit hut. Deep in his chest, Lucas knows this is the exact moment his masterclass strategy is about to absolutely pop off. The proctors announce the next stage, an elemental resonance test. And right on cue, literally every single spirit in the room violently swarms around Julia like moths to a flame, leaving the rest of the applicants completely jaw-dropped. One specific guy, flexing a rare level 6 wind god blessing, starts visibly seething, whining that not a single wind sprite even bothered to glance his way during his turn. With the entire spiritual ecosystem clinging to Julia, the crowd realizes the insane truth. She possesses absolute mastery over every single magical element. Shockingly, Lucas is pulling the strings from the shadows again. He personally engineered a custom mana circulation technique, specifically designed for her, a broken skill that drastically skyrocketed her raw potential. Sure, she's technically only sitting at level 2 right now, but Lucas knows damn well she just dropped enough jaw-dropping feats to crush the entrance exam. The head judge steps up, loudly declaring Julia's resonance sits at a staggering 90%. The absolute highest score in the entire stadium. The proctor practically bows while praising her flawless performance. But the second Julia turns around, basking in the hype, she catches the crowd's reaction, hundreds of eyes glaring back at her with toxic, unfiltered jealousy. The heavy pressure shatters her confidence, sending her practically sprinting back to trembling as she whispers how utterly terrifying those predatory stares feel. Lucas just shrugs it off, telling her it comes with the territory. When you're a walking cheat code, drawing massive amounts of hater energy is just unavoidable. He looks her dead in the eyes, assuring her there's zero reason to panic. and strongly nudges her to build a tolerance to the fame. Firing up, Julia nods in total agreement. She swears to grind even harder, vowing to become a powerhouse so she can be the one protecting him. Lucas is actually sweating bullets over his little sister's fragile mindset, realizing he seriously needs to put her through a mental boot camp so she can develop some seriously thick skin. Meanwhile, the peanut gallery is still acting two-faced. One second, they are practically worshipping Julia's god-tier aura, and the next, they are relentlessly roasting Lucas for being an absolute zero. Because supposedly, during his personal evaluation, the elemental wisps outright dodged him, acting physically repulsed by his very existence. But off to the side, one eagle-eyed applicant starts whispering to his buddy about a totally glitchy moment from that exact test. He violently shakes his friend's shoulder, claiming that right as Lucas stepped off the podium, a literal fire spirit got its arm completely severed. The mere memory leaves the kid shaking. His buddy immediately calls Cap, swearing the guy is just hallucinating since those entities are insanely microscopic, arguing it's physically impossible to spot a speck-sized limb getting blasted into orbit. Overhearing this, Lucas slightly raises an eyebrow, genuinely shocked someone possessed the visual, someone who actually witnessed his cold-blooded counterattack. Because, plot twist, the trembling kid was spitting straight facts. Rewind back to that second trial. The fiery elementals were throwing massive amounts of toxic shade at him, most likely acting petty because the fire god officially blacklisted him. As Lucas casually turned his back to exit, one brazen little spark actually had the audacity to spit on him, projecting some ridiculous grudge. But Lucas instantly delivered a brutal reality check. With a casual flick of a tiny pebble, he cleanly ripped the arrogant sprite's arm right off its socket. Snapping back to the present, the elemental exams wrap up. Lucas nudges Julia to push forward to the ultimate battleground, throwing her a challenging smirk, asking if she genuinely believes she can secure the absolute #1 spot yet again. Julia flashes a sweet, humble smile, replying that the gold medal is already sitting in her pocket. Assuming, of course, her overpowered older brother keeps hiding his true stats. Lucas flashes a brilliant, promising her he has zero intentions of sweating today, purely because he expects his little sister to be his personal bodyguard. The dynamic duo quickly rolls up to the highly anticipated Magic Destructive Power Evaluation Zone, a massive arena completely loaded with reinforced, heavy-duty metal combat dummies just begging to be demolished. From the back of the line, Lucas catches some tryhard, aggressively hyping himself up, swearing he's about to nuke the test dummy with absolutely everything in his arsenal, driven by pure, unfiltered ego, utterly desperate to violently snatch that first. Meanwhile, another guy in the crowd whispers that Julia might actually just nuke the training dummy, but his buddy instantly shuts that theory down, calling it literally impossible. He points out that these specific target practice dolls are forged from a heavy-duty magical alloy. Basically, they can tank any hit below a curse-tier strike. The guy is dead set that Julia simply lacks the sheer firepower to unleash a blast, that massive at her young age. Overhearing this, Lucas squints at the metallic targets, totally agreeing that they look ridiculously durable. To him, this is the absolute perfect excuse to finally take his level 6 ability out for a spin. A smirk crosses his face as he realizes enrolling in this academy was actually a massive W, entirely because he gets to mess around with ridiculously expensive, high-end gear. Suddenly, a commotion breaks out behind him. A bunch of students are aggressively yelling at a brand new girl to stop cutting the line. Without missing a beat, the newcomer flares her mana. She locks eyes with the loudest complainer, radiating an aura so incredibly heavy that pure, paralyzing dread instantly freezes the poor student. The mystery girl struts straight up to Julia and Lucas. Dripping with malice, she casually drops a mental hex on Julia. Panicking, the tiny mage instantly ducks behind Lucas, whimpering that this strange chick is totally terrifying. Unfazed, Lucas raises an eyebrow and demands to know who she is. With peak arrogance, she declares herself as Iowa Miranda, the highly esteemed granddaughter of Duke Miranda. The second that last name drops, the pieces instantly click together in Lucas's brain. For context, the Miranda bloodline flexes as one of the top 3 dominant noble houses ruling the Empire's freezing northern territory. Plus, their entire clan's reputation was built on birthing a literal legendary sorcerer back in the day. Doing the quick family math, that makes Iowa the direct spawn of his mom's little brother, Cyan Miranda. Armed with this juicy intel, Lucas casually asks her age. Glaring daggers at him, She stiffly barks out that she is exactly 15 years old. He totally brushes off her hostile vibe, telling her to stop plotting his murder since they are literally cousins. Iowa's jaw basically hits the floor, completely blindsided, because nobody ever warned her about extended family. Feeling utterly humiliated, she instantly schemes to humble Lucas in front of the massive crowd. Pushing her mental magic into overdrive, she attempts to make him completely crumble in sheer terror, but he literally does not even blink. Stunned silence washes over her, as Lucas ruthlessly roasts her for firing off psychic attacks on a blood relative that she literally just met 5 seconds ago. He viciously mocks her lack of manners, questioning what kind of garbage etiquette the Miranda estate is actually teaching these days. Iowa is spiraling. That trick was straight up her ultimate trump card, and this random guy just brushed it off like a gentle breeze. Secretly, though, Lucas finds it hilarious that she genuinely believed some weak sauce mind trick could ever break the ironclad focus of a seasoned martial artist. Right on cue, an instructor's voice echoes out, calling Lucas up to the plate for his practical exam. The second he steps away, Iowa aggressively corners Julia, warning the tiny mage not to get a big head because she is absolutely snatching that #1 rank. Glancing back at the digital leaderboard, Lucas spots Iowa currently parked in second place. And honestly, this paints a super clear picture. She stepped up to this specific group purely to declare a turf war, desperate to knock Julia off her throne. Sighing heavily, he realizes he has to step in. If Julia loses that top spot, his peaceful school life is over, and he absolutely refuses to let that happen. Pivoting around, Lucas approaches his trembling friend and casually hands over what he promises is just a piece of. Her eyes immediately light up, and she excitedly pops it into her mouth, fully expecting a sugary rush. Instead, she gets hit with an intensely bitter, gag-inducing flavor. It's actually a hardcore medicinal pill. Chuckling, Lucas gently pats her head, explaining it's an ultra-rare mana booster, crafted from insanely premium ingredients. He promises her that the disgusting taste is going to pay off massively, very, very soon. Cutting their moment short, the impatient proctor barks Lucas's name a second time, ordering him into the center ring. Stepping up to the heavily dented combat dummy, the instructor aggressively instructs him to blast the target using absolutely 100% of his raw magical output. The grading system is brutally simple. They are measuring pure, unfiltered, destructive force to calculate his final academic. But here is the catch. He literally cannot cast spells. Deadpan, Lucas simply asks if throwing hands is allowed instead. The split second the surrounding crowd the entire arena erupts into mocking laughter. They cannot believe this clown is actually volunteering to punch solid magic steel. To these elite mages, throwing a physical punch is peak caveman behavior, and they loudly start trashing martial artists as totally useless. One snobby rich kid even yells that Lucas is literally just going to shatter every bone in his fist and utterly fail. But while the entire gallery is busy flaming him, Julia catches the disrespect. She aggressively side-eyes the laughing group with a murderous glare, forcing the cowards to immediately zip their lips and step back. Julia is absolutely fuming that Lucas told her to play nice at the academy, especially since she could effortlessly sweep the floor with every single person there. Right then, Iowa pulls Julia aside, demanding to know if Lucas is actually magicless. She is totally mind-blown that a so-called normal dude could completely shatter her high-tier telepathic attacks. Julia proudly smirks, confirming her brother has 0 mana, but hypes him up as an absolute beast anyway. Iowa scoffs, totally convinced Julia is delusional. In her eyes, there is 0 chance a washed-up martial artist could pull off anything remotely impressive. But boom, a violent shockwave suddenly rattles the entire testing arena. Jaws drop to the floor as the crowd frantically tries to process the chaos. Rewind just 2 minutes prior. The grumpy examiner bluntly informed Lucas that his specific fighting style completely did not matter for the test. Lucas simply nods, quickly doing the mental math to figure out the exact amount of raw physical force needed to wreck the target. Dropping into a low stance, he explodes forward like a bullet, slamming a devastating right hook that violently launches the massive training dummy across the heavy target crashes hard into the reinforced wall, instantly flashing a blinding golden aura from its head sensor. Iowa is paralyzed with pure shock. Lucas's raw movement speed literally rivaled top-tier wind spells. Plus, that glowing gold indicator proves his strike packed the destructive force of a literal curse-class anomaly. The surrounding students are entirely speechless, staring in utter disbelief. It just does not make sense that an unawakened nobody could inflict that kind of brutal damage on a magical. A chilling realization hits Iowa. She is the absolute only person in the room who actually recognizes how insanely overpowered Lucas truly is. She instantly spots his strategy. He is desperately downplaying his strength, totally acting clueless instead of flexing his insane stunt. Meanwhile, the totally baffled examiner automatically assumes the expensive equipment just glitched out. Despite the confusion, he sighs and casually awards Lucas a flawless perfect score anyway. Playing the innocent card, Lucas politely thanks him and asks where to drag the wrecked dummy. The examiner completely brushes him off, telling the kid to step aside, claiming the metal is way too heavy and requires heavy-duty levitation spells to budge. Looking at the monitor, Lucas casually throws up a peace sign to his sister. Mission accomplished. He successfully flew under the radar, while still bagging enough points to easily secure his spot at the elite academy. As the trials continue, the fickle crowd completely wipes Lucas from their memory, immediately shifting their hype to Julia's absolute god-tier potential. Stepping up to the plate, Julia casually flexes her aura and erupts with blinding red lightning, a terrifyingly destructive element that ranks strictly second to the legendary Gold Thunder. The audience completely loses their minds. One desperate student even loudly prays to reach a fraction of Julia's current power tier before graduation day. After completely nuking the test, Julia collapses into her seat, genuinely shook by her own crazy output. The breathless examiner quickly drops her score. An insane 9.5. Later, when she finally catches up with her brother, she is totally geeking out over the red lightning. She swears she used to max out at purple lightning, even when going completely try-hard. As she passionately rambles about her new vicious power level, she has literally zero clue that the random pill Lucas slipped her earlier triggered this massive buff. Keeping his poker face strong, he decides to completely gatekeep that lore drop time. In this chaotic universe, both spellcasters and brawlers boast their own unique crafting mechanics. Mages strictly brew magical alchemy, while martial artists grind out a legendary technique called Dan refining. Here is the catch. Wizard potions desperately need a liquid base to work, but these hardcore martial pills instantly melt directly into your bloodstream. Back in the Golden Age, these powerful combat pills were literally everywhere. But ever since the brawler class fell off the meta, Dan refinement basically became a totally dead, lost art form. Finding a physical fighter who can actually forge a magic-storing, stat-boosting consumable, exactly like the crazy one Julia. That is because a fighter has to grind all the way to a crazy level 6 just to unlock this crafting tier. Honestly, there is literally only one single dude in the entire empire, besides our boy Lucas, who can still cook up these legendary items. And that absolute unit is the only living level 9 master, Duke Red Suzanne, the literal minister of martial affairs. Get this, even the most arrogant, top-tier mages literally beg on their knees for Red Suzanne's rare boosters. So, if the world ever actually figures out that Lucas can effortlessly craft this stuff, absolute pandemonium is practically guaranteed to break loose. That is exactly why this whole thing needs to stay totally under the radar. Catching their breath on a nearby bench a bit later, Lucas drops some good news. He promises his sister she can finally chill out once they hit the dorms right after class placements drop. Out of nowhere, Mina crashes their vibe. When Lucas asks what brings her around, she chimes in. She is pinning up the official roster and heavily praises them both for absolutely dominating the rankings, snatching first place in the elite and the martial arts divisions. Hearing this massive flex, Julia completely loses her mind, cheering at the top of her lungs. Lucas hypes her up with a solid congratulations, playfully adding that he is going to have to rely on her from now on. The upperclassman then totally catches Julia off guard, asking which specific department she plans to commit to next year. Wasting zero time, Mina breaks down the academy's system, laying out the 5 major tracks: Earth, Fire, Wind, Water, and the super mysterious Special Division. She spills the tea that freshmen get sorted into these factions after surviving one final grueling exam at the end of the year. Chewing on the idea for a second, Julia figures that leaning into her natural stats means the Wind faction is her best bet. Mina practically jumps for joy, heavily agreeing since the freshman is literally packing the Thunder God's ultimate blessing. Grabbing the girl by the shoulders and shaking her like a total fangirl, Mina screams that she will be waiting for her in the Wind Squad. Lucas just watches, totally blown away, at how intensely these factions are already sweating to draft his sister, the ultimate prodigy. Stepping up as the ultimate tour guide, Mina volunteers to escort the top ranker straight to the girl's house. Waving goodbye, Julia promises to catch up with her brother later. He waves back, telling Mina to keep his sister out of trouble, before finally dragging himself toward the martial arts dorms. Meanwhile, across the campus, Iowa is staring down the final leaderboards. Seeing Julia sitting on that #1 throne stings, but this fierce rival refuses to fold, heavily convinced that she is going to snatch that crown next season. A bit later, Lucas finally pulls up to the martial arts department. His expectations were already on the floor, but reality hits him like a truck. The entire place literally looks like a dumpster fire. Staring at the crumbling bricks, he seriously questions how anyone survives in this cursed, decaying shack. Trying to find a silver lining, he figures this absolute wasteland means he can just ghost everyone and live in total peace. Stepping inside, he instantly bumps into an overly hyped guy rocking stark white hair, who aggressively introduces himself as Kai Teroy. The loudmouth proudly announces that he is also locked into the fighting division. Forcing a quick handshake, Lucas immediately dips toward the front desk, just trying to speedrun his registration paperwork. But Kai practically glues himself to his side, obsessively yapping about how insanely badass Lucas looked, smashing that training dummy. Playing it super low-key, Lucas brushes off the hype, claiming it was nothing but a lucky shot. The board clerk then ruins his day, handing over the keys to room 205, basically confirming that these two polar opposites are officially stuck as roommates. While the white-haired noble is buzzing with massive energy, Lucas is already contemplating his life choices. Trudging down the sketchy, grim hallways, the nightmare only gets worse. Pushing open their door, they get hit with another brutal plot twist. They are splitting this tiny space with two random guys named Collins and Sharp. Making matters infinitely worse, the whole place is a biohazard-level trash heap. Pinching his nose to block the stench, Kai practically passes out when a massive spider casually drops from the crumbling ceiling. Totally disgusted, the rich boy pulls out a solid gold coin, putting a straight-up bounty out for whoever scrubs this dungeon clean. Without missing a single beat, Collins and Sharp practically jump at the bag, claiming the cleaning gig instantly. Lucas barely reacts, knowing full well that both of these guys are just struggling commoners. A pure gold coin like that is literally life-changing cash for them. As it turns out, the Teroy bloodline is top tier, ranking as one of the 3 legendary noble powerhouses of the frozen north. While the two roommates are sweating it out deep cleaning the dump, Kai keeps throwing a massive tantrum, complaining that he never signed up to live in the actual trenches. Lucas just sighs, trying to talk him off the ledge by promising that things will eventually get better. Considering this academy's elite status, Kai nods along, but the exact second he drops his guard, another massive spider drops right next to him, making him shriek at the top of his lungs. He instantly starts whining that their dorm room is a straight-up locked-down jail cell. Shortly after, Sharp and Collins wrap up scrubbing the gritty room spotless. Staying true to his word, Kai slides them their hard-earned cash. Lucas even bags a cut of the payout. Sure, Kai acts incredibly arrogant, but Lucas has to admit the rich kid is actually dropping serious cash. Right on cue, a staff member busts in to drop off their official gear, pushing the squad to suit up immediately. They need to hustle to the main auditorium for the massive entrance ceremony. But Kai absolutely loses his mind the second he unfurls his assigned outfit. It is literally a filthy, torn-up rag. Meanwhile, Collins and Sharp are completely speechless, honestly hyped because the gear actually looks pretty decent to them. Sensing the drama, Lucas casually drops a hint, telling Kai that the academy supposedly runs a grievance system to handle student complaints. He totally plays Kai, convincing the hothead that if he complains loud enough, the staff will definitely swap out his busted threads for something premium. Hook, line, and sinker. Kai instantly demands they sprint to the auditorium so he can throw a massive fit. Lucas just smirks, internally dying over how insanely gullible this dude actually is. Moments later, the entire crew rolls up to the colossal auditorium rocking their absolute trash-tier outfits. Collins is practically drooling over the insane luxury of the venue, but Kai just scoffs, flexing that his own mansion puts this place to shame. Meanwhile, Lucas scans the massive crowd, desperately searching for his sister. Spotting him looking around, Kai points her out, casually mentioning she is chilling all the way up in the very front row. That VIP section is strictly reserved for the Academy's absolute elite. Noticing the massive difference in their high-end uniforms, Kai nudges Lucas to go catch up with her before the huge event kicks off. Especially since the lower-ranked martial arts students are shoved all the way to the back, miles away from the VIPs. But Lucas brushes it off. He calmly tells the crew to just drop it and grab their assigned seats instead. Honestly, deep down, he is just incredibly proud to see his sister rocking such top-tier, prestigious gear. As the boys finally settle into the nosebleeds, Lucas locks eyes on a fierce-looking girl who clearly belongs to the same gritty martial arts division. She is posted right next to them. Suddenly, the lights shift, and the student council president, Theodore Formal, makes an incredibly hyped, cinematic entrance onto the main stage. He steps up to the mic, ready to break down the Academy's brutal, all-important ranking and points. The entire crowd is instantly starstruck by his insane aura. After all, the guy is an absolute monster who already hit level 6 before even graduating. That officially makes him a generational prodigy. Theo commands the room, boldly announcing that points are literally the lifeblood of this entire academy. Want overpowered magic spells, ancient spellbooks, tamed magical beast familiars, or insanely rare crafting loot? Literally every single flex in this school, even private tutoring from legendary masters, can only be unlocked if you have the points to buy them. He smirks, revealing that while there are tons of ways to grind currency, doing boring manual labor is practically a scam. Sweating it out only nets you a miserable 1 to 5 points an hour. If you actually want to get rich quick, you need to grind smarter. He pushes them to dive headfirst into departmental bloodbaths and massive campus events. In fact, this very orientation, it is basically an absolute goldmine for the upperclassmen looking to farm easy points. It finally clicks in Lucas's head. That is exactly why Mina was carrying them earlier. Theo then drops another bombshell. Joining the elite student council guarantees a massive, steady paycheck every single month. The president bags a massive 500 points monthly, the vice president snags 200, and even basic members walk away with a clean 100. But to cap off his speech, he teases the absolute highest risk-reward method available, hardcore monster hunting. Right in the Academy's own backyard, sits the legendary magical beast mountain range. A deadly zone absolutely swarming with terrifying, bloodthirsty. Theo lays down the ultimate challenge. Survive the hunt, harvest the monster cores, and trade that insane loot for massive point payouts. Lucas's eyes instantly light up. To a combat junkie like him, this dangerous forest isn't a threat, it is his personal playground. Fast forward a few hours, Lucas stealthily slips out of his dorm, leaving his roommates completely knocked out thanks to a heavy-duty tranquility incense he burned earlier. Those guys are absolutely dead to the world, snoring like babies. Pumping with pure adrenaline, he sprints toward the monster-infested mountains, only to suddenly slam the brakes when a massive, towering concrete wall blocks his path. But a tiny little obstacle like that isn't going to hold our guy Lucas back for a single second. He effortlessly vaults right over the wall, touching down in the magical forest with an absolute psycho grin on his face. His very first victim? A spiked amphibian. Lucas totally treats the poor frog like a squeaky toy, effortlessly ripping its horn straight off, leaving the beast totally out of commission. Apparently, the spikes from these toxic dark frogs are high-tier ingredients for brewing elixirs, and Lucas knows. They're about to bag him a massive chunk of Academy credits. See, he recently discovered the Academy is hoarding some god-tier combat scrolls in their vault. That's the whole reason he's grinding for points right now. He is dead set on unlocking the exact same techniques supposedly wielded by the absolute god of war. Because he is practically racing the clock, Lucas needs to speedrun this hunt. Firing up his insanely OP ocular powers, he instantly scans the radar, zeroing in on every single monster lurking in the shadows. Prowling the zone are a level 1 armored rat, a level 2 cyclops bat, and a level 3 mystic leopard. But let's be real, to a guy like him, these are just tutorial mobs. He absolutely bulldozes through them. Every single beast that steps up gets casually one-tapped. And before you know it, his inventory is totally stacked. He's super confident he can flip all this loot for max credits, buying up all the rare herbs he needs for alchemy crafting. But honestly, the dude is bored out of his mind. He suddenly realizes the surrounding woods are way too silent. On top of that, the monster tracks just completely vanish. It sparks a wild thought. Is there an absolute alpha boss dominating this entire territory? Pushing his crazy sharp instincts to the max, he sweeps the zone and immediately locks onto a massive target. It's chilling deep inside a cavern. And plot twist? The beast's radar just pinged Lucas too. Does that faze him? Not even a little. He practically explodes clearing the entire 1 kilometer gap in a flash. Arriving at the entrance, he finally sizes up his opponent, a level 6 dual-element Frost Inferno wolf. And man, this thing looks totally lethal. It instantly clicks in his head exactly why this monster is so insanely territorial. Wolves are literally born gatekeepers. But honestly, Lucas is an absolute fight junkie. Without a second thought, he launches himself right at the giant mutt. The alpha doesn't back down, intercepting him mid-air with a savage blizzard blast that completely encases Lucas's right arm in solid ice. Crazy enough, that doesn't slow our guy down for a millisecond. He still drives a brutal right hook straight into the wolf's jaw, eating the beast completely across the cavern. Standing there, Lucas actually looks kind of bummed out. He's low-key annoyed that his punch merely launched the thing instead of blowing a clean hole straight through its chest. Absolutely hyped to use this apex predator as a literal punching bag, he taunts the beast, barking at it to get back on its feet because he knows damn well the fight is just getting started. Shaking off the hit, the giant wolf retaliates by spewing a devastating torrent of magma, completely swallowing Lucas in a blazing inferno. The beast keeps the absolute firestorm pumping for several long minutes, making 100% sure it roasts the intruder. Assuming its target is fully cooked, the monstrous canine throws its head back to unleash a triumphant, blood-curdling howl. But in the blink of an eye, a shadow materializes right in its blind spot. Before the wolf even senses the danger, Lucas is already in striking distance. He channels raw, surging aura straight into his fist and unleashes a devastating body blow. The impact is so ridiculously heavy that it literally forces the monster to hack up a fountain of blood. The sheer kinetic shockwave violently launches the massive creature airborne, sending it crashing way out into the distance. Sprawled out on the dirt, the beast struggles to breathe while Lucas actually claps for it, praising the monster's insane ability to perfectly juggle clashing elements, seamlessly swapping between blistering heat and freezing cold. But to the terrified beast, those compliments mean nothing. Looking up, all it sees is a totally nightmarish, godlike demon towering over its broken body. In a desperate final stand, the wolf unloads a chaotic fusion of frost and flames, creating a massive smokescreen of boiling steam. But honestly, Lucas just casually waves the fog away. Realizing it's completely outmatched, the panicked monster tucks its tail and bolts, but our guy is instantly on its heels. He effortlessly snatches its thick tail and slams the giant beast into the dirt like a total WWE finisher. Seriously, even while wrestling an actual mythical titan, he isn't sweating it at all. If anything, the dude is having the absolute time of his life. He's practically looking at the wolf like a walking pile of academy points. But out of nowhere, the beast manages to blast him straight into a solid rock face, hitting him with an insanely forceful shockwave attack. Thinking it finally pinned its attacker, the beast unhinges its jaw for a point-blank volcanic roar. But Lucas simply sidesteps the molten inferno like it's nothing and launches himself right back at the monster. Panicking to keep the distance, the wolf vomits out another massive wave of pure fire. Except this time around, Lucas literally tanks the heat, charging headfirst shattering straight through the fiery shockwaves. He completely erases the gap between him and the terrified predator. With zero hesitation, Lucas drops a catastrophic nuke of a punch on the wolf. The impact is so unspeakably heavy, it literally craters the earth beneath them, triggering a Lucas goes absolutely feral, raining relentless blows down on the beast's skull, and at this exact second, the giant wolf realizes it's about to get packed up. Staring death in the face, it pulls out its ultimate survival move, throwing its paws up in total defeat. The massive predator drops to the dirt, bowing before Lucas. Suddenly, it coughs up a glowing crimson and sapphire crystal. Lucas is low-key stunned. In this universe, magical monsters are occasionally born with these legendary cores embedded right in their chests. It is basically an ultra-rare battery that acts as the creature's permanent life force, but there is a massive catch. If just a single drop of human blood stains that crystal, the monster gets completely bound to that human as their eternal servant. Watching the predator willingly spit out its life force, Lucas instantly gets the message. This beast wants to be tamed. Since the massive animal is literally begging for mercy, Lucas decides to lock in the contract. This is an absolute jackpot for him, considering that even top-tier mages struggle to capture a level 6 magical beast as a familiar. Still, Lucas silently roasts the wolf's intelligence. Usually, High-tier monsters have insane egos and would literally rather die than bow down to a human, giving the beast exactly what it wants. Lucas slices his finger open, letting his blood drip onto the shimmering crystal. A blinding flash of light erupts. Once the glowing aura fades, the wolf snatches the core back up, swallowing it whole. Out of nowhere, a deep voice echoes inside Lucas's brain, calling him master. He glances around, super confused, until the massive beast telepathically confirms that it is the one speaking. The realization hits Lucas like a truck. The blood pact actually lets him translate the monster's thoughts. Feeling pretty hyped about his new lethal pet, Lucas officially dubs him Uru. Now that he is literally the boss, Lucas starts plotting, wondering if he just inherited all the loot in this territory. He asks his beast if it hoarded any rare drops over the years. Reading his mind, Uru gestures for Lucas to follow, leading him deep into the pitch-black abyss of the cavern. Stepping into the beast's legendary stash room, Lucas discovers a massive mountain of loot, from rare monster pelts to ancient bones, and even a handful of glittering gemstones. Lucas is practically drooling over the stash. He just stumbled into an absolute goldmine. But right then, Uru flexes, telepathically mentioning that this is just the junk pile. The wolf then guides him to the actual VIP vault, which is absolutely stacked with glowing cores from level 3 predators. And the craziest part? There are 2 ultra-rare level 6 cores. Uru casually drops the lore that it devoured both water and fire attribute crystals to power up its own stats. Doing the math, Lucas instantly realizes the brutal truth. To rank up, monsters literally have to cannibalize cores from enemies that are just as strong, or even stronger. That means this massive wolf brutally slaughtered at least 2 rival bosses of the exact same tier. That is a massive flex. Hyped by his pet's savage resume, Lucas tosses Uru a premium healing potion, designed specifically for magical creatures. He then orders the wolf to hold down the fort and guard the hidden stash, while its body naturally recovers. Wagging its tail, Uru proudly promises to ace this assignment, eager to impress the boss on day 1. Fast forward to the next morning, Lucas strolls into his academy classroom looking completely fresh. Even though he pulled an all-nighter, his energy levels are maxed out, all thanks to the overpowered effects of his tranquility incense. But the vibe in the room quickly turns toxic. Students start whining as the clock keeps ticking, because their professor is officially a no-show for day 1. Kai is absolutely fuming, aggressively trashing the academy's administration, ranting that they literally forgot to hire an instructor for the combat division. Suddenly, the door kicks open, and a disheveled, drunk guy stumbles inside. Smelling like a total brewery, he introduces himself as Sigwalt, casually dropping the bomb that he is their homeroom professor. Kai's jaw hits the floor. He looks at this walking disaster and refuses to believe this guy is supposed to train them, especially since Sigwalt looks like he hasn't showered in a solid week. Without warning, Sigwalt unleashes a deafening roar, nearly blowing out Kai's eardrums on the spot. Watching this absolute unit pop off, Lucas narrows his eyes. He instantly analyzes the sheer pressure behind Sigwalt's aura, realizing this drunken master is easily a level 5 or 6. Glaring a hole straight through Kai, Sigwalt coldly commands that nobody opens their mouth without his explicit permission. Then, without missing a beat, the unhinged teacher flips open his folder and starts taking attendance. And that girl Tashi, the one Lucas spotted back at the opening ceremony? She's literally the first to snap to attention during roll call. Once Professor Sigurd finishes blasting through the roster, a rare smirk crosses his face seeing a perfectly full house. But right as he gears up to kick off the lecture, he realizes he completely ditched his textbook somewhere else. And so, he randomly crowns Tashi as the official class rep on the spot, literally just so she can sprint back to his lab to grab it. Tashi's jaw absolutely drops. Blinking in pure disbelief, she actually has to double-check if this guy is dead serious. Sigurd drops a blunt yes, but Kai is instantly triggered. He jumps up from his desk, whining that picking a class rep demands a legit, fair process. You know, an actual face-off between the top contenders. Kai immediately starts flexing way too hard, hyping up his elite bloodline and top-tier combat skills. He demands that his shiny stats make him the obvious pick. But mid-rant? Bam. Sigurd casually snipes him right in the dome with a flying object. The professor coldly reminds the rich kid about his zero-tolerance rule for yapping out of turn. Striding toward the exit, Sigurd tosses a final order at Tashi, telling her to pass out the reading material so this entire squad can just self-study in dead silence. Tashi is practically glowing with pride. Not only did she absolutely crush the brutal entrance trials, but now she's wielding that shiny class rep title on day one. Clenching her fists, she silently swears to weaponize this massive stroke of luck and completely flip her destiny. Over in the corner, Kai is still crying over his throbbing new head bump. Meanwhile, Lucas leans in, whispering that their unhinged instructor gives off a seriously weird vibe. Kai aggressively nods along, plotting to drag Sigurd straight to the academy's front office for a major complaint. He wants the guy permanently canceled and fired immediately. But Lucas completely zones out, trapped in his own tactical breakdown of the encounter. Piecing the clues together, he deduces that their teacher is definitely harboring some catastrophic past battle wounds. That hidden trauma entirely explains his stiff, unnatural movement, and it instantly makes Lucas crave to know exactly how much of an absolute monster Sigurd was in his prime. Snapping back to reality, Lucas casually shuts down Kai's little snitch plan. Because honestly, he is insanely hyped to see exactly what kind of chaotic power this broken veteran is hiding. Fast forward a few brutal hours, and the boys finally drag themselves to the campus food hall. Kai is still throwing a massive tantrum about being abandoned to stare at textbooks for an absolute eternity. He furiously labels the guy a totally garbage mentor who runs a dictatorship, especially with that spontaneous class rep stunt. While Kai is actively melting down, Lucas catches up with his little sister, giving her a super wholesome head pat. He asks for the tea on her first day. Beaming, Julia spills that her main instructor, Miss Linda, is an absolute angel. Apparently, this sweetheart teacher gave her a massive pep talk, hyping her up to snatch that class rep spot exactly 7 days from now. Hearing this, Kai just explodes all over again, because logically, those elite positions are strictly assigned a full week into the semester. Julia's eyes go wide, completely stunned that the combat division already locked in their leader. Looking up at her brother, she excitedly asks if he claimed the crown, but Lucas just chuckles and totally pops her bubble, admitting he is definitely not the guy. Changing the subject, Lucas points towards the dining hall lines, entirely ready to feast. Rumor has it, the Academy's culinary game is actually top tier. But here is the massive catch. Surviving mealtime relies heavily on a brutal point economy. And fresh meat with zero standing, they actually have to swipe real-world cash to buy digital credits. And that is a strictly one-time lifeline. The wildest part? The economy is completely rigged depending on your specific major. Julia manages to secure an incredibly aesthetic, gourmet tray, happily devouring every single bite. Check this insane bias. Dropping a single coin gets the other departments 100 points. But the combat kids? A measly 10 points. Kai is absolutely mauling. He cannot fathom how the faculty blatantly treats the brawlers like utter trash. Overhearing the whining, a nearby staff member shuts him down instantly, coldly stating that outside privilege means absolute zero here. On this campus, your point balance is your entire lifeblood. Forced to aggressively chew on a rock-hard piece of crust, Kai sadly realizes that signing his acceptance letter was basically signing away his basic human rights. Seeing his miserable, pathetic state, Julia's heart completely melts, and she kindly pushes her own premium plate toward him. Cue the dramatic anime tears. Kai begins violently weeping, loudly proclaiming Julia as an A beat later, Maya casually strolls onto the scene. Julia warmly invites her to pull up a chair, but Maya smoothly declines, mentioning she already got her fill. So she is completely chilling. Maya slides into the conversation, casually dropping that she whipped up a batch of homemade cookies to show her appreciation for their help. Offering the sweets to Julia, the girl instantly lights up and snatches a cookie with absolute hype. Lucas grabs one too, totally blown away by the taste, and gives Maya major props for her insane baking skills. Classic Kai crashes the party to snag his share, and after taking a single bite, he swears these treats are top tier, straight up rivaling the legendary gourmet sweets crafted by the elite Toro family. The two of them totally hit it off, which prompts Kai to relentlessly roast Lucas for somehow pulling a gorgeous girl like Maya. Little does this clueless dude know, Maya isn't just some random crush, she's literally Lucas's ex-fiancée, a massive secret he's desperately keeping under wraps. Once Maya hands out the rest of the snacks and dips, Lucas finally lets out a massive sigh of relief, realizing this cafeteria is basically a total spawn point for bumping into everyone he knows. Right on cue, Mina struts into the room, followed closely by Theode, who is literally turning the lunchroom into his personal runway. This guy is intensely aura farming, casually flexing his fire magic to hover above the crowd like a total. Watching this pathetic flex, Lucas immediately clocks Theod as a massive show-off, though he already holds zero respect for the guy anyway. Why? Because right after the entrance ceremony, Lucas caught wind of a juicy rumor. Theod can only pull off level 6 magic by popping enhancement meds. While shoveling food into his mouth, Lucas spots Sigelt slipping out of the cafeteria and wonders where the heck he's heading. Cut to the faculty room, where the staff is actively trashing Sigelt's chaotic attitude, though a few teachers actually feel bad for him. They know the dark truth: his entire personality tanked only after surviving a seriously messed up incident from his past. Sigelt eventually strolls into the staff room, joining the rest of the crew and the headmaster. Once the squad is fully assembled, the big boss kicks off the meeting, announcing that today's primary focus is entirely locked in on the highly anticipated magical beast taming tournament. It's common knowledge that the Carmina Empire gets swarmed by savage beasts all the time, making taming abilities an absolute survival requirement. Because of this threat, Allen Magic School throws their freshmen straight into the deep end, making this brutal taming competition an annual rite of passage. Julia's homeroom teacher drops a bombshell, revealing they've already secured over 2,000 level 1 magical beasts for the upcoming bloodbath. She pitches the idea of kicking off the event in exactly 6 days, sticking to their classic schedule. That's when Greg, one of the more arrogant instructors, violently interrupts, stating he's completely cool with the timeline. But he aggressively argues that the martial arts kids should sit this one out entirely. In his narrow mind, those physical fighters are literal fodder against terrifying. Sigelt instantly shuts down that garbage take, trying to save face and act like the good guy. Greg backpedals, claiming he only wants to keep the powerless kids safe. But Linda flawlessly interrupts to back up Sigelt. She hits Greg with the cold, hard facts. Those fighters are official freshmen, meaning they absolutely have the right to throw down in the arena. Another faculty member immediately sides with her, dropping the mic by stating every single student deserves equal treatment. On the inside, Greg is literally seething, completely baffled that anyone in this room would actually defend a washed-up loser like Sigelt. And it burns him even more that it's Linda leading the charge. Greg is convinced she's only playing defense because she's holding on to some delusional hope that Sigelt will awaken his prime era. Back when he was an absolute, undisputed level 8 powerhouse. Outnumbered and humiliated, Greg finally backs down, but he secretly sneers, fully expecting the martial arts weaklings to literally cry for their mommies the second they lock eyes with these savage monsters. With the votes locked in, the headmaster slams the gavel, officially throwing the martial arts department into the chaotic gauntlet. Once the room clears out, a concerned colleague pulls Linda aside, questioning if tossing the physical fighters into the grinder is actually a smart move. They whisper that despite Greg being totally toxic, his warning about the danger wasn't exactly wrong. Another staff member chimes in, admitting that while martial artists desperately need live combat experience, throwing them into a beast-taming deathmatch might be way too hardcore for their skill level. Flashing a nostalgic smile, Linda tells them about a harsh lesson she learned ages ago. A coward who lacks the guts to face impossible odds doesn't deserve to breathe the same air as true martial artists. And the absolute legend, who taught her that? None other than Sigelt himself. She smirks, dropping one final truth bomb. Any student who chickens out of this brutal exam is getting instantly expelled the very second Sigelt steps foot back into that classroom. Our guy Sigurd drops a massive bombshell on the class about the upcoming beast taming tournament. Because of this, he warns them that they are taking their combat training outside the academy walls, dead set on forging these kids into absolute weapons who can crush magical beasts without breaking a sweat. True to form, Kai just cannot keep his trap shut and instantly starts complaining about the class rep situation, whining that this tournament is literally only meant to crown the class leader. Since their rep is already locked in, he claims participating is a total waste of time, but Sigurd swiftly humbles him with a sharp smack to the skull, shutting him up real quick. Meanwhile, Lucas is completely zoned out, stressing over this whole combat training set. His biggest fear? Trying to figure out how to nerf his own ridiculous power so he doesn't accidentally send his sparring partners into orbit. Flash forward to the training grounds. After studying Tashi's moves for a hot minute, Lucas has to admit she is actually cracked at combat. In fact, it looks like he is literally the only person in this entire class who outscales her. It hits him that Sigurd was not just throwing darts blindfolded. The guy knew exactly what he was doing when he crowned Tashi as the class rep. After grinding through hours of grueling drills, the lunch bell finally blares, and Sigurd calls it a wrap. Kai practically kisses the dirt, hyped beyond belief for a break. Right on cue, Collins and Sharp announce they are making a beeline for the cafeteria. Collins casually drops that he is grabbing Kai's grub, keeping his end of a bargain. Sharp's jaw practically hits the floor, demanding to know if Collins cooked up yet another shady side hustle with Kai. Smirking, Kai explains the master plan. Collins grabs 2 points worth of cafeteria food, and Kai pays him back in cold hard cash, 2 coins. It is the ultimate life hack. Collins bags some easy money. Kai hoards his school points, making it a flawless win-win situation. Sharp looks visibly sick to his stomach, devastated that he missed out on such a free money glitch. Flashing a cocky grin, Collins tells his buddy to catch the next shift. Watching from the sidelines, Lucas actually respects the hustle. Collins is finessing extra cash while keeping his social circle tight, pure genius. Feeling like an absolute mastermind, Kai struts over to Lucas to flex his massive brain play. He aggressively tells Lucas to take notes and start hustling too, but Lucas completely ignores him, leaving Kai totally hanging. Kai almost gets salty before rationalizing that Lucas probably gets completely babied by his sister. Over in the elite course, meaning the guy never has to stress about academy points anyway, but Kai is hilariously out of touch. Even if Julia was not in the picture, Lucas wouldn't starve for a single second. Our overpowered protagonist can literally just stroll into the dark forest and casually execute terrifying monsters for a 5-star barbecue. While grilling thick slabs of beast meat over a roaring campfire, his mind drifts back to Mina, trying to cozy up to Julia. Remembering this, Lucas decides he needs to stay completely locked in, keeping a hawk's eye on Mina to catch any sketchy vibes. Suddenly, Lucas catches Uru practically drowning in his own drool, intensely staring down the sizzling meat. Deciding to play the good guy, Lucas tosses the oversized furball, a massive chunk of food, but there is a catch. Lucas casually mentions that once dessert is over, Uru is going to be his personal sparring dummy. He swears he will hold back, but Uru is already shaking in his boots, absolutely terrified of getting folded like a lawn. Cutting back to the Ryan family manor, Holt catches his wife, Catherine, looking super depressed over missing their kids. Seeing her so down, he throws out the ultimate surprise: a road trip. Holt reveals he has to swing through Ducktown for business anyway, so she can tag along and see them. Catherine instantly lights up, throwing her arms around her husband in pure joy. Meanwhile, things are getting extremely sketchy over at Count Grind's mansion. A secret society of masked noblewomen is holding a bizarre meeting, and Holt's second wife, Jessica, is right in the mix. Pulling the strings at the center is the demon lady herself, quietly leeching their influence to level up her own dark power. She slides the women some mysterious drinks, hyping it up as the exclusive Jade Dream. She promises that one sip will give them a radiant, glowing complexion. But major plot twist: they are literally drinking her demonic blood. Knowing these vain aristocrats would sell their souls to get that flawless glass skin, she completely manipulates their obsession. Once every single drop is swallowed, she announces it is time to kick off their twisted little game. Sometime later, the demon lady isolates Jessica in her private chambers for a hardcore interrogation. Jessica spills the tea on exactly how Julia made it out of that brutal bandit ambush alive. She drops a massive bombshell on the mysterious lady, claiming Julia totally wiped the floor with those thugs after awakening a crazy level 7 blessing. The lady's eyes go wide as she realizes Julia must have inherited Miranda's legendary bloodline, though her mind completely rejects the math. There is simply no shot a mere level 7 could obliterate a hardcore bandit boss. Leaning in close, the sinister woman offers Jessica a wicked deal: wipe out Catherine and her kid, and snatch the Baroness title for herself. Jessica's eyes light up with greed as she eagerly accepts, begging to know the master plan. But the villainess doesn't play fair, instantly searing her dark insignia right onto Jessica's flesh, turning the greedy girl into her ultimate puppet. Cutting back to the academy grounds, Tashi drops the hammer on her classmates, announcing another brutal round of morning combat drills. Kai and the squad instantly start groaning about the torture, with one kid whining that his muscles are basically screaming in agony. Another guy complains that he spent the entire night tossing and turning from the extreme pain. Tashi straight up owns the fact that their routine is totally ruthless, but reminds them this hellish grind is the only way to level up. Hyping up the crowd, she practically begs them to leave everything out on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Lucas's dorm crew is looking ridiculously fresh. These guys are completely flexing, totally convinced they are just built different compared to the rest of the weaklings. What these clueless dudes don't realize is they are completely recharged because of that sweet tranquility incense Kai sparked up in their room. Even Tashi is seriously impressed, assuming Lucas and his boys just naturally possess god-tier stamina since they barely broke a sweat. As the gauntlet kicks off, Kai instantly locks eyes with Lucas for a one-on-one showdown. Kai rushes in blazing fast, but Lucas casually deflects the assault, shoving him right back. The brawl heats up, with Kai feeling incredibly hyped, thinking he is genuinely matching his opponent's rhythm, utterly oblivious to the truth. In reality, Lucas is practically sleepwalking through the fight, and amidst the chaos, his sharp instincts catch the undeniable feeling of being watched. His radar is completely dead on way off in the distance. A mysterious old guy is chilling in the shadows of a tree. His piercing gaze is tracking their every move, and the moment Kai spots Lucas zoning out, he swings a desperate, sneaky right hook. Too bad Lucas's reaction speed is downright insane. He effortlessly sidesteps the blow, leaving Kai to eat absolute dirt. Refusing to take the L, Kai scrambles back up, fiercely declaring that this slugfest is not over until someone gets completely wiped out. A smirk flashes across Lucas's face as he shifts back into a flawless fighting stance, totally accept. We later find out the creepy spectator is actually Otani, who bumps into Mina on his trek to the library, where she sweetly offers to be his escort. The grumpy old man instantly shoots down her friendly offer. It becomes super obvious that Otani has already cracked the code, realizing Lucas is completely masking his monstrous true power. Driven by this intense curiosity, Otani secretly vows to keep a ridiculously close eye on this overpowered kid. Hours later, the grueling combat session wraps up, and thank God Sigurd hooked them up with some elite muscle massage tricks. The entire squad manages to rub the fire out of their aching joints, giving Lucas a massive sigh of relief. With everyone suddenly feeling refreshed, nobody is going to question why only his squad rolled out of bed looking like absolute beasts that morning. Shifting gears, Lucas realizes it is finally time to construct his ultimate, top-secret training zone. To pull this epic DIY off, he needs elite supplies, leading him straight to the Academy's magical supply vault, packed with ultra-rare loot. We're talking high-end artifacts you absolutely cannot find anywhere in the normal world. Stepping through the doors, Lucas's jaw practically drops at the sheer scale of the place, looking way more like a massive luxury mall than a school store. But a quick glance at the price tags gives him major sticker shock, and doing the quick math in his head reveals a terrifying reality. This little side project is going to easily burn through 100 points every single month. Sure, Julia is basically swimming in Academy credits right now, but Lucas refuses to be a complete leech, knowing that tapping her dry would be a disaster. Dodging that massive red flag, he decides to play it smart and only snag a few essential magic elixirs for now. His new master plan? He'll come back and pawn off the insane monster loot he stashed in Uru's cavern to farm his own points, while the attendant snoozes away. He dumps his chosen gear right on the counter, startling the totally knocked-out cashier awake. Slapping his fines down, he tells her he is ready to cash out. Shaking off her nap, the clerk scans through the magical goods. Looking up at him, she casually drops the final, jaw-dropping price tag for his. That will be 5 points. The lady at the register narrows her eyes at Lucas's crisp uniform, instantly clocking him as a hotshot from the martial arts department. With a ridiculously tight limit of just 10 points, this absolute madman is blowing through half of his entire stash in one single drop. Lucas settles the heavy tab and strides toward the exit, but just as his hand hits the door, the lady calls out to warn him. She urges him to pump the brakes on his reckless spending, or he is going to see. Lucas simply pauses and flashes a dead confident smirk over his shoulder, casually dropping that this massive haul barely even scratches the surface. In fact, he is fully planning to bounce right back and clear out even more of. Meanwhile, the shop clerk is left completely baffled. Lucas just hauled off a massive stash of potion ingredients, which makes 0 sense since the brawler class never brews a thing. She scratches her head over his weird shopping spree but ultimately shrugs it off, figuring he's just another rich noble kid blowing cash for the aesthetic. Back at his spot, Lucas steps out of a steaming soak. He glances at the tub, sensing some hardcore lingering buffs radiating from the liquid. Dumping it down the drain would be a total. But let's be real, he definitely can't just force-feed some random dude his used bathwater. That's downright nasty. Brainstorming his next move, a bizarre shifting sound creeps up from behind. He quickly pivots around, only to catch Uru absolutely chugging the murky tub water. In the blink of an eye, the little guy slurps down every last drop. Lucas gags for a split second, completely grossed out. But the feeling fades, and he gently ruffles Uru's head, explaining that the infused liquid will actually stack some solid stat boosts for his physical body. Absolutely hyped, Uru squeals his gratitude, bouncing around before demanding a massive plate of beef. Breathing a sigh of relief that the bathwater dilemma is history, Lucas shifts his focus. He schemes to swap the cave materials for Sweet Academy points later, purposely waiting for the campus to clear out. His master plan also involves stashing his newly bought gear in a secret spot right outside the dorms. Once the sun dips, he's going to smuggle the entire payload straight into the hidden cave. Flashing back to the shop, Lucas casually hoisted a massive, heavy-duty training dummy over his shoulder like it weighed nothing, totally ignoring the clerk's offer to cast a levitation spell. The shopkeeper just waved him off, praising the sweet kid and enthusiastically yelling for him to drop by whenever. Lucas played it perfectly, dodging any red flags, because the staff fully bought into the illusion that his wealthy family supplied his deep pockets. Fast forward a bit, and the scene cuts to Instructor Sigurd absolutely tearing into his lazy students. He brutally reminds the slackers that the massive taming tournament kicks off bright and early tomorrow morning. He outright barks that anyone crying about the intense grind can pack their bags and drop out right now. Pacing like a predator across the dirt, Sigurd aggressively micromanages, barking harsh but needed corrections at the struggling recruits. He singles out Kai, roasting him for being pathetic. But Kai fires right back, flexing that he actually wrecked Lucas, Sharp, and Collins. That cocky reply instantly earns Kai a brutal, skull-rattling flick to the forehead, sending him instantly crumbling to the dirt in tears. Sigurd pivots, shooting a deadly glare at Kai's roommates, thoroughly disgusted that they somehow managed to lose to a scrub like him. What the angry instructor doesn't know is the hilarious truth. Sharp and Collins threw the fight for a fat payout, and Lucas literally just faked it to dodge the drama. Deciding it's time to put these big egos in check, Sigurd orders Taishi to step into the ring and humble Kai. Strutting onto the field with crazy confidence, Kai arrogantly warns Taishi that he's going all out. He's desperate to prove that he deserves the class rep title way more than she does. The whistle blows, and Kai violently lunges forward, charging her with zero actual strategy. For a split second, a smug grin flashes across Kai's face but reality hits hard. Taishi effortlessly glides out of the way, burying a brutal counterpunch deep into his gut. Panicking, Kai violently throws a wild high kick, but Taishi brutally intercepts it, slamming a counter kick straight into his skull, basically factory resetting whatever leftover brain cells he had. Stumbling but still too stubborn to quit, Kai tries to rally. Taishi shuts that down instantly, proving there are levels to this game by blasting him into the concrete wall with a devastating palm. The rest of the class watches in stunned silence. Suddenly, the instructor's decision makes total sense. Taishi is built absolutely different. Sigurd uses the bloodbath as a teaching moment, barking that they better go full sweat out there, because wild magical beasts won't hesitate to rip them to shreds. Standing on the sidelines, Lucas has already mentally dissected the entire beatdown. He clocks exactly how Kai burned all his stamina on offense, while leaving his guard completely wide open. Taishi flawlessly exploited that massive blind spot. Once the dust settles, she calmly walks over, checking to see if her battered classmate is still breathing. But Kai just lies there, completely silent and visibly salty, something Sigurd picks up on immediately. Wrapping up the session, the instructor drops a heavy ultimatum. Every single student must successfully tame at least one magical beast during tomorrow's trial. If they choke, they get permanently kicked out of the combat division. Dropping that bombshell, Sigurd turns his back and exits the dirt arena. His parting words demand that the recruits keep grinding in the dirt until the sun completely sets. The moment the teacher is out of sight, Lucas casually strolls over to the defeated Kai. Before the sore loser can even spit out a salty excuse, Lucas hits him with the cold, hard truth. His defense is absolute garbage. He drops some serious tactical knowledge, explaining that if Kai patches up that reckless habit and actually targets an enemy's blind spots, he'll instantly become a top-tier threat. But instead of soaking up the advice, Kai snaps back, angrily claiming that Lucas has it entirely twisted. Kai straight up confesses he is catching major feelings for Tashi. Why? Because she is literally the first girl to ever roundhouse kick him in his entire life. He casually adds that her combat moves are absolute fire, and he is crushing so hard, he is already brainstorming baby names for their future kids. That is the exact moment it hits Lucas. Kai is an absolute, irredeemable masochist. Fast forward to the next morning, The students roll up to the massive testing arena. Jaws instantly drop. The sheer scale of the Colosseum is mind-blowing, sparking wild whispers about exactly how many savage magical beasts are locked up inside. Kai nearly soils his pants the second he hears blood-curdling roars echoing from the monstrous creatures lurking right beneath their feet. Meanwhile, Greg's magic squad is incredibly salty, throwing massive shade at the fact that martial arts students even got an invite to this venue. They start openly roasting the brawlers, but Sigult immediately steps up to bat for his class. He barks at the haters to permanently burn the tournament rules. Straight into their thick skulls, he tells them to stop stressing over pointless drama. Lucas is genuinely shook watching the normally intense Sigult actually defend the martial arts crew. Kai, on the flip side, is absolutely sweating bullets, rambling about his crippling, but Lucas cools him down, promising his buddy that he is totally going to crush this. He drops a wild strategy. Just picture the magical beasts as Sigult. Kai looks utterly baffled, so Lucas breaks it down. He tells him to channel that exact same primal fear of their terrifying teacher. The second he throws down with those mythical monsters, the light bulb clicks. Kai gets ridiculously hyped, flexing about how ready he is to unleash absolute chaos. Little do they know, Sigurd hears every single word of this, but he honestly just lets it slide. Lucas keeps dropping gems, explaining that low-tier, magical monsters stand literally zero chance of shattering his insane defense. If he just turtles up and guards, an easy win is guaranteed. Kai eats up the advice, swearing to Lucas that he absolutely will not repeat the massive choke job he pulled during his scrap with Tashi. Eavesdropping on this, Sigwalt quietly realizes that Lucas is actually top tier when it comes to coaching his peers. Minutes later, the head proctor steps onto the stage, announcing that anyone who successfully dominates 10 magical beasts will instantly secure a flawless, perfect score. However, he drops a massive warning. Heavy point deductions await anyone who accidentally slaughters a creature. He declares a brutal 10-minute time limit. If anyone catches a fatal blow during the trial, they better scream their lungs out for a professor, waiting outside the danger zone. Wrapping up the rules, he officially sparks the tournament, ordering the first wave of challengers into the pit. Julia confidently struts in first. She immediately notices the entire battlefield is locked down by a massive spatial barrier. It finally clicks in her head. This spatial magic is exactly how they crammed 50 gigantic beasts into such a tight facility. The split second her boots touch the dirt, the monsters start violently roaring at her. But Julia? She is absolutely thrilled to wreck them. She blitzes straight toward the horde, blasting a blinding wave of high-voltage lightning right into their faces. Back in the stands, the proctor drops some lore, explaining that the creatures used for this taming trial are drenched in a highly specialized magical elixir. The very millisecond a monster surrenders, thick, glowing smoke erupts from its body. The instructors stationed outside the force field tap into intricate magic circles to perfectly monitor the chaos inside. This lets them precisely track every single capture and instantly dish out the final grades. Barely 3 minutes later, Julia strolls out of the arena like an absolute boss, having bagged a flawless score. She immediately sprints over to Linda, who aggressively hypes her up for totally speedrunning the test in under 3 minutes. Julia then casually mentions that she wants to go scout out how her brother is holding up. She asks for the coordinates of the martial arts arena. Linda points her toward Venue 10, but drops a slight catch. Linda reveals that the brawlers are dead last on the roster, meaning they are in for a massive wait. Hearing this agonizing delay, Julia pivots her plans and decides to go hunt down some snacks first. Meanwhile, Iowa is practically vibrating with anticipation, desperate to see if Lucas is about to pull off something insanely just like the jaw-dropping stunt he pulled at the entrance ceremony. Fast forward 2 whole hours, and the martial arts crew is still stuck waiting. Kai starts spiraling into a panic attack, but Lucas shuts that anxiety down, assuring him they have absolutely zero reasons to stress. He boldly claims that when it comes down to raw, unfiltered combat power, the martial arts fighters are totally on par with those flashy mage classes. Sigurd overhears this massive flex, instantly shoots up from his chair, and starts slow clapping for Lucas's based speech. He then turns to the rest of the squad, fiercely ordering them to stop underestimating their own god-tier potential. He hits them with a massive reality check. The reason nobody is bleeding yet is that level 1 magical beasts literally cannot scratch a human. Sigurd backs it up, pointing out that in a straight-up fistfight, Martial artists will absolutely body these low-level mages in raw strength and melee combat. The whole class just stares, totally thrown off by Seigold actually hyping them up for once instead of giving his usual cold vibes. Suddenly, Teishi slides into the scene, confirming she just scoped out the area and every single student is completely scratch-free. She brushes it off, explaining the other kids are basically just running on empty from blowing through their mana, but then she drops a massive bombshell. Turns out, she managed to snag some insanely valuable intel from behind the— Get this. The organizers slap down invisible barriers to hardlock the beast's movements, meaning nobody is getting jumped by a massive swarm. And if things get too dicey, you can literally just dip, reset your aggro, and go hunt down some absolute weaklings instead. Teishi hypes the squad up, guaranteeing that if they don't blow all their stamina at once and actually lock in, bagging points will be a total breeze. The energy in the room instantly skyrockets, and the crew starts absolutely losing their minds for their class rep, crowning her the undisputed GOAT of the academy. Watching this from the sidelines, Seigold quietly smirks, silently patting himself on the back for picking Teishi to lead. But the vibe instantly dies when Greg swaggers in, loudly roasting the class for relying on totally garbage tactics to scrape by, catching Seigold completely off guard. When the instructor demands to know why he is crashing their zone, Greg just flashes a toxic sneer, bragging that he came specifically to deliver a warning. He spits out that his elite magic department is stepping up next. And as he turns his back, he dramatically tells the martial artists to sweat a little harder, because their entire pathetic excuse for a department is actively on the He even twists the knife, loudly flexing that he would actually celebrate their downfall, claiming their division is a massive joke, and that it literally never deserved to exist in the first place. Hearing this absolute disrespect, Lucas feels his blood boil, instantly matching Greg's toxic energy with the exact same bullies who made his past life a living nightmare. Not taking this lying down, Lucas shoots up from his seat, staring down Seigold and demanding to be the very first one to hit the battlefield. Flexing his status as the #1 ranker from the entrance exams, he claims the spot, though Seigold gently offers to let someone else take the heat, in case the pressure is getting to his head, but Lucas totally shuts that down, completely dead set on being the absolute first to drop. With ice in his veins, Lucas promises to crush the exam so brutally that the results alone will permanently humble every single hater, especially the arrogant punks who constantly trash-talk the martial arts. The whole class feeds off his insane aura, exploding into cheers and hyping their boy up to go absolutely feral out there. Seigold watches with pure shock, absolutely mind-blown at how this crew morphed from shaking NPCs to absolute warriors. 10 minutes later, Lucas aggressively kicks the doors open, stepping straight into the exam hunting, and the second his boots hit the dirt, his eyes instantly lock onto a massive surveillance magic circle hovering dead in the sky. His gamer brain instantly plots the optimal route. If he just blind spots the drone, like Circle, he won't have to worry about the teachers monitoring the feeds, meaning they will have absolutely zero idea what kind of chaos he is about to. Lucas starts cooking up a wildly broken strategy based on taming lore. The second a beast submits to its master, their souls Bluetooth connect for instant telepathy, which completely breaks the game, allowing the tamer to temporarily hijack the beast's absolute max stats. Cut to his tamed pet Uru just vibing in a cave, suddenly feeling a massive tug as Lucas starts siphoning his power, which makes zero sense since Lucas is already ridiculously overpowered. The absolute second Lucas wraps himself in Uru's dark, suffocating aura, every single beast in the forest instantly starts scrambling for their lives, totally convinced an apex predator just dropped in. It turns out this absolute madman isn't here to fight. He wants to psychologically break the entire wildlife population, crushing their fighting spirit before he even throws a punch. And he is flawlessly pulling this off by role-playing as the final boss of the forest, tricking their instincts into complete surrender. Smirking like a total villain, Lucas mentally high-fives Uru for the assist, watching these previously terrifying monsters instantly drop and grovel. But this dude is way too petty to stop at just a few points. He absolutely refuses to leave the zone until every single monster in the entire arena bows down to him. Just to be insanely thorough, he casually seals off the potion smoke so not a single ounce of his wild tactic leaks back to the judges. After forcing a massive owl monster to violently kiss the dirt in pure, Lucas casually waves goodbye, dropping a terrifyingly cheerful, "Catch you later, buddy," while the traumatized bird is literally sobbing on the inside, praying to never cross paths with this demon again. Yet 5 minutes later, the scoreboard still brutally shows a big fat 0 for Lucas. Watching the screens, Kai starts sweating buckets, terrified that his boy is actually fumbling the bag, right before Julia casually slides into the frame. She tells Kai to absolutely chill, heavily betting her reputation that Lucas is about to casually drop a completely flawless score, just like she always does. But spotting the 0 on the board, Greg instantly crawls out of the woodwork to start aggressively yapping, trying to roast the martial arts squad while he has trash-talking them for being so insanely weak they couldn't even scratch a bottom-tier magical beast. Greg smirks, claiming this proves mages are the absolute elite, but Julia claps back immediately, warning him to stop trashing her brother. She straight up owns that he might lack mana, but insists he's still completely off the charts. Greg's mind is totally blown seeing a magic user go to bat for a physical fighter, scoffing that Linda's garbage. Influence is clearly poisoning her entire squad. Greg flashes a condescending smirk, telling Julia she can yap all day long, but the cold, hard scoreboard is going to shut her down. Right on cue, the loudspeaker blares, announcing Lucas just locked in point number 1. Kai breathes a massive sigh of relief, hyped, because this guarantees Lucas survives the cut for the martial arts track. Greg, meanwhile, ruthlessly roasts them for throwing a party over a single measly point, flexing that his own top-tier student easily crushed a 5-point streak. But out of nowhere, the intercom interrupts again. Lucas just rapid-fired 4 more points back-to-back, bringing his total to 5. Greg practically blows a gasket, completely short-circuiting over the fact that a magicless kid just effortlessly tied the absolute highest score in his elite class. Cut back to the arena, where Lucas catches on that his pure aura has completely terrified every single monster into submission, paving the way for his squad to farm some crazy easy scores. With the heavy lifting out of the way, he figures the only thing left on his bucket list is locking down a flawless run. Lucas goes on an absolute rampage, tearing through the monsters and breaking their will until he maxes out the scoreboard, hitting a perfect 10. Greg's jaw literally hits the floor as Lucas strolls out looking incredibly fresh. Julia goes totally wild, cheering for her brother's epic sweep, but honestly, she isn't even fazed. She knows exactly what kind of absolute beast he really is. She sprints over, tackling him into a huge hug while he gently pats her head. But Greg immediately starts throwing a massive tantrum, screaming that it's mathematically impossible for a martial arts rookie to force 10 magical beasts onto their knees. He whips his head towards Seagal, aggressively demanding to know if he secretly rigged the arena in Lucas's favor. Seagal braces to clear his name, but the head examiner aggressively steps up to the plate, glaring fiercely at Greg. He asks if Greg is seriously calling him a corrupt, bribe-taking fraud who lets cheaters slide. The split second those words drop, Greg's blood runs cold. He suddenly remembers that crossing these dangerously powerful officials is basically professional suicide. He instantly chokes on his own pride, backpedaling hard and stammering out that he absolutely didn't mean it like that. He desperately pivots, arguing that back in the entrance trials, the training dummy conveniently broke down, handing Lucas a free, perfect score, a pattern that's looking insanely sketchy. Since Greg is throwing such a massive fit about the arena's security, the head judge orders a full-blown investigation to thoroughly inspect the barrier zone. Kai is absolutely fuming, disgusted that they're literally pausing the whole event just because a non-mage dared to ace the test. But Lucas just completely shrugs it off, telling Kai to cool down and let them dig as deep as they want, because his record is flawlessly clean. 10 minutes later, the crew drops the barrier. The terrified beasts immediately bolt for the exit like their lives depend on it, but they're quickly pinned down. The inspector confirms the monsters are totally spooked, but definitely not broken enough to scrap the current arena. One of the staff members then leans into the boss, asking if Lucas seriously earned those points without any foul play. The head honcho sighs, admitting he couldn't find a single trace of cheating, but his gut is screaming that Lucas did something utterly terrifying to those creatures. With literally zero evidence of foul play, the judge makes the call to kickstart the tournament again, pulling those 10 traumatized monsters off to the side for a deep dive medical check. The booming voice echoes through the arena, officially giving the green light for the games to resume. Lucas actually clicks his tongue in annoyance. Clearing his name was easy, but it definitely wasn't enough to make these elitists respect his raw, unadulterated power. But he flashes a dark smirk, totally unbothered. The real show is literally just getting started, especially since Taishi and the rest of the rookies are stepping onto the battlefield. Taishi practically explodes into the arena, radiating pure competitive energy, absolutely dead set on crushing Lucas's insane high score. Stepping onto the battlefield, she completely locks in on the monsters, dead set on dominating them in under 30 seconds. But the second these creatures lock eyes with Tashi, all they sense is Lucas's terrifying aura radiating off her, sparking an instant panic attack before she even lands a finger on them. They instantly fold, dropping down in absolute. Tashi is absolutely mind-blown that a brutal level 3 Dark Wolf just completely surrendered without her throwing a single punch. She pauses, wondering if this is just insane luck, or a massive reality check proving that martial arts students are actually built different. Completely shattering the underdog stereotype, Tashi goes absolute beast mode on the remaining monsters, violently crushing their willpower in record time, securing a flawless 10 points straight across the board. The entire martial arts squad totally loses their minds, hyping up another flawless victory, especially since she speedrun the whole thing even faster than Lucas. The judging panel is absolutely baffled by this flex, immediately hauling the trembling creatures away for a thorough physical scan. Tashi struts out of the arena, flashing a massive grin, suddenly remembering Lucas's casual comment about these monsters being totally harmless. This massive dub floods her with absolute confidence, permanently burying the myth that brawlers are somehow inferior to spellcasters. The momentum is absolutely contagious. Right after Tashi, both Sharp and Collins bag flawless victories, dragging Kai right into the legendary win streak. Honestly, by the time the dust settles on the arena, literally every single physical combatant has walked away with a 100% completion rate, completely hijacking the top-tier spots on the global leaderboards. Sigult flashes a rare, subtle smirk, insanely proud that his entire roster just absolutely styled on the competition. Behind closed doors, the headmaster gets the lab results back. The monsters were perfectly healthy, completely glitch-free. This massive plot hole leaves the faculty totally stumped, desperately trying to figure out why only the brawlers pulled off these insane god-tier stats. Breaking the tense silence, the lead proctor drops his personal theory. He guesses that the creatures were already completely traumatized from being bombarded by the magic caster's heavy artillery, since the spellcasters literally cleared the arena right before the brawlers. Another official chimes in, pointing out that they've run this exact gauntlet for years now, and they have literally never witnessed a glitch like this in the Matrix, though there is one massive catch. This is the very first showdown since the physical combat sector was officially launched, and the examiner is convinced that having brawlers literally up in their faces massively spiked the monsters' trauma levels. Buying into this logic, the headmaster decides to completely flip the script next season, making the physical fighters run the gauntlet first. But for now, he officially locks in the current scoreboard. Suddenly, Greg violently kicks the office door open. He aggressively throws a tantrum, whining that this glitch lets the brawlers totally hijack the Magic Kids spotlight and tie the VIP roster for the crown. The headmaster coldly hits him with a yeah, and, before daring Greg to officially challenge his authority. Sweating bullets, Greg quickly backs down. Still totally salty, Greg mutters that the brawlers completely RNG cheated their way to the top. But right on cue, Otani, who has been chilling in the corner this whole time, brutally shuts him down, dropping the ultimate truth bomb that luck is literally just another character stat. Otani firmly reminds the room that they absolutely cannot nerf the kids' grades over something that isn't even their fault. Siding with Otani's massive brain take, the headmaster orders the staff to officially broadcast the final scores. Greg is practically foaming at the mouth with pure salt, silently swearing a petty villain arc revenge over this massive L. With the drama settled, the headmaster pulls Otani aside, asking for the actual truth, knowing the legendary level 9 master sees everything. He knows for an absolute fact that Otani has already cracked the code on what actually triggered the monsters. Playing it cool, Otani totally gatekeeps the details, simply promising the boss that this bizarre anomaly is a massive W for the Academy. In reality, Otani is totally covering for Lucas's god-tier OP stats, respecting the kid's low-key, main character boundaries. Cut to the locker rooms, where Kai and the entire Brawler squad are absolutely popping off, hyping each other up over their flawless, 100% sweeps. Playing the ultimate humble guy, Lucas wildly deflects all the praise onto Seagal, blaming the massive dub on his instructor's brutal training arcs. Obviously, Lucas is just pulling a calculated stealth move to keep his terrifyingly OP aura totally under the radar. Kai suddenly turns to the boys, hyped to know how they're going to spend their juicy 20-point victory bonus. Sharp instantly groans, admitting he has to stash his loot just to financially recover from spotting Kai's endless food tabs. But Kai? He's already plotting his next power-up, insisting they need to dump their points into high-tier crafting drops to completely min-max their stats for next month's Lucas is completely caught off guard when Kai drops the bomb about their upcoming combat training. Kai hypes up this insane event called the Allen Tower, basically serving as the Academy's ultimate, exclusive proving ground. Picture this. Inside the tower is a massive, simulated dimension, packed with savage magical beasts, men, and straight-up towering giants. Because these monsters are just hard-light holograms, students won't actually die, making it the perfect sandbox to practice going absolutely all out. Throwing hands with all these different species is the ultimate cheat code for building crazy, real-world. Here is the catch, though. Only 100 freshmen get a ticket, and those 12 shiny elite course students already bagged automatic VIP passes. That means everyone else is fighting tooth and nail for the scraps. Kai breaks it down, explaining that the draft picks are based purely on the annual taming tournament leaderboards. And since our squad absolutely crushed it with perfect scores, Kai is totally hyped, betting his life that they are guaranteed a spot in the arena. Right on cue, Sharp and Collins jump up, stoked to hit the Academy's supply shop and blow their points on fresh training gear. Watching them, it hits Lucas. The martial arts crew is genuinely grinding to level up their raw power. That realization gives him a massive boost of serotonin, totally validating his epic carry job that got everyone flawless scores in the tournament. Kai then physically drags Lucas by the arm, trying to force him on their shopping spree, but Lucas hard passes. Instead, he pulls out this mysterious, glowing pendant that Seagult handed him earlier. The artifact looks exactly like a jagged beast's fang, and Lucas is itching to dive into a deep analysis of what it actually does. Turns out, this super rare loot was exclusively dropped for the top 3 absolute legends who aced the tournament. Kai playfully roasts him, joking that if the rankings shifted even slightly, Tashi would be flexing that pendant. Lucas just smirks. Admitting his luck is completely busted, Kai then dips out, sprinting off to the supply store to link up with the boys. Cut to the Mage department. They just caught wind that every single martial artist aced the exams. And man, they are absolutely seething, especially the toxic tryhards in Greg's homeroom. This one chick, Lila, starts venting about their ultimate dream to gatekeep the #1 rank for 3 straight years. They wanted to completely dominate as the Apex class, second only to the elites. Lila is foaming at the mouth because her dad poured 10 whole years of blood, sweat, and cash into her success. Suddenly, another mage bursts into the room. He is seeing red, screaming that those meathead martial artists just hijacked all their guaranteed slots for the Allen Tower trial. One guy tries to play peacemaker, trying to cool the squad down by pointing out that the martial artists won fair and square. But the new arrival totally ignores logic, wilding out and accusing the martial arts crew of sliding dirty money to them. The second he drops that conspiracy theory, the whole room flips, instantly buying into the narrative that the whole thing was completely rigged. Their brains instantly go to Kai. Since his family is sitting on generational wealth, they figure a massive bribe would be a total cakewalk. Then, this glasses-wearing dude named Andre chimes in, saying he literally just spotted Sharp and Collins out in the wild. He snitches that those two just swiped the absolute last high-tier training gear straight off the school's shelves. He hypes up his mob, warning them that once the martial artists secure their 20-point power boost, those guys are going to start hoarding all the premium upgrade materials that the mages believe are rightfully theirs. A dark smirk creeps onto Lila's face. She reminds her echo chamber that a martial artist's internal mana pathways are literally more fragile than cheap glass. She pitches a vile idea to completely wreck them. Fast forward a few minutes, and Lila's trio brutally ambushes Sharp and Collins in an alleyway. Sharp hits the concrete first. Collins takes one horrified look at the nasty, glowing gash on his back and realizes it is heavy toxic damage. The dude needs emergency healing, right now. Panicking, Collins throws his hands up, offering to transfer every single point they own just to walk away. But Lila just blasts him with a wicked poison spell, knocking him flat. She coldly laughs, claiming they do not give a. Coughing up blood, Collins begs to know why they are doing this. Lila leans in, revealing one completely twisted demand. She wants both of them to literally crawl back to the martial arts dorms, dragging their broken, poisoned bodies through the dirt. Her ultimate power trip? She wants them to announce to their entire class that their lives hold less value than squashed bugs. Hours tick by. Lucas and Kai are still wandering the dark campus, getting super anxious as they shout for Sharp and Collins. Lucas has this terrible gut feeling, but Kai tries to play it cool, brushing it off as the guy's just losing track of time. But Lucas shuts that down fast. His senses are screaming at him, because for the absolute first time, the thick, metallic stench of fresh blood is completely choking the air on the path ahead of them. Without missing a beat, Lucas pinpoints the exact source of the carnage and explodes into a full sprint, straight toward the danger. Kai's jaw completely drops as the guy suddenly bolts out of nowhere. Tearing after him, Kai and the runner stumble upon a horrifying scene. Collins and Sharp, absolutely battered and bleeding out in the brush. Pure, unadulterated rage completely consumes Lucas. He instantly snaps, roaring demands to know who dared to butcher his friends like this. Desperately pulling them close to assess the damage, Lucas leans in as Collins, barely hanging on, gasps out that Lila ambushed them, her and those absolute meatheads from Greg's squad. The split second Lucas spots their severed meridians, his blood literally boils over. Kai completely panics, screaming in terror, but Lucas firmly cuts him off, confirming they are just knocked out cold, not dead. Barking orders, Lucas sends Kai sprinting for medical supplies while he frantically works to clot the massive wounds. Kai gives a quick nod and takes off like a shot, leaving Lucas alone to truly take in the brutal carnage. It clicks instantly their bones aren't just broken, they are pulverized into dust. This is textbook execution of the infamous bone-crushing technique, a ruthless signature move straight out of the underground assassin playbook. Right then and there, Lucas makes a dark vow. He is going to entirely obliterate the scumbags who unleashed such a vicious attack on his boys. In his eyes, this isn't some petty schoolyard bullying anymore, this is straight-up attempted murder. Suddenly, Lucas catches Sharp violently wheezing, weakly crying out for his mom in pure agony. Gripping him tight, Lucas softly promises that everything will be okay, swearing on his life to deliver ruthless payback. Just seconds later, Kai crashes back onto the scene, dragging Tashi along after bumping into her mid-sprint. Tashi completely freezes at the horrific sight of the unconscious duo, but Lucas quickly grounds her, promising they aren't going to flatline. Even so, he drops the harsh truth. They are absolutely benched and bedridden for the next few days. Kai lets out a massive sigh of relief, hyping up Lucas for clutching that life-saving first aid just in time. Furious, Tashi threatens to march straight to the student council tomorrow morning, but Kai totally shoots the idea down as a massive waste of energy, especially since the corrupt teachers are blatantly ignoring all the toxic garbage happening to their crew anyway. But Lucas coldly brushes it off, stating he doesn't give a damn. And right as the words leave his mouth, his face shifts into pure darkness. Tashi catches that lethal glare, instantly realizing the soft-spoken guy she knew just morphed into an absolute nightmare. With zero hesitation, Lucas drops a hardcore promise he is settling this massive score tomorrow, whatever it takes. Kicking the doors open at the student council room, Lucas glares dead at Theod, officially demanding a brutal turf war against Greg's pathetic class. He lays out the terms. If his squad wins, those bullies are groveling on their knees to apologize. But if they take an L, they will hand over their insanely rare S-rank bonus without a fight. Theo just smirks, firing back with supreme arrogance, claims that there is zero concrete evidence linking Greg's crew to the savage beatdown. He also mocks Lucas, asking if that supposedly high-tier S-rank bonus is just that basic pendant. Chucking the jewelry onto the floor like absolute trash, Theod then suggests that if they really want this bloodbath, they need to put some actual high-stakes leverage on the line. Kai utterly loses his mind, ready to throw hands seeing their prized gear trashed on the floor, but Lucas effortlessly blocks him, keeping his cool as he challenges Theod to name his ultimate price. Without missing a beat, Theod targets their most valuable asset, demanding they gamble their exclusive Allen Tower qualifications. He maliciously states the losers get permanently blacklisted from entering the Allen Tower, and without even blinking, Lucas locks in the deal. With the blood pact sealed, the epic showdown gets scheduled for exactly 2 days later, and this wild news instantly sends massive shockwaves across the entire campus, grabbing literally the salty freshmen, who were already fuming that the martial arts department sniped those rare Allen Tower slots, immediately jump on the bandwagon, aggressively hyping up Greg's squad. Behind the scenes, Greg actually praises the 3 thugs who viciously wrecked Sharp and Collins, while Sigurd stays totally off the radar, in dead silence. But best believe, he ruthlessly cranks up their deadly combat training to the max. Flash forward to fight day. The arena is absolutely packed to the brim with hyped-up students, and predictably, 99% of the massive crowd is loud and proud. riding super hard for Lila, being the absolute loudmouth she is, instantly starts throwing toxic shade, mocking Lucas about the massive audience here to watch his downfall, giving him a final chance to forfeit before getting totally humiliated in the arena. But Lucas just claps back, coldly stating they have absolutely no clue how this showdown is actually going to end. Right on cue, the referee orders both squads to gear up for the clash. Stepping up first for the martial arts crew, Kai strolls into the ring, locking eyes with his opponent, Andre. The second the bell rings, Kai blitzes forward, closing the gap instantly, while Andre unleashes a massive barrage of ice magic. But Kai casually swats away every single frost. Andre is left totally shook. Kai even taunts him, smirking and asking if that weak display was his ultimate move. But plot twist. Andre was secretly baiting him into a lethal trap, banking entirely on the assumption that Kai is just a brainless meathead. In the blink of an eye, the trap springs, and Kai finds himself deadlocked inside a terrifying cage of massive, jagged ice spikes. Flexing his ego, Andre gloats that it is game over. He violently contracts the icy prison, driving sharp, frozen shards deep into Kai's flesh, spilling blood on the arena floor. The arrogant mage starts running his mouth, bragging that this brutal punishment is exactly what happens when a lowly fighter disrespects a spellcaster. Kai is left dangling helplessly on the frozen spears. Andre casually strolls over, mocking him and demanding to know if he is finally ready to tap out. Watching from the sidelines, Lila ruthlessly bursts into laughter, dragging Kai and calling him absolute trash. She even looks over at Lucas, smugly offering to spare him if he just bows down and admits defeat right now. Instead of backing down, Lucas shoots her a dead, chilling glare, asking just how much longer she plans to yap before she finally shuts up. Back in the ring, Andre steps dangerously close to his trapped victim, only realizing a second too late that Kai is clutching raw, burning lava, harvested straight from a magical beast back during their mountain expedition. Lila spots the ticking time bomb and shrieks at Andre to fall back immediately. But boom! A massive explosion rips out of the smoldering lava, sending Andre frantically diving backward. He somehow dodges any major damage, but his nerves are completely shattered. The Ice Mage is absolutely horrified, realizing Kai is a total psycho for detonating that volatile lava slime jelly at point-blank range, putting his own life on the line just to break free. While Andre is still trying to process this insane stunt, Kai ghosts right behind him and slashes a vicious gash under his arm with a dagger. Shrieking in agony, Andre scrambles backward, but the entire stadium is dead silent. Jaws completely dropped as they stare at Kai's heavily scorched and totally charred legs. The crowd is losing their minds, completely stunned that this absolute madman literally blew up his own legs just to shatter that icy prison. It turns out, Kai is executing Lucas's flawless strategy to the letter, using the exact battle plan designed specifically to counter Andre. Meanwhile, Andre is boiling with rage, totally humiliated that a so-called powerless martial artist managed to draw. Even so, he is dead convinced that Kai is finally cooked, assuming there is zero chance he can move with those deep, agonizing burns on his legs. The furious mage fires off another long-range frost blast, but Kai violently intercepts it midair by chucking a second bag of that explosive slime jelly. A deafening blast shakes the arena, drowning the battlefield in a thick, blinding smokescreen. Weaponizing the chaos, Kai charges straight through the fog like a demon hunting its prey. As he vaults toward the terrified mage, all Andre sees is a bloodthirsty savage hurtling right at his face. Panicking, he screams and wildly conjures a desperate ice shield, but Kai shatters it with a single, earth-shattering punch. Closing the distance, Kai flashes a wicked grin and whispers that he absolutely despises ice users, mostly because they always end up slipping. Completely broken, Andre wails like a total coward, begging Kai to stay away. But Kai shows zero mercy, slamming a vicious, skull-cracking headbutt that completely obliterates the mage's glasses and knocks him cold. The impact sends Andre flying across the ring before brutally crashing into the solid concrete wall. As he fades into unconsciousness, Andre cannot fathom how a guy literally crushed his magical barrier using pure, raw muscle. At the same time, he is completely mind-blown that he just got absolutely destroyed by a basic brawler. Just like that, Kai stands tall, locking down a flawless and brutal victory. Strutting back to his corner, Kai excitedly hypes himself up to Lucas, boasting about how insanely epic his performance was. Lucas casually tosses him a healing potion, Chugging it down, Kai mentions that he has strangely felt like a total powerhouse since he woke up this morning, but has absolutely zero clue why. What he does not know is that his crazy stamina is all thanks to Lucas, who secretly spiked his breakfast with a custom-made, hardcore power-boosting supplement. With Kai securing the first massive win, it is finally time for the next challenger to step up, Tashi, and her opponent for this high-stakes showdown, the incredibly toxic Lila. Sweating a little, Kai looks genuinely stressed, nervously asking but Lucas just smirks, confidently telling him to chill out. He guarantees there is zero reason to panic, because when it comes to Tashi, she's absolutely going to dominate in the arena. Lila is completely convinced that Andre only caught an L because he was pulling his punches against Kai, all because of the heavy weight of that Toro family name. This just makes Tashi totally heated. It absolutely blows her mind that these people are living in pure denial, refusing to accept that Kai took the W through Tashi is still fuming over this when Lila suddenly unleashes a brutal sneak attack right at her blind spot. Tashi barely manages to sidestep the blast, but her instincts are screaming. She knows damn well that strike would have absolutely obliterated her if it had actually connected. Lila then starts running her mouth, mocking how martial artists are too obsessed with their pathetic moral codes. She makes it crystal clear. Mages only care about bagging the win, no matter how dirty. Lila fires off another massive barrage, but Tashi is dialed in. She effortlessly shreds right through every single blast. Lila throws her way and closes the gap in a literal blink of an eye. Tashi clocks Lila right in the jaw. Lila is absolutely shook. Her brain short-circuits trying to process how a level 1 rookie can move with such insane speed. Before Lila can even blink, Tashi snatches her wrist, fully preparing to teach this mage a harsh lesson in reality. Crushing Lila's arm in an iron grip, Tashi coldly states that martial arts actually respect human life, unlike you garbage mages. In a fraction of a second, Tashi unleashes a devastating rapid-fire combo, surgically striking every single meridian point on Lila's body. When the dust settles, the entire crowd is dead silent. Lucas watches from the sidelines, practically smirking. He is hyped that Tashi actually lived up to his expectations. Lila completely short-circuits and crumples to the arena floor, out cold. Just like that, the martial arts squad secures another massive dub. Get this. Lila actually had poison needles hidden on her, but Tashi blitzed her so fast she never even had the chance to pull them out. And the craziest part? Theod secretly greenlit the whole dirty tactic. When Mina catches wind of this foul play, she is absolutely fuming. But Theod just brushes it off like it is nothing, smirking because nobody actually died. The entire stadium is practically rioting right now. Literally nobody saw the martial artists completely steamrolling the competition like this. Even the third mage stepping up to fight Lucas is sweating bullets. His whole department is getting totally clowned on national television. Still, the guy is coping hard. He genuinely believes his ultra-lethal secret technique will carry him to victory. The buzzer drops for round 3, and Lucas's opponent explodes off the starting block, rushing in at breakneck speed. Turns out, this dude is actually highly trained in close-quarters combat, which is fueling his massive ego. He is dead set on the idea that his footwork is way too fast for Lucas's eyes to even track. From the stands, Tashi catches on immediately. Lucas is standing completely still, locking into a pure defensive stance instead of rushing in blind. Lucas has absolutely no intention of revealing his full power level right now. He is just playing with his food, waiting to see what kind of gimmicks this guy is actually bringing to the table. Out of nowhere, Lucas practically teleports right into the guy's face, throwing a devastating right hook aimed straight at his skull. But Lucas purposefully pulls the punch at the last millisecond, forcing the terrified dude to leap backward to create space. Mid-air, the guy chucks his combat knife wildly into the distance. A cold wave of pure terror washes over the dude as he finally registers the absolutely menacing aura radiating off Lucas. But this guy still thinks he is playing 4D chess. He triggers his hidden trap card, magically recalling that tossed knife back toward himself like a boomerang. The blade slices right across Lucas's neck on its return trip, but Lucas doesn't even flinch. He just stands, thinking he landed a critical hit. The guy starts aggressively flexing. He starts hyping up his ultimate bone-crushing curse, claiming absolute. Seeing Lucas totally frozen, the guy charges in for the kill, still running his mouth, screaming that he is about to shatter every single bone in Lucas's body into dust. But the very millisecond he steps into striking range, Lucas casually sidesteps the attack. He whispers coldly that this guy isn't walking away clean today. The dude's eyes go wide with absolute panic, as his ultimate move completely fails. How is Lucas still moving? Up in the stands, Kai is low-key stressing out, thinking Lucas is actually trapped in a Kai is convinced something is terribly wrong. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lucas's opponent aggressively slips into his blind spot, totally convinced he has won the match. Just as he violently thrusts his blade forward to end it, Lucas snaps his hand up, catching the guy's arm in a vice grip. Staring straight into his soul, Lucas says playtime is officially over. It is finally his turn to strike. Without warning, Lucas violently stomps the arena floor, kicking up a massive shockwave of dust that completely swallows them both. Pure panic flashes across the mage's face as he witnesses the raw, explosive power Lucas generates with a single kick, realizing he is trapped directly inside the strike zone, shrouded by a massive cloud of dust that perfectly blocks out the spectators. Lucas coldly whispers that the guy doesn't need to stress about the audience anymore, because absolutely no one is going to witness the brutal beatdown. Clinging to a sliver of hope, the mage tries to fight back, but Lucas violently craters him into the dirt, grabbing the enemy's own dagger and pinning his hand right to the floor. Agonizing shrieks rip from the guy's throat, prompting Lucas to mockingly ask how it feels to be on the receiving end of a blade, the very same weapon that carved into Collins and Sharp. Without missing a beat, Lucas relentlessly batters him across the arena, tossing him around like a pathetic ragdoll. Pure dread sets in as the mage tries to cast a spell, only to realize his mana is completely unresponsive. Lucas's devastating strike had completely shattered his magical meridians. Staring raw death in the face, the battered mage desperately grovels for his life, pleading with Lucas to just drop the assault. As the thick smoke finally clears, exposing the arena, Lucas sighs and releases his iron grip, knowing up in the stands, Greg is totally losing his mind over the surrender, utterly convinced that the bleeding mage still packed enough firepower to crush Lucas. Hearing this garbage, Professor Segault shakes his head in absolute disgust, appalled that Greg is too blind to realize the catastrophic internal damage his own student just suffered. Even so, a heavy knot forms in Segault's stomach, terrified that this brutal overkill is going to drag massive heat onto the mark. With Lucas securing the ultimate victory, the physical combat department sweeps all 3 matches, instantly sending their student section into a deafening frenzy of hype. While Lucas casually strolls back to his squad, the defeated mage violently snaps, launching a desperate sneak attack from the shadows to plunge a blade straight through Lucas's throat. But in a literal blink, Lucas ghosts out of existence, teleporting directly into the attacker's blind spot before delivering a crushing, pinpoint strike straight to the back of his neck. It is a terrifyingly precise, high-level maneuver, and the split second it connects, the mage feels the absolute core of his life force instantly draining away. His eyes roll back as he violently faceplants into the dirt, fading into complete darkness, while his final, panicked thought desperately questions what kind of monster. Towering over the unconscious body, Lucas brutally taunts the guy, asking if he was seriously too dense to expect a lethal counterstrike. Watching this ruthless execution unfold, Iowa instantly turns pale, her whole body locking up in sheer terror, a reaction that immediately catches Julia's attention. When Julia nervously asks what is freaking her out, Iowa stammers, revealing she actually recognizes the terrifying combat art Lucas just deployed. She identifies it as the legendary Meridian Severance, a godly, top-tier martial art ripped straight out of forbidden, ancient scriptures. The craziest part? Absolutely 0 martial artists in the entire empire have successfully pulled off this insane move in the last 100 years. This shocking revelation sends her mind spinning, completely terrifying her as she questions the truth. Once the dust settles, the absolute hype train continues as the physical combat squad throws a massive celebration, finally clutching the ultimate bragging rights. They relentlessly roast the magic users, dragging them as total cowards who desperately hide behind cheap magic. Puffed up with massive ego, the physical fighters genuinely believe they finally hold the raw power to absolutely dominate any mage. Out of nowhere, Professor Segault crashes the party, instantly killing the vibe by barking that they are painfully overhyping their own mediocre. He viciously reminds the squad about his #1 rule: never let a lucky victory in. Trying to defend their honor, a bold student fires back, flexing that they totally dominated the beast-taming brat. But Segault completely shuts that down, coldly exposing that their weak squad only clutched the win because the monster targets were already mentally breaking down. They were heavily exhausted and physically drained. Wrapping up his brutal reality check, Sigult bluntly declares that their entire turn. Pausing for a second, he begrudgingly admits that today's cage match was actually a masterclass, but he ruthlessly clarifies that the god-tier talent strictly belongs to the sole warrior who actually threw hands in the arena. Staring down the crowd, he hits them with a heavy question. He demands to know if they seriously plan on coasting through their entire existence as background characters, pathetically leeching off the heavy. Sigult furiously challenges the class, asking if they are totally fine being fragile targets just waiting to get butchered in the streets exactly like Collins and Sharp. He spits out the hard truth. If this lazy, cheerleader mindset doesn't permanently die today, they will forever remain absolute garbage on the. Turning his back to the stunned silence, Sigult throws one last dagger, ordering them to instantly drop out of the academy if they plan on staying weak forever. The professor's heavy reality check completely crushes their egos. As their fiery passion reignites and they swear to grind to the top, Lucas just nods in silence, unable to fault the brutal logic. Deep down, the absolute powerhouse knows his mentor is spitting pure facts. While having swagger is crucial for a warrior's mindset, the truth remains undeniable. Flexing massive ego without putting in the grueling hours of blood and sweat is simply a fast track to getting slaughtered. Later in the halls, Sigult bumps into Linda, who flashes a smirk and praises him for finally stepping up and sounding like an actual, hardcore mentor. Brushing off the compliment, Sigult mutters that he is just pushing them to the absolute brink so they don't wind up heavily scarred and broken like his own tragic past. Shifting gears, Sigult demands to know why she tracked him down. In response, Linda silently. Inside are the gruesome, top-secret medical reports detailing the absolute. Word on the street is his mana circuits are completely shattered, splintering into this insane web-like pattern that looks exactly like the aftermath of an ancient, forbidden strike. It is the legendary Meridian Crusher. Cut to the infirmary, where this guy is absolutely agonizing, thrashing around on the bed because his magic core is totally dead, leaving him completely powerless. It doesn't take long for his furious dad to storm onto the academy grounds. He is absolutely losing his mind over his kid being permanently crippled. Spitting mad, he demands they shut down the entire martial arts department just to brutally punish whoever did this. Right on cue, Sigurd kicks the door open. He hits the dad with a smirk, agreeing that, yeah, someone definitely, but he flips the script. He points out that the dirty spells Lila and her squad flexed during the recent showdown are an exact, undeniable match to the dark magic that butchered Sharp and Collins. Dropping the mic, Sigurd declares, "This is absolute proof. Lila's crew are the actual villains who brutally hospitalized his students." Staring down the headmaster, Sigurd demands immediate consequences for Greg and his magic lackeys, branding them the real aggressors in this mess. Greg's jaw practically hits the floor. He is totally blindsided that Sigurd is dropping this bomb right now, of all moments. Snapping back to reality, Greg barks at him to stop deflecting. He insists they need to focus on the real crisis, which is figuring out who nuked his star pupil, Break, with a forbidden martial art. But Sigurd just shrugs it off. He casually reminds everyone that there is zero proof it was actually the Meridian Crusher. After all, a move that God tier is practically impossible for some rookie fighter to pull off. Deep down, Break's dad quietly agrees. In his eyes, there is absolutely zero chance that a massive failure, like Lucas, a total reject completely abandoned by the gods, could ever master an ancient, lethal strike. Refusing to back down, Greg fires back, pointing out that a high-level master could easily pull the trigger. And if you look at the big picture, Greg sneers that the only elite martial artist anywhere near that arena was Sigurd himself. The room's temperature instantly drops to sub-zero. The tension is suffocating as Sigurd steps right into Greg's personal space, whispering that if he actually knew that killer move, he would have blasted Greg to the afterlife years ago. Sweating bullets, the headmaster frantically interrupts, begging Sigurd to explain what the heck actually happened to Break's body. With a cold smirk, Sigurd suggests it is just pure, unadulterated karma finally catching up to the brat. Behind the scenes, Sigurd had totally grilled Lucas about the incident, but the kid did not crack, swearing up and down he never touched any forbidden arts. Instead, Lucas dropped his own wild conspiracy. He revealed that Break had been dumping massive stacks of cash to learn sick torture tactics, straight from the grittiest, black market assassins out there. Thanks to his shady spending, Break was notoriously known in the criminal underworld as a massive, spoiled liability. Lucas cooked up this idea, that some terrifying kingpin from the shadows got super paranoid about their darkest secrets leaking out to the public. To silence the brat permanently, these shadow killers hijacked the chaos of the school duel to make their lethal move. Hearing this wild plot twist, the headmaster is honestly starting to buy it. But Brake's dad is absolutely livid, realizing his son's tragedy is about to be swept under the rug, all because of some sketchy underworld gossip. Greg jumps in, arguing that this entire story is just a flimsy guess. Surprisingly, but claps back, saying it makes way more sense than blaming a low-tier student for using a mythical, god-slaying technique. Regardless, Sigurd casually drops a chilling reminder. If a monster capable of that strike is actually lurking around, Greg better watch his back, because making an enemy out of a shadow assassin is basically a death sentence. Just to rub salt in the wound, Sigurd reminds him that the Meridian Crusher is pure nightmare fuel. A single hit will instantly lobotomize even the most gifted mage on Earth. Cut to later. Otani is creeping through a restricted section in the Grand Library. His eyes widen when he spots something insane. The exact grimoire, detailing that Forbidden Strike has clearly been opened recently. Even crazier, the specific hand seal Lucas flexed on Break is a perfect one-to-one match with the illustrations inside. Meanwhile, deep in a secluded mountain hot spring, Lucas is running an intense, agonizing healing ritual for Collins and Sharp. The two boys are howling in absolute agony as their completely shredded muscle fibers forcefully knit back together. Lucas watches them suffer, silently praying they can just grit their teeth and endure the brutal process, proving that martial artists have their own insane healing hacks, just like mages. Fast forward a few days, Holt and Catherine finally roll into Dacktown. Holt is practically buzzing with hype, telling Catherine that they are just moments away from reuniting with their kids. But they make a pit stop at the towering Miranda estate first. Standing frozen at the massive iron gates, Catherine looks pale, totally dreading something. Sensing her panic, Holt gently asks if she is okay. She forces a fake smile, brushing it off, but inside, she is drowning in dark flashbacks from her past. Seconds later, the heavy doors swing open, and Catherine's estranged younger brother, Cyan, rides out to confront them. Catherine absolutely breaks down, tears streaming down her face, since it's been years since she last saw her brother. Flashback to a decade ago, the ferocious Beastman tribes orchestrated a massive, all-out siege right at the Empire's borders. Endless bloodshed plagued the region until the citizens banded together to push back the monstrous horde, enduring 3 grueling days and nights of pure carnage. Both factions were left completely decimated. Right in the thick of that brutal war, a young, fierce knight commander named Holt Ryan crossed paths with the brilliant mage, Catherine Miranda. Surviving on the absolute brink of death bonded them, leading the pair to swear a lifelong vow to each other. But Catherine's father furiously rejected the union, ruthlessly shattering their family dynamic in the process. He completely exiled Catherine, permanently severing her from the prestigious Miranda bloodline. Cyan is straight up mind-blown, completely stunned that the kids actually bumped into each other at the academy purely by chance. He drops a bombshell on Catherine, revealing that their stubborn dad has been keeping tabs on Julia, especially since the girl is a spitting image of a young Catherine. Catherine gasps, totally shook that her cold-hearted father actually acknowledged that Julia and Lucas even exist. Cyan gently urges her to finally return home, confessing that the old man has secretly been dying to see her. Catherine's eyes light up with pure joy, until Cyan drops the harsh truth. The invite is for her, and her alone. Holt immediately reads the room. Stepping up, Holt gently encourages his wife to go make peace with her family, brushing it off by saying he's getting deployed to the front lines anyway. Catherine desperately tries to protest, but Holt cuts her off with a warm smile, insisting that he's just incredibly thankful that the love of his life can finally go home. He promises to swoop in and pick her up the second his military campaign wraps up. Watching this unfold, Cyan finally gets it. Holt is an absolute top-tier husband who swallowed his massive pride and secretly begged Cyan for a favor behind the scenes. He orchestrated this entire thing just so his wife could finally heal the rift with her estranged dad. Yet, despite Holt being an absolute green flag, their elitist father couldn't care less, simply because Catherine dared to elope with a lowly martial artist. Cyan heavily sighs, praying that a legend will rise up one day to completely shatter society's toxic bias against melee fighters. Meanwhile, cutting back to the academy, The trio Kai, Lucas, and Julia hit up the dining hall like it's just another regular day, but the vibe is tense. Crazy rumors about a rogue assassin ambushing Break have already gone totally viral across the campus. A hot minute later, Kai dips out to run some food over to Collins and Sharp, leaving just Julia and Lucas chilling at the table. Lucas instantly spots some fresh drip Julia's flashy new hairpin. She casually drops that Iowa handed it over, claiming it was an exclusive peace offering from the Miranda household. Lucas smirks, hyped by the news, but his sharp mind immediately connects the dots. The elite Miranda clan is totally trying to recruit his sister, all because she's an absolute prodigy when it comes to magic. Playing the long game, Lucas nudges Julia to play nice with Iowa for their mom's sake. Right on cue, Julia remembers she desperately needs to pen a letter home. She wants to flex to her mom about snagging the class rep title. She's mid-sentence when Mina suddenly slides into the frame, hyping her up over the massive promotion. Mina boldly claims that Julia is destined to become the absolute backbone of the entire academy. Out of nowhere, Iowa violently pushes her chair back, storming out of the cafeteria with pure rage in her eyes. Rewind a few minutes. A furious Iowa had marched straight into Linda's office, throwing a massive tantrum over Julia securing the class rep spot. Linda didn't hold back. She coldly broke it down, explaining that Julia absolutely eclipses Iowa in literally every single category, making her the undeniable, top-tier choice for the leadership role. Linda practically begged the salty student to just take the L and accept reality. But clearly, Iowa's ego is way too fragile to handle being utterly outclassed by Julia yet again. She's obsessed with spinning a narrative that the teacher played favorites. Now, as she fiercely marches out of the dining hall, Julia watches her leave, totally sensing the absolute hostility. Plus, she notices the girl hasn't even touched her food. Being nosy, Mina probes to see if Julia and Iowa are tight. Julia just shrugs, confirming they're roommates. So yeah. Julia casually fangirls over Iowa's mind-bending mental magic, admitting it was her first time witnessing something so wild. Mina nods, acknowledging that psychic spells are super rare, but before spilling any more tea, Mina swiftly triggers a soundproof barrier, totally silencing their table from eavesdroppers. Leaning in, Mina whispers that illusionists become a massive headache the second they actually have brains, making them incredibly toxic and almost impossible to counter. Trying to smoothly pivot the vibe, Mina desperately attempts to flex her own wind abilities, but Lucas immediately sees right through the BS. He crosses his arms, bluntly telling her to cut the small talk and drop her real agenda. Mina instantly clocks that Lucas is totally onto her, but she brushes it off, confident she can wrap Julia around her finger, playing off the girl's obvious fangirl vibes. Giving Lucas a smirk for his razor-sharp instincts, Mina decides to cut the fluff. She shoots them a straight question, asking if they know about that super sketchy zone, famously known as the Magical Beast Mountain Range, lurking right behind the campus. She drops a bomb, claiming the whole ecosystem out there is acting completely out of pocket, deep within the cursed woods. Mina spills the tea that low-tier monsters are vanishing into thin air, and those magic crest leopard cubs that you used to see literally everywhere? Poof, totally ghosted. Turns out, just 3 days back, an elite Imperial scouting squad stumbled right into a terrifying, high-rank monster den. Hearing this, Julia practically jumps out of her skin, sweating bullets that they might have busted Uru's secret stash. But Lucas smoothly swoops in to save the day. He lets out a loud, fake cough, snapping Mina's attention away from Julia's slip-up. Without missing a beat, Lucas casually asks if she's trying to drag them into a crazy field op in those haunted woods. He also presses her for the actual threat level of this suicide mission. Catching onto his nonchalant, unbothered attitude, Mina decides to sweeten the pot, dropping the ultimate bait. She reveals they can snatch up a massive 100 points if they pull it off. The second that massive bounty hits his ears, Lucas's eyes light up with pure greed, confidently declaring that he and Julia will crush it. Cutting over to the ultra-rich Miranda estate, the tension is suffocating. Catherine is awkwardly picking at her dinner across from her brother and their absolute dictator of a father. Saiyan is secretly losing his mind, totally baffled that his dad is actually forcing Catherine to crash in the guest quarters. Even though her old childhood bedroom is perfectly spotless and ready to go, it's a massive flex just to show how ridiculously stubborn the old man really is. To make things worse, Catherine hasn't taken a single bite, making this grand family dinner feel more like a depressing funeral. Shattering the dead silence, Soa finally speaks up, locking eyes with his estranged daughter. He admits that rumors of Julia's mind-blowing magical talents have already reached his ears. Because she is so overpowered, Soa basically declares he is finally willing to claim the girl as his legit granddaughter. Hearing this rare crumb of approval, Catherine softly mutters her thanks. Hoping to push her luck, she proudly brings up that Lucas is an absolute beast at martial arts. But Soa shoots her down, violently uncaring. With icy eyes, he states that the prestigious Miranda bloodline only values prodigies destined to become holy archmages. Nothing else matters. That brutal reality check hits Catherine like a truck, cementing the fact that this boomer will never respect a physical fighter. Suddenly, a panicked servant bursts through the dining doors, clutching urgent intel from the military squad stationed at the Beast Mountain. Sayan and Catherine nearly choke on their breath, absolutely stunned to find out an active sweep is going down, right in the heart of that terrifying monster territory. Scanning the urgent dispatch, Soa announces that the scouts just cracked open a hidden, subterranean zone right under the beast's lair. But the threat level is completely off the charts and unverified. Sayan and Catherine instantly shoot up from their chairs, hearts pounding, desperately asking their father if everything is going to hell in the mountains, especially since the kids' academy sits dangerously close to that monstrous danger zone. The old man waves them off, coldly telling them to chill. He reminds them the campus is packed with elite instructors, and his personal shadow guards. He guarantees the kids are perfectly safe, as long as they stay put and don't do anything completely reckless. Tossing his napkin, Soa strides out the door, strictly ordering Catherine to sit tight until this chaos blows over, before she even thinks about visiting her kids. She nods, playing the obedient daughter. But inside, her stomach is tied in knots. Terrified for their safety, whipping back to the academy, Mina swaggers up to the quest board, ready to lock in that juicy bounty. But the end that which you counter drops a bombshell, freezing her dead in her tracks. The quest requirements. Now, she is totally locked out, unless she rolls up with a full squad of exactly 5 players. The desk guy spills that the insanely strict student council president pushed this hardcore rule update literally overnight, all thanks to that freaky, unexplained glitch happening inside the mountain's deepest cave. Mina's jaw clenches as it clicks. She knows that Snake Theod manipulated the system just to screw her over, betting she is too much of a loner to scrape together a party of 5. Watching her panic, Lucas instantly connects the dots. He realizes Mina has 0 social credit on campus, making a 5-man roster basically impossible for her. Suddenly, it all makes sense. That's exactly why she's been hardcore simping over Julia since day 1 of exams. Defeated, Mina slowly shuffles back to the duo. She sighs, warning them they might have to drop the quest entirely. But Lucas flashes a confident smirk, telling her to kick back and let him and Julia handle the draft picks. Mina mumbles a grateful thank you. But deep down, a heavy wave of guilt washes over her for treating these two like disposable chess pieces. Going exactly according to plan, Lucas effortlessly snags their buddy Kai for the squad, and the dude practically vibrates with hype as he locks in. Kai is absolutely hyped to tag along, especially since his folks just hooked him up with some top-tier gear, and he is practically itching to test it out in the field. Julia also pulls Maya into the squad. But when Mina sizes up their crew, she is completely baffled that she is actually deploying with a bunch of freshmen. Right then, Lucas turns to Julia, questioning why she benched Iowa to bring Maya along. Julia drops her gaze, admitting that Iowa just is not in the headspace to hear her out right now. Despite the squad looking completely green, Mina banks on her own raw power and Julia's skills to carry this mission to the finish line. She orders an immediate rollout, warning them that even with a speed boost spell, it will still take a solid 12 hours to track down the magical beast's lair, so they really need to hit the gas. Several hours later, the crew touches down at the drop zone, spotting the Empire's survey flag planted right at the entrance. This confirms the Royals are already scouting the cavern. Meanwhile, Lucas breathes a massive sigh of relief that Yuru's hideout remains hidden. But out of nowhere, a shadow drops from above. Before Lucas can even react, Mina blitzes forward, slicing the creature to ribbons with a razor-sharp windblade. They barely catch their breath before a second monstrosity lunges right at Mina's blind spot. It charges at full throttle, but Kai launches himself into the fray, slamming his heavy shield down to absorb the brutal impact. Smirking, Kai tells Mina to leave the front line brawling to the boys. Catching the vibe, Lucas leaps into the bloodbath, effortlessly shredding through the frontline beasts, shouting at Kai not to hog all the glory. Taking that as a direct challenge, Kai smirks and dares Lucas to try and match his explosive speed. Simultaneously, Maya summons a massive hydro shield, confidently telling the squad she has their backs on defense. Mina cracks a satisfied smile. This flawless teamwork is exactly the kind of synergy she was praying for. Noticing Julia hanging in the backline, Mina yells for her to unleash hell on the remaining swarm. Stepping up, Julia channels a devastating high-voltage lightning matrix, absolutely frying every single airborne monster into ash. Kai is completely mind-blown by the sheer, destructive firepower of Julia's spellcasting. Even the stoic Mina accidentally mutters her shock out loud, though she quickly brushes it off as nothing when Julia asks. Deep down, Mina is finally realizing she massively misjudged Lucas and this ragtag crew, because these rookies are actually built for the front line. Once the dust settles, Maya channels her healing magic on the squad, and Kai, being his usual self, starts totally glazing her. He straight up calls her a goddess, making Maya flush bright red as she stammers for him to chill out. Secretly, though, she would have absolutely melted if Lucas had been the one hyping her up like that. She quickly shakes off her delusions, reminding herself that keeping Lucas unharmed is the top priority anyway. Pushing deeper into the cavern, the squad's jaws drop at the sheer, massive scale of the subterranean layout. Mina conjures floating light orbs to cut through the pitch-black darkness, revealing an abyss far more expansive than anyone predicted. Kai points out that the tunnels are wide enough to march an entire tactical unit through. However, Lucas narrows his eyes, suspecting that this terrain isn't natural. The perfectly carved walls scream that this place was artificially hollowed out. Lucas warns the group that the lower levels are guaranteed to be absolutely infested with bloodthirsty beasts. Mina backs him up, stating grimly that the further down they descend, the deadlier the threat level spikes. Seconds later, a vile pack of goblins swarms out of the shadows. But before the ugly creatures can even close the gap, Julia vaporizes the entire mob with the blood. Analyzing the corpses, Mina deduces that these grunts have been trapped in the dark for so long that their eyesight is completely shot. Not wanting to play defense all day, Kai suddenly announces a crazy tactical play to smoke the enemies out. Putting his master plan in motion, Kai vanishes into the dark tunnels. A few minutes later, he comes sprinting back toward the squad, dragging a massive stampede of raging monsters right on his tail. This perfect aggro pull allows Julia and Mina to lock in a deadly ambush, and they obliterate the entire horde in one fell swoop. Maya watches in pure disbelief, while Lucas nods in approval at the hyper-efficient kill strategy. He internally questions if Kai is deliberately abusing area of effect mob-pulling tactics straight out of Earth's MMO games. This huge red flag leaves Lucas wondering if Kai might secretly be a fellow reincarnator. The execution is flawless. Kai herds the mobs into a tight kill zone, and the two overpowered queens nuke them off the map. Catching his breath, Kai admits that this insane kiting technique is only possible decked out in high-tier gear. Kai totally roasts Lucas, joking that the guy is already hogging all the spotlight. But honestly, Lucas could not care less about the hype or the fame. Still, following Kai's lead actually works out. The squad pushes forward, easily shredding through the magical beasts crossing their path. Step by step, they plunge deeper into the dark heart of the dungeon. They even casually stroll right past a hidden stash, stacked with rare loot. After a while, the girls hang back to catch their breath, but Kai is way too hyped on the adrenaline rush, sprinting ahead on his own. His genius plan? Aggro a massive mob of monsters and a few minutes later, Kai comes sprinting back with an entire horde on his tail, only to realize his team has completely ghosted him. Little does he know, they ducked into a hidden crevice, desperately needing a breather since Kai was working them to the bone. Forced to sprint for the exit with the terrifying swarm hot on his heels, Lucas drops a savage joke, saying it is time to sacrifice their friend. After all, the guy literally brought this on himself. Playing along, Julia literally folds her hands and sends up a mock prayer for his soul. But instead of matching their chaotic energy, Maya completely misses the joke, stepping up like a typical hero and declaring she will save him no matter what it takes. The rest of the crew just stares, totally baffled that she is taking their sarcasm so literally. Out of nowhere, a blood-curdling shriek echoes through the tunnels, and Maya instantly panics, convinced Kai just met his end. But Lucas immediately shuts that down, pointing out the chilling cry echoed from the absolute core of the cave. He is totally convinced the elite scout unit just triggered the final boss. Mina thinks they should go investigate, but Lucas hesitates. The suffocating, metallic stench of fresh blood is already wafting from the depths. Shrugging off the tension, Mina hands out some health potions to the girls, and the squad instantly pushes forward. She tries to keep the vibe light, assuring everyone they probably will not even need to fight, since the pros are way more than capable of clearing out any threats. But moments later, they stumble into an absolute nightmare. The entire elite scout unit has been brutally wiped out. Pure terror completely paralyzes Mina. She frantically screams for an instant retreat, but before they can move, a colossal, nightmare-fuel minotaur materializes from the shadows. It is clutching the broken body of the squad captain in one fist, hefting a massive, blood-soaked axe. The beast looms right over Mina. She goes completely rigid, absolutely blindsided by a catastrophic disaster class, abomination lurking in a low-level zone. Mina is locked in shock as the monster winds up to pulverize her. But Lucas is already sprinting into the danger zone, knowing deep down that this entire setup is completely rigged because a boss this insanely overpowered has zero business being here. He violently shoves Mina clear, bracing himself to tank the lethal strike. But just as the axe descends, a massive, jagged wall of ice erupts from the ground, blocking the hit. Julia sprints toward her brother, desperately checking if he is still breathing while demanding to know who just dropped that insane defense magic. Panting, Lucas points up, revealing the absolute legend who cast the spell is the very same captain getting crushed inside the beast's massive grip. The Minotaur completely loses its mind, furious that this tiny human dared to interrupt its. The squad is absolutely floored. Even while bleeding out from lethal gashes, this dude still flexed his magic to keep them alive. Coughing up blood, the commander begs the teens to run for their lives and alert the royal vanguard, revealing that the primordial lock deep inside the cavern has officially shattered. Enraged by the talking, the beast viciously tightens its grip, crushing his ribs and sending a sickening scream echoing before he blacks out entirely. The monster roars, swearing to butcher every single one of them. But right as things look totally hopeless, the battered captain violently snaps back to reality. Channeling everything he has left, he detonates a colossal glacier, freezing himself and the monster inside a massive. With his final breath, he roars at the kids to get the hell out and report the catastrophic breach. Lucas is absolutely devastated that he is powerless to help, but he locks eyes with the frozen hero, swearing he will return to avenge him. The crew finally sprints for the exit, but the second the commander's life fades, the magic shatters, and the enraged behemoth violently blasts free. Absolutely livid, the beast opens its gaping jaws to devour the fallen soldier. But before it can feast, Julia completely fries the monster with a blinding, high-voltage lightning blast. She screams right at the beast, declaring that the commander died an absolute legend, and she refuses to let him be treated like a disposable piece of trash. Taking the opening, Mina seamlessly catches the falling hero's body, using her gale magic, and the squad desperately sprints toward the sun. Lucas plants his feet, telling his squad to run while he buys them time against the behemoth. But Mina instantly shuts that down. This Minotaur is a literal disaster-class threat, and there's zero chance he survives solo. Deep down, Lucas knows the odds are completely stacked, and before they can even secure an escape route, the beast closes the gap, obliterating the cave, ceiling, and raining absolute chaos down on them. Lucas pivots to clash with it, but Mina intercepts the front line, declaring that stepping up is her job as vice president. This actually catches Lucas off guard. He totally pegged her as an entitled brat, but it turns out she's got some serious guts when the pressure drops. Julia refuses to budge too, completely unwilling to abandon her brother and Mina in a death trap. Maya then drops the clutch news. She already fired off an SOS spell to Kai, who's guarding the entrance. Since backup is officially on the way, she figures their best bet is jumping the boss together. Squaring up against the Titan, Mina admits they might not even stand a chance, even if they go all out. But Lucas shuts down the doubt, hyping them up to lock in. Blazing forward as the vanguard, Lucas ignites his fist with pure chi, screaming that they aren't dying to some overgrown cow today. The raging Minotaur retaliates with a devastating slam that craters the earth, but Lucas perfectly sidesteps the impact. Countering instantly, Lucas buries a heavy hook into the beast's torso, prompting Mina to yell at him to hold the aggro, so she can blindside it while its guard is down. The monster is absolutely fuming that a puny human is pushing it back, entirely unaware that Julia has been cooking up an absolute nuke in the background. Airborne and fully charged, she plummets from the sky, warning the beast to back off her brother. She detonates a massive lightning strike point blank, forcing a blood-curdling shriek from the giant. Seizing the window, Lucas aggressively targets its joints, completely paralyzing the monster's movement. With the target stunned, Julia unleashes her lethal thunder arrow, while Mina chains into the combo with her own heavy hitter, the devastating windcutter. The brutal tag team assault shreds the Minotaur, making it hack up blood before slamming violently into the dirt. Spitting venom, the beast vows to slaughter them the second its legs regenerate. But Maya steps up, promising that's never going to happen as she blasts it with a torrential hydrocannon. Shockingly, the monster's legs snap back into place, and it just laughs off the attack, mocking the pathetic splash of water. Going feral, it threatens to swallow them alive until Julia hovers above, casually dropping a science lesson, reminding the drenched beast exactly what happens when water meets high voltage. Vowing to avenge the fallen soldiers, she calls down an apocalyptic bolt of lightning. Because of the soak, the electricity heavily amplifies, frying the creature's nervous system from the inside out. Watching the massive elemental reaction, Lucas is completely blown away by his sister's big brain combo with Maya. Unable to tank the critical damage, the Minotaur collapses entirely, going dead silent on the floor. Wasting zero time, Lucas mounts the fallen giant, winding up for the ultimate execution. But out of nowhere, an oppressive, shadowy aura erupts from the beast, violently repelling Lucas away. As the squad watches in sheer terror, the monster easily stands back up, radiating a horrifying energy that completely dwarfs its previous form. Back at the cavern entrance, Kai physically feels the crushing killing intent oozing out of the darkness, and instantly realizes his squad is facing a total nightmare. He bolts desperately for backup, praying his friends can just survive long enough. Back in the cave, a cursed demonic crest burns into the Minotaur's chest, blasting out a cataclysmic shockwave. Fully regenerated into a literal demon from hell, the beast's aura instantly shifts the vibe, and Lucas realizes they're in endgame territory. With his own eardrums bleeding just from the sheer force of its roar, Lucas frantically looks back, praying the girls haven't already been wiped out. Horrified, he watches Mina burn through the absolute last drop of her energy to cast a desperate shield over the squad, but it barely makes a dent. The entire crew is already battered, bruised, and hanging on by Mina's legs buckle under her as she completely taps out, collapsing cold onto the cavern floor to make matters worse. Then, Lucas spots his sister. She is unconscious, blood pouring from her head, and in that split second, something inside him just snaps. Throwing all restraint out the window, he launches himself at the Minotaur, charging up a devastating. The massive beast raises a hand to block, but Lucas is completely out for blood, obliterating the monster's giant fist like it is made of glass. He doesn't even pause to breathe. He instantly pivots, smashing its other arm into absolute dust. But get this, the colossal freak just keeps roaring and swinging. That's when it hits Lucas. This thing is totally unhinged, because it is literally shrugging off the damage, like pain doesn't even exist in its vocabulary. Out of nowhere, the Minotaur's mangled limbs instantly regenerate. Before Lucas can even blink, the monster brings its gigantic axe crashing down. Lucas throws his entire body backward in a desperate dodge, barely escaping getting sliced clean in half. But he is already coughing up violently dark blood, completely rattled to his core by the sheer shockwave of the monster's deafening roar. The towering freak actually acknowledges Lucas's raw power before lunging right back in, forcing our guy into a frantic game of cat and mouse across the claustrophobic arena. Blinded by rage, the Minotaur recklessly slams into the cavern walls, shaking the entire foundation. Lucas instantly panics. If the cavern collapses, thousands of pounds of jagged rock will inevitably crush the unconscious girls. Like clockwork, a massive boulder plummets straight toward Julia, but Lucas blitzes across the room, catching the heavy stone midair, successfully shielding his sister from a brutal. The Minotaur capitalizes on the distraction, unleashing an ear-shattering bellow that echoes off the stone walls, magnifying its insane power tenfold. Lucas braces himself, but the sonic boom is way too intense, literally scrambling his internal organs. Spewing out a mouthful of blood, his muscles completely lock up, serving up the perfect window for the beast to close the gap, and ready a fatal, bone-crushing swing to end things once. But nope. Lucas tanks the heavy axe strike with an incredibly solid guard, before driving a brutal counterpunch straight into the creature's gut. He spits out that this fight is absolutely far from over, and the beast better make sure he is dead before claiming victory. The crushing impact forces the Minotaur to drop its weapon. Lucas seamlessly snatches the giant axe mid-air, sprinting straight back at the demon, making one thing crystal clear: as long as he has breath in his lungs, this trash mob is never touching his squad again. He viciously buries the axe directly into the Minotaur's skull. The monster shrieks in utter agony, but Lucas goes full savage mode, relentlessly hacking into the beast's massive torso with hyper-fast, heavy vertical chops. After absolutely shredding the front of the monster, he vaults completely over it to rain destruction from behind. The giant axe eventually shatters under the crazy pressure, but Lucas just clenches his fists and starts dropping absolute nukes on the beast. Desperate, the Minotaur manages to wrap its massive hand around him, but right before it can squeeze the life out of him, Lucas channels an insanely high-risk technique, exploding out of the grip while pulverizing the beast's fingers in the process. Right now, pitch-black veins are violently popping all over Lucas's skin, and he is looking like he has lost whatever ounce of sanity and self-control he had left. Honestly, as menacing as the giant monster looks, Lucas looks 10 times more demonic as he launches himself forward like a freight train, fist cocked back. The brainless beast tries to block again, but Lucas flawlessly punches right through its pathetic defense as always. He immediately combos into a devastating roundhouse kick to the chest, literally blowing away half of the creature's entire body mass. Following up by blitzing the monster with an impossibly fast flurry of bone-breaking hooks, he promises the beast a slow, agonizing death. At this stage, Lucas has lost every single trace of humanity and control. His mind is dead set on one single objective: the monster standing before him, and how to absolutely annihilate it. In a split second, the monster's upper half is violently ripped from its legs, leaving the creature totally stunned as it falls apart. The grotesque torso smacks the hard dirt, but Lucas is completely unhinged, viciously tearing the remaining chunks of flesh to shreds. The agonizing, blood-curdling screeches of the monster finally jolt Julia and Maya awake, and they are completely shell-shocked to find themselves still breathing. Julia frantically scans the area for her brother, only to catch him absolutely obliterating the lifeless corpse of a massive minotaur. He is moving like an absolute savage, radiating pure menace. Pure terror washes over Julia's face as the chilling realization hits: her brother is totally slipping away. That nightmare becomes reality the second Lucas unleashes a blood-curdling, unhinged roar. The sinister glowing mark on the beast's chest is practically injecting pure rage straight into Lucas's veins, completely hijacking his mind. Cut to the Hall of Wrath, where a massive, terrifying demon materializes from the shadows, violently bellowing its grand return. Disgusted by this filthy world, the towering nightmare reveals himself as Valsaba, the demon lord of controlled wrath. He is utterly furious about his past humiliating defeat by the martial god. Suddenly, the enigmatic demon lady, Gelsida, steps out of the gloom. The high-ranking demonic overlord casually strolls right into the throne room. Gelsida smirks, deeply impressed that Valsaba has finally crawled out of his slumber, all thanks to the perfect human key they handpicked. Valsaba heavily slumps onto his dark throne, questioning if this kid, Lucas, genuinely packs the apocalyptic potential they need. Gelsida stays super cryptic, refusing to drop a straight answer, prompting Valsaba to point out a major glitch. Lucas is actively fighting back, desperately trying to shatter Gelsida's dark mental chain. Flashback to the cavern. Lucas is totally consumed by bloodlust, mercilessly pummeling the dead Minotaur into oblivion. Julia practically tackles him, desperately gripping his arm and pleading through tears for him to just— Maya rapidly fires off a soothing spell, but it bounces right off him. Instead, Lucas winds up a devastating, lethal strike. Maya shrieks at Julia to run for her life, warning that Lucas is about to drop a full-throttle, deadly blow right on top of her. As she gets violently yanked backward out of the danger zone, Julia wails out to her big brother. The raw heartbreak in Julia's tear-soaked scream magically slices right through the demonic fury. The two girls stand paralyzed in absolute dread, holding their breath, terrified to see what the beast does next. Thank God, Lucas fiercely shatters the dark curse burning on his back, violently gasping as his actual mind reboots. His eyes widen in panic as he immediately drops an apology to his sister, frantically begging her to back up. Julia quickly scrambles away. Lucas takes one deep, ragged breath before triggering a blindingly bright purification aura, forcefully purging the toxic dark magic from his veins. The sheer, explosive shockwave of his cleansing energy instantly incinerates the disgusting remains of the Minotaur into dust. The second the girls realize their boy is finally back in the driver's seat, Maya and Julia instantly sprint over. Julia is practically shaking, asking if he is okay, and he gently promises her he is totally fine. Julia sobs about how absolutely terrified she was, prompting Lucas to swear on his life that he will never lose control like that again. Perfect timing. Kai shoots them a clutch message, hyping up that he just pulled up with heavy reinforcements. Meanwhile, deep in the underworld, Jelsida coolly tells Valsaba to chill out. They need to throw way more twisted tests at their new pawn, and her sick, twisted idea of a test? Brutally murdering Lucas's entire family, starting straight with Julia. Suddenly, a faint voice pulls Lucas from his sleep. He blinks his heavy eyes, spotting his family perfectly lined up in front of him. But a cold sweat breaks out as he scans the bizarre, pitch-black void around him. This is definitely not home. Panicking, he blindly throws a bone-crushing haymaker at the shadows. But pure horror sets in when he realizes his limbs are moving totally against his will. That blinding, toxic rage is violently swallowing him whole all over again. He screams out in absolute agony, helplessly crying for his family. Gasping for air, his eyes snap wide open, only to realize he is chilling safely in the school infirmary. But there is one huge problem. He just accidentally decked Kai. Kai is standing there completely dumbfounded, processing the fact that a half-asleep Lucas just flat-out rocked him. Kai aggressively rubs his jaw, loudly complaining that he would absolutely fold Lucas right now if he wasn't already. Lucas hastily stammers out a sorry, while a visibly salty Kai storms off nursing a bright red swollen nose. Left alone in the quiet room, Lucas is deeply haunted by the brutal nightmare. A sickening thought creeps in. Is that creepy, dark energy from the dungeon still secretly hijacking his brain? He can still vividly feel that icy, terrifying sensation of his free will slipping away. The exact same sinister feeling that mutated that lifeless bandit into a straight-up freak of nature. A bone-chilling realization finally hits him. Back in that cave, since he completely let pure rage take the wheel, he is left deeply questioning if literally anyone alive can actually bottle up their explosive wrath. In the absolute chaos of a brutal brawl, Lucas scrambles for an escape plan, realizing his best bet is keeping a heavy hitter close by to hold him back, right before the chaos actually erupts. But that idea gets binned instantly. The only people tagging along on his missions and training sessions are regular students. And let's be real, expecting a bunch of kids to pump the brakes on his berserker rampage is a straight-up death sentence. The harsh truth finally hits him. He is the absolute only one who can pull his own plug. Meanwhile, Sigwalt is strolling down the hall toward the medical wing. He catches snippets of two nurses whispering about Mina getting absolutely wrecked out there. They are dropping details on how Mina was forced to play meat shield for a couple of deadweights from the martial arts track. Out of nowhere, Sigurd catches the heavy, suffocating aura of an elite martial artist bleeding from Lucas's dorm. Without missing a beat, he rockets down the corridor. He leaves a literal sonic boom in his wake. Back inside the room, it turns out Lucas actually nailed the cloning technique. 2 exact copies of him are chilling in the dorm, and he recalls a crucial detail from his research. A single phantom's power caps out at exactly half of the original host. Do the math, and whipping up 3 separate clones fractures his total power evenly, leaving each copy with a measly 1/6 of his actual raw strength. Lucas instantly scraps the plan, dissolving the copies. That kind of pathetic output won't even make a dent if he completely loses his mind. Still, deploying them as decoys could totally buy him a few precious seconds to dip. Right on cue, Siegel kicks the door open, wearing a dead serious scowl. He immediately starts rattling off every single sketchy incident that has gone down since Lucas set foot on campus. After dropping the receipts, Siegel cuts right to the chase, demanding to know what Lucas actually is and what his real agenda is. Lucas pauses, swallowing his nerves, before playing completely dumb, swearing he has zero clue what the guy is yapping about. He insists he only enrolled in the academy to grind his combat skills and level up his strength. In a flash, Siegel vanishes, materializing right behind Lucas to deliver a brutal chop to his neck, but Lucas casually swats the lethal strike away. Siegel locks eyes with him, radiating an I-caught-you red-handed vibe, and flat-out demands to know his true power. Lucas doubles down on the innocent act, tilting his head and asking what he means by true ability. But internally, Lucas is sweating. He knows Siegel is absolutely top tier. Having a total powerhouse like him watching his six would be a massive win, but the risk is just too high. Before Sigurd can press the interrogation or launch another strike, Catherine suddenly appears in the doorway. She glares daggers at Sigurd, coldly asking who the hell It suddenly clicks in Sigurd's brain. Today is a campus holiday, meaning overprotective parents have full access to the dorms. With absolute zero hesitation, Catherine orders Siegel to back the hell away from her boy. Julia is right there trailing behind her, and she confusedly asks Lucas who this intense dude is. Lucas smoothly hijacks the narrative, introducing Siegel as just his harmless homeroom instructor from the combat department. He feeds them a lie, claiming Siegel was merely offering some private coaching about never fighting a superior enemy head-on. Catching the hidden sass, Siegel realizes Lucas is totally mocking him. The kid had already clocked his mom's approaching footsteps and used her arrival as the perfect human shield. Catherine buys the whole innocent student routine, but insists Lucas needs to chill out since it is his day off. She then turns her icy gaze back to Sigurd, basically kicking him out of the room. Sigurd takes the hint, knowing he has zero leverage to stay since he hasn't actually caught Lucas breaking any rules yet. Once the coast is clear after Siegel leaves, Catherine drops the news that she had been crashing at the Miranda estate because Lucas and his squad apparently made risking their actual lives the next big item on their bucket list. Julia's jaw drops, shocked that her mom has been secretly hiding out in town for days. Tears instantly stream down her face as she sobs to her mother that she wished she had known sooner. Julia launches herself at her mom, completely smothering her in a desperate, clinging hug. The woman literally starts turning blue from the chokehold, frantically gasping and begging Lucas to peel the girl off her. But Lucas just smirks, watching the chaos unfold. He is definitely not about to ruin Julia's. Lucas scans the area, asking Catherine why Holt isn't tagging along. Her expression darkens as she spills the harsh truth. The front lines are an absolute bloodbath right now, and right after dropping her off at the Miranda estate, he charged straight back into the chaotic battlefield. The brutal reality clicks in Lucas's mind. The Miranda family might welcome Catherine with open arms, but they outright reject Holt. Shifting the mood, Catherine mentions that his dad sent over a massive reward to celebrate him crushing the entrance exam and snatching first place. She slowly pops the lid off a sleek case, revealing the legendary heirloom blade that has been passed down through the Ryan bloodline for generations. Catherine sighs, explaining that the weapon was brutally shattered years ago during a savage clash with the Beastman horde, and fixing it has been impossible. It is basically useless in actual combat now. Even so, the sheer sentimental value of this family relic is off the charts. Lucas's eyes practically sparkle with pure hype as he grips the hilt, swearing to his mom that he will guard this treasure with his life. He refuses to let his old man down. Off to the side, Julia is secretly seething with envy, and when Lucas and Catherine catch her pouting, they can't help but crack a smile, which Julia instantly spots, making her totally snap and practically threaten to bite their heads off. Chuckling, Lucas pulls her in for a warm hug, affectionately ruffling her hair while reminding her that their mom totally spoils her rotten. Right on cue, Catherine pops open a tiny container packed with premium beast pills, handing the massive power-up to Lucas. But the real game changer is the batch of homemade pastries she baked exclusively for Julia. And the second those treats appear, all of Julia's fiery rage completely evaporates. She bounces up and down in absolute bliss, screaming about how much she adores her mom, before Catherine pulls out a sealed envelope addressed to Jeremy. Catherine drops the intel that their dad penned the letter and even tossed in a stash of pills for Jeremy, which she had to personally courier. Since Jessica didn't tag along for the ride this time, snatching the letter, Julia grumbles that she will play the messenger boy, despite her hardcore beef with Jeremy. Fast forward to later, as Julia strides into the boys' dorms, Jeremy's squad nudges him, whispering that he's got a guest waiting. The guys absolutely lose their minds seeing the legendary prodigy Julia casually chilling in their hall. When the plot twist drops that Julia is actually Jeremy's little sister, they aggressively mob him, begging the dude to drag her along on their next raid. But this just ignites Jeremy's fury, and he violently swats his buddy's hand away. Storming off, he radiates toxic jealousy and pure frustration, leaving his crew totally clueless about his meltdown. You see, he is burning with resentment, because ever since he enrolled in this academy, his parents haven't bothered to visit him a single time. Yet they randomly show up now and casually hand over the ultimate family weapon to Lucas, all because the guy secured the #1 spot in the exams. Jeremy is seething with rage watching Lucas soak up all the spotlight and affection. Driven by this toxic envy, Jeremy makes a dark, blood-chilling vow to snatch back every single thing that rightfully belongs to him. In a blink, the wholesome family hangout comes to an end, and their mom has zero choice but to head straight back to the Miranda estate. She's crashing in town for a bit before dipping, and honestly, even if Julia and Lucas can't physically hang out with her, just knowing she is close by gives them a massive mood boost. Meanwhile, Mina is still dealing with some brutal injuries, so Lucas whips up a top-tier healing potion for her, faking the story that it's a rare gift from the Miranda clan. Because of that flawless cover story, absolutely nobody suspects a thing when the elixir works insane miracles on her body. Fast forward 2 peaceful weeks, and the highly anticipated Allen Tower event finally kicks off. The martial arts rookies are totally wilding out and hyping up the upcoming trial, until Seagolth violently crashes the party, barking at everyone to shut their mouths. He aggressively reminds them that conquering this tower is a mandatory survival lesson, hyping up just how high the stakes really are. Right on cue, the elitist mage snobs start throwing insane shade at the martial art class the second they step foot in the arena. Kai's blood starts boiling seeing these arrogant jerks treating them like absolute trash again, but Lucas grabs his shoulder, telling him to chill. Lucas is painfully aware that their very existence triggers a ton of haters in this academy, since pretty much everyone is convinced they just lucked into snagging those highly coveted spots. The freshman mage instructors were actually throwing a massive fit, marching straight to the headmaster to complain. They straight up claimed that physical brawlers are basically completely useless in the Empire right now. Fueled by this disrespect, they demanded the physical combat department fork over their entry passes. But through this entire messy drama, Sigurd wasn't sweating it for a single second. Lucas couldn't help but wonder, does their teacher seriously trust the headmaster that blindly? Or is he secretly hiding some massive, untouchable trump card up his sleeve? Sigurd eventually rallies his crew for a hype speech, reminding them how every single year, the upperclassmen dive into the Allen Tower first, blazing a trail to set the ultimate standard for the fresh rookies. A heartbeat later, the third-year elites get the green light to gear up and breach the colossal structure. Surprise. Surprise, Jeremy is actually lined up with the Vanguard squad, and he is absolutely stoked that, after grinding away at this academy for 3 agonizing years, he finally scored his golden ticket inside. Honestly, he only has himself to blame, missing the top 100 cut every single time until now. While the squad preps for the drop, Julia randomly pops up out of nowhere to play the supportive cheerleader role. The surrounding crowd is losing their minds over the freshman prodigy being there, but Jeremy hits his own sister with the coldest, most brutal shoulder. Julia looks visibly bummed out. Though honestly, she was only faking the good sister act because their mom forced her into it. As the tension hits its peak before entry, Jeremy clenches his fists, swearing a silent, fiery oath to completely crush Lucas. The second they cross the threshold, the challengers are commanded to thrust their magical staves forward and shut their eyes tight. That booming, authoritative voice echoing through the hall triggers Jeremy's memory. But he just can't pinpoint the speaker's. The mystery voice belongs to Director Otani up in the command center. With the pieces perfectly in place, Otani channels a massive surge of aura to unlock the gates. A blinding, golden shockwave swallows the building, and Lucas's instincts instantly flare up. That is unmistakably the raw, aggressive battle aura of a top-tier brawler. He's legitimately mind-blown. Someone on campus packs way more physical heat than Sigurd. Suddenly, all the missing puzzle pieces click into perfect place. This is exactly why their super chill instructor wasn't sweating the constant threats of losing their roster spot. The ultimate catch? The colossal, heavy doors of Allen Tower can literally only be breached by the absolute strongest physical fighter around blank. Flashback to a few weeks prior. The headmaster was actively stressing out in a private sit-down with Otani, whining about the endless flood of complaints. He laid it all out, complaining that a massive mob of elitists were screaming for him to completely cancel the physical combat squad's hard-earned entry tickets. Trying to manage the explosive chaos, the headmaster basically begged Otani to spill the total truth about the weird glitch happening inside. But Otani coldly shut him down, reminding the boss that he had already completely guaranteed this so-called anomaly posed zero actual threat to the academy. Walking out of the tension-filled room, Otani dropped an absolute ultimatum: keep the roster exactly the same, and he will spark the tower's engine right on schedule. That is the exact terrifying second the headmaster realized the harsh, brutal reality. If the brawlers get benched, the entire trial gets permanently locked down for absolutely everyone. Snapping back to the present reality, Jeremy finally spawns inside the labyrinth, instantly realizing that his physical body stayed behind, only his pure consciousness got successfully uploaded. Yet, the virtual world feels ridiculously hyper-realistic. The grip, the weight, his freshly summoned staff, feels exactly like his everyday real-world weapon. His veteran squad mates catch him instantly glancing around like a totally lost, wide-eyed tourist on his very first dive. But instead of hyping him up or showing him the ropes, they coldly bark out coordinates, ordering him to hustle over so they can speedrun the main objective. Back in the real world, Lucas uncovers a massive, low-key cheat code. He can literally tune into the psychic frequencies bleeding directly out of the simulation. This essentially gives him a God mode spectator view, allowing him to clearly monitor. He watches Jeremy's supposed allies treating him like absolute trash, realizing the kid is getting wildly bullied straight out of the starting gate. Meanwhile, Siegel notices Lucas intensely zoning out. The wildly sharp instructor most likely connects the dots instantly, figuring out exactly what taking full advantage of the downtime. The teacher pivots to break down the brutal, unforgiving mechanics of the upcoming. He completely drops the bomb that the second the buzzer rings, everyone gets scattered to completely random, isolated spawn points across the map. He makes sure they know, from there, it is totally up to them to risk it all as a lone wolf or squad up for survival. But there is a massive catch for the team players. The absolute hard cap for any alliance is strictly locked at a maximum of 3 members. No massive. He makes it crystal clear. If they seriously want to survive the absolute nightmare of the higher tiers, hearing the rules, Kai immediately smirks, totally assuming he is locked in as Lucas's main duo partner. But Lucas brutally shatters the poor guy's dreams by flat out rejecting him, stating his squad is strictly locked in with just Sharpen and Collins for this run. Lucas casually drops the ultimate logic bomb, explaining that based on their current tournament stats, the system will definitely spawn the 3 of them into completely. But Kai is drowning in the dread of being left completely solo. Seconds later, 3 third-year upperclassmen stumble right back out of the tower. The freshmen are absolutely stunned, jaws on the floor, because those guys literally just walked in and got immediately booted out. Stepping up, Sigurd drops some heavy lore, explaining that the phantom mobs inside Allen Tower actually scale their power to match whoever they are fighting. He warns the rookies that anyone sleeping on this mechanic gets violently sent packing the second they step foot inside. Meanwhile, Lucas shifts his focus to spy on Jeremy's progress. It turns out Jeremy has already linked back up with his squad, and they are already pushing straight for the second floor. The moment their boots hit floor 2, a pack of savage beasts springs a massive ambush from the shadows. But Jeremy isn't caught slipping. He instantly flares his power, locking the monsters down and serving them up on a silver platter for his crew to execute. Wiping out that wave triggers an absolutely massive point drop for the squad. This crazy reward instantly confirms the terrifying rumors about the second floor's brutal difficulty. But they don't back down. Grinding it out, the squad pushes forward, slaughtering wave after wave of monsters and stacking up their score through pure grit. Bleeding sweat and adrenaline, they finally breach the third floor. Unfortunately, that is where their run brutally ends. As they get spat back out of the tower, Jeremy's teammate notices him going totally ghost. He asks if Jeremy is bummed about taking the L. But Jeremy flashes a grin, claiming he is actually hyped because he finally tasted the raw, unfiltered adrenaline his dad experiences every single day on the bloody front lines. Standing in the aftermath of that brawl, Jeremy genuinely feels like he has leveled up, inching just a little closer to his old man's legacy. Hours drag by, and Lucas suddenly hacks his own abilities, realizing he can stretch his mental energy radar to spectate everything happening up to floor 3. Through this mental stream, he uncovers a twisted secret about these phantom mobs spawn with entirely unpredictable traits every single run, and bizarrely, even identical monster types gain an insane stat boost the higher you climb. This messes with Lucas's head. He starts wondering if these shadowy illusions are actually cloned from real, breathing monsters out in the wild. If that is true, he shudders, imagining the absolute nightmare scenarios Otani must have survived to program this kind of gauntlet. Paranoia creeping in, Lucas is convinced that Otani has already seen completely through his facade, pinpointing Sigurd clearly knows too. Yet, both of these heavyweights are just sitting back, silently analyzing his every move. This silent treatment puts Lucas on edge, leaving him sweating over whether they are grooming him for greatness or setting a trap. Shortly after, the spotlight shifts as Mina and her elite squad gather at the tower's entrance. The current high score sits at floor 4, and the entire crowd is hyping Mina's crew to shatter that ceiling. Julia, radiating pure golden retriever energy, literally bounces on her toes, screaming her lungs out for Mina to crush it. Showing total class, and totally unlike Jeremy, Mina actually spins around and flashes Julia. The proctor pulls Mina aside to check on her lingering battle scars, but she brushes it off, confidently stating she is back to 100% health. Giving her the green light, the teacher wishes her luck. The rest of the students are totally baffled by her flawless charisma, charming both the strict faculty and sweet girls like Julia. One student starts spilling the tea, pointing out that Mina's god-tier talent is exactly why she secured the vice president's seat as a mere sophomore. They whisper that her combat specs are completely unmatched, except maybe by the former president. But despite all that flex, they savagely point out she is basically a loner with zero friends. Catching those toxic whispers, Mina rolls her eyes, realizing her haters are already throwing serious shade. Shaking off the drama, Mina's squad completely blitzes through the lower levels. Hitting floor 3, they pull a genius speedrun strat, dodging trash mobs like pros, conserving every ounce of stamina just to blast through the gates of the notorious. Watching the clock, Lucas is genuinely blown away. They casually speedran to the 4th floor in a flat 30 minutes. That kind of insane pacing proves exactly why they are ranked as the absolute apex predators of the junior class. But floor 4 does not play. The second they step in, towering, elite beastmen block their path, easily double of the absolute chumps roaming around on the 3rd floor. The horrific reality hits the squad instantly. This terrifying power jump is exactly why everyone gets brutally clapped here. But instead of freezing up, or wasting time strategizing with the rest of her squad, Mina just steps up and absolutely one-taps every single monstrous freak standing in her way. Watching their massive bodies drop, an electric realization hits her. That traumatizing previous mission actually forced her stats to skyrocket. She smirks, knowing damn well these oversized furballs are an absolute joke compared to the nightmare-inducing minotaur she slaughtered back in the cave. After totally obliterating the first wave of monsters, Mina tosses the cleanup duty to her squad, while she hunts down the hidden gateway to level 5. Her solo scouting mission gets violently derailed as a fresh mob of beasts ambushes her, forcing her into a brutal showdown. Following an absolute bloodbath, the crew actually breaches the 5th floor. Everyone's jaws hit the floor, and Kai is totally starstruck. He's left daydreaming about when he'll finally get to flex on that level himself. Seigold instantly hits the brakes on that hype, telling him to chill. Just surviving the 3rd floor is a massive win already. He drops some veteran wisdom, promising that if they just keep grinding their stats, those nightmare fuel bosses on the 5th level will feel like absolute lightweights. Lucas catches that vibe immediately, connecting the dots. Seigold is definitely a tower veteran. Moments later, Mina's squad stumbles out of the dungeon. One look at her crushed expression tells Lucas everything. She totally fumbled her ultimate goal. Meanwhile, Theo is creeping on the whole scene from his cushy office, smirking as he roasts Mina for even dreaming she could outshine a prodigy like him. Fast forward to the cafeteria crew. Julia, Lucas, and Mina link up, and Julia hypes Mina up for snagging the absolute top rank in the 3rd-year trials. Lucas adds to the praise, giving her mad props for unlocking the 5th floor, but Mina just looks gutted. She drops the bomb that she failed to smash Theod's record, leaving Julia completely baffled, since she remembers Theod also tapping out on that exact same floor. By normal logic, that means they're dead tied. Mina spills the ugly truth. The second she spotted the staircase to level 6, her stamina was completely drained. Theod, on the other hand, actually scaled those steps and was inches away from busting open the level 6 door. That brutal reality check has Mina convinced she's still leagues behind Thea when it comes to endurance, raw strategy, and absolute mastery over her magic. Desperate to dodge the spotlight, Mina flips the script, asking if the duo locked in their squads yet. Julia lights up, totally buzzing that she's teaming up with Iwa. IWA tried to play it cool earlier, acting all arrogant and claiming she only partnered up because her dad forced her hand. But Lucas sees right through the cap. He knows the Miranda clan has officially recognized Julia's god-tier potential, and this is their sneaky way of latching onto her rising star. Lucas then casually drops his own roster, revealing he's rolling with Sharp and Collins. Julia's jaw basically drops. She was totally convinced he'd be sticking with his boy Kai. Lucas sighs, explaining that their power rankings are in entirely different dimensions right now, which is exactly why they got split up. Even though Lucas laid out the cold, hard facts, Kai is literally clinging to his leg, sobbing and screaming that he's a cold-blooded traitor for leaving him in the dust. With Kai left totally squadless and bawling his eyes out, Tashi suddenly crashes the pity party, tossing him a massive lifeline. She casually mentions she needs one last wild card to complete her. The instant those words drop, Kai ditches the tears and immediately materializes in Tashi's team over on the training grounds. Siegel is seriously hyped that the whole class locked in their teams. He fires them up, reminding them about the toxic rumors floating around. Since they all know exactly what the haters are whispering in the shadows, Siegel challenges them to put in that relentless grind. It's time to silence the trolls and prove every single piece of trash talk completely wrong. Tashi doubles down on the hype, roaring that they're about to sweat blood just to ruin their enemies' expectations. The rest of the squad catches the fire, screaming that they'll force everyone to respect their Allen Tower entry tickets. Watching from the sidelines, Lucas is genuinely mind-blown by how flawlessly Siegel ignited the team's fighting spirit, completely destroying the toxic atmosphere that was dragging them down. Siegel's pep talk works like absolute magic. The whole crew instantly transforms into absolute beasts during their practice drills. Even when they pause to catch their breath, Siegel is out there dropping crucial combat mechanics. He even flips the switch and plays the ruthless villain, trading heavy blows and sparring fiercely with his students. Despite the absolute hellfire they endured during prep, not a single soul whined. They kept their eyes glued to the prize, and finally, the legendary freshman trial drops. The academy gets hit with a massive shocker. The martial arts squad is officially crashing the exam, since their wild performance in the monster-taming tourney completely checks out. The physical combat crew huddles up for Professor Sigurd's hype speech. He drops the ultimate reality check the second those doors slam shut behind them. Priority number 1 is grouping up at the central staircase. His brutal advice? Sprint like your life depends on it. And if you get cornered, swing with everything you have got and drag at least one enemy down to the grave with you. The snobby mage kids eavesdrop and instantly start roasting the physical fighters. They mock how even their own mentor clearly doubts their raw power. Honestly, the spellcasters are totally hyped to watch these brawlers get absolutely shredded the moment they bump into magical beasts. They are dead set that the whole martial arts roster will get wiped off the map in literally 3 minutes flat. Surprisingly, Kai keeps his cool instead of raging out. Lucas smirks, genuinely proud of his buddy's massive character development. With the tension peaking, the proctor demands all 12 challengers to step up to the plate. Lurking in the shadows, Principal Otani observes the madness. He knows deep down that the war god's ancient legacy is finally about to awaken and serve its true blood. Taking charge, Lucas marches at the front of the pack. The squad storms the towering dungeon, diving headfirst into their first major life-or-death gauntlet. Stepping into the eerie void, Lucas spots his classmates sticking tightly to Sigurd's playbook, dodging every single threat, and making a mad dash straight for the middle staircase. But our boy Lucas? He instantly realizes he needs to pivot and sprint in the exact opposite direction. Turns out, the ground level is absolutely swarming with nasty goblins. These ugly freaks actually cast dirty illusion spells to blind their targets right before jumping them. Lucas zeroes in on the goblin hideout and orders Sharp and Collins to hold down the fort. He drops a quick excuse about running a solo experiment, promising he will regroup with them in a flash. Without hesitation, Lucas summons his shadow double to completely obliterate a wandering goblin. But, exactly as his big brain predicted, the kill counter does not move an inch. 0 points. He cracks the code. The spiritual aura powering the dungeon's monsters is identical to the magical frequency he actively pumps out to manifest his own shadow copies. This massive clue confirms that the dungeon's beasts are handcrafted by the legendary fighter who unlocked this very tower. Since their energy signatures are practically twins, his clones can stealth around without triggering a single alarm. Lucas crafts a genius strat. He will deploy a double to act as a bodyguard for Sharp and Collins, while his actual body goes totally rogue and blasts through the upper level solo. Suddenly, a literal light bulb goes off. What if he morphs his copy into a monstrous beast? He tests the crazy theory, and it is a flawless success. His shadow seamlessly shapeshifts into a filthy goblin, putting a wicked smirk on his face. He now possesses the ultimate cheat code to roam the dungeon undetected. Meanwhile, Otani's jaw hits the floor when he realizes Lucas has already maxed out the cloning technique. The principal is absolutely stunned by his insane progression speed, but he is incredibly curious about Lucas's endgame here. Will the kid just farm points to carry his weak classmates like he always does? Because spoon-feeding them victories will totally ruin their potential down the line. Cut back to the maze. A squad of brawlers gets violently ambushed by a trio of goblins and a hulking giant. This is a massive disaster, seeing as their current power level maxes out at handling barely 2 goblins. But out of nowhere, one quick-witted student remembers a crucial hack. These goblins are brain-dead and sluggish as hell. He screams at the crew to kite the massive giant away, creating the perfect window to isolate and slaughter the smaller gremlins. The squad instantly triggers the counterattack. They bait the aggressive goblins into a desperate, chaotic foot race. Right as one brawler is about to get completely crushed, his teammate launches into the air like a missile and brutally slams the monster into the dirt, completely turning the tide of the squad. Finally shakes off their panic, but the goblin horde just will not quit. Pushing back, they actually manage to run a blade straight through one of the monsters. As the beast drops dead, the students are absolutely stunned. It suddenly clicks in their heads that Sigurd was spitting facts. If they actually sync up, dominating the first floor is completely doable. Riding high on this massive adrenaline rush, they charge straight at the next goblin with zero hesitation. Meanwhile, chilling in the shadows is Lucas, silently observing their every single move. And plot twist? That monster they just absolutely wrecked was literally just one of his shadow clones. He completely orchestrated this whole ambush to hype them up and prove that combat is straight up exhilarating. Rewind a few minutes. Greg and his toxic squad of haters were eagerly watching the martial arts crew get swarmed by the horde. Since they absolutely despised the physical fighters, these guys were already betting on a total wipeout. Greg is grinning, super confident the students are about to flop hard. But the second the martial artists actually pull out a massive win, Greg absolutely loses his mind. The terrifying reality hits him like a truck. The tables have completely turned. Back inside the dungeon, the martial arts squad has fully unlocked their swagger. They are hunting down goblins with absolute zero fear. Moving like a well-oiled machine, they violently push the monsters back and completely obliterate them. When Greg sees them casually pack up 2 high-level goblins, he is literally boiling with rage. Sigurd, however, is eating this up and seizes the moment to hype up his squad even more. The fighters roar back, totally fired up, while the salty mage students cope hard, claiming it was just pure dumb luck. Out of nowhere, a bizarre aura silently evaporates around the victorious squad. This makes Sigurd instantly suspicious, wondering if Lucas was pulling the strings from the shadows. Later on, Lucas finally bumps into Sharp and Collins. The duo lets out a massive sigh of relief, since they were genuinely stressing over his safety. Lucas casually brushes it off, explaining he got warped super far away, and immediately asks about the rest of the crew. They report that everyone is chilling at the rendezvous point, except for one final squad that is still missing in action. Reuniting with the main group, Lucas quickly scans the room. They look incredibly drained. But thankfully, nobody took any critical damage. Knowing that his pumped-up goblin slayers are right around the corner, he commands the group, telling them to prep for floor number 2 the exact second the final members arrive. Meanwhile, outside the tower, the haters are completely huffing copium. They flat-out refuse to admit that the martial art class is absolutely thriving right now. In their twisted minds, they convince themselves the fighters are just cowardly running from mobs, and that is the only reason they advanced. Greg is practically gnawing his own tongue off, utterly baffled at how an entire squad of supposed weaklings cleared the stage. I mean, literally all freshman mages get completely wiped out on this exact same floor. Watching this massive glow-up, a cold sweat hits Greg. He knows for a fact that the martial artists are going to become a major, terrifying threat to the elite magic users. Stepping onto floor 2, the system immediately scatters the team across the map. The wild part? The teleportation spots adapt to your stats. Basically, if your squad is insanely overpowered, the game throws absolute nightmares at you. Not willing to risk any casualties, Lucas instantly unleashes his clones to sweep the area and track down his friends. Shifting into phantom wolves, the clones scatter. Shortly after, Sharp and Collins track him down, checking in on his status. Lucas drops the bad news. The zone is absolutely swarming with monsters. And worse, they are mobbing up in massive packs. Sharp nods, looking grim, pointing out that sneaking past them is going to be virtually impossible. With a smirk, Lucas reminds the boys that this whole brutal dungeon is designed to grind hardcore battle experience. Collins totally backs him up, realizing that playing it safe and dodging fights would make the entire test completely useless. Boom! Out of nowhere, a lethal strike crashes down from the sky, directly bombing Lucas. The impact creates a massive, blinding dust cloud. His squad screams out in sheer panic, terrified he just got wiped. But as the smoke fades, Lucas is just standing there, completely untouched. He casually brushes off his shoulders, telling them to chill. Collins's jaw hits the floor. How did Lucas even evade that? He did not even feel a single ounce of bloodlust coming from the sky, sweating bullets. Sharp admits that attack would have absolutely destroyed him. With the ambush sprung, an explosive battle came, and the squad holds the line, clashing head-on with the enemy horde. After dropping the first target, Lucas barks an order at Sharp and Collins to wipe out the frontline wave, because if they choke now, the main army will absolutely overwhelm them. Panic sets in when Collins realizes he fumbled his dagger, his hands trembling in sheer terror. Taking advantage of the chaos, another beast lunges, but Lucas shouts a warning just in the nick of time. Sharp deflects the strike, but the creature violently rips the weapon right out of his grip, instantly bringing Seigelt's warning to mind. The horrors lurking on floor 2 are built completely different from the first level. These beasts boast insane strength and terrifying intelligence, pulling off brutal ambushes and literally disarming their prey. But getting disarmed doesn't break Sharp. It fires him up to teach this freak a brutal lesson. Out of nowhere, the monster takes a heavy, unexpected blow. Turns out, Sharp had secretly equipped a massive gauntlet before even stepping foot inside the tower. He charges the creature like a freight train, roaring that absolutely nobody outmuscles him. His fist almost connects, but the beast backflips, dodging the lethal blow by a hair. However, this was a massive bait and switch, perfectly orchestrated by the duo. Collins intercepts the beast midair, slashing it right across the back. While the creature screeches in agony, Sharp delivers the ultimate finisher, a devastating, chest-caving punch, securing a flawless victory. Hyped by their crazy synergy, Lucas praises the duo. Having already utterly crushed his own target, he urges the squad to push forward, all to secure total glory for the martial arts department. Meanwhile, outside the tower, Greg is losing his mind over the fact that 0 martial arts students have tapped out. He knows for a fact they should have been completely overrun the second they breached floor 2. It makes absolutely no sense how they are still breathing. The Mage students immediately start cooking up wild theories, claiming the Allen Tower's difficulty must have been nerfed to carry the desperately weak martial arts kids. However, one guy shuts that rumor down, pointing out that the professors would be throwing an absolute fit by now if that were true. Back inside the meat grinder of floor 2, Lucas and his crew are ruthlessly shredding through monsters without breaking a sweat. They clash with undead skeletons, rabid dire wolves, and every other nightmare. Even when faced with overwhelmingly terrifying odds, not a single squad member flinches. The second someone loses their footing or tracks the wrong target, a teammate instantly swoops in to cover their blind spot, showcasing a level of insane teamwork that borders on telepathy. A little while later, exhaustion finally starts creeping up on Collins and Sharp, their stamina quickly draining. Hearing them gasping for air, Lucas suddenly triggers the hero's battle cry, blasting a massive shockwave of pure adrenaline into his friends. This exclusive Ryan family technique instantly revives them. Powered up, Lucas is extremely confident that they will totally dominate the rest of the floor. But just moments later, a massive shadow drops from the ceiling to launch a brutal ambush, aimed right at Collins and Sharp. The vicious strike catches them completely flat-footed, locking them down with 0 space to dodge. Right as they are about to get squashed, a lethal arrow rockets past their heads, instantly blowing the monster away. This clutch save came straight from a student in a completely different squad. Moving in perfect sync, the united teams obliterate the remaining horde, racking up a massive mountain of points in the bloodbath. Riding this insane momentum, the squad genuinely realizes they are about to storm the 3rd floor. Moments later, watching the monitors, Greg realizes the entire squad just hit the 3rd floor staircase, and he practically soils himself in absolute shock. Even the elite professors are losing their minds, baffled that these martial arts kids are moving like hardened veterans instead of total rookies. Before they even realize it, they start showering Seagolt with massive respect, dying to know what kind of godly training he put these kids through. Out of nowhere, Greg flashes this massive, sinister grin, bragging that there is zero chance everyone makes it to the third floor since they are completely tapped out. He practically gloats, swearing they will be forced to tap out and get booted from the tower. And honestly, he hits the nail right on the head. The students are absolutely gassed by the time they drag their feet to the staircase. Some are literally swaying on their feet, dangerously close to passing out, while their buddies desperately prop them up. Collins is totally drained, barely hanging on, and he actually begs the squad to ditch him and push forward before Lucas even realizes what is happening. Other kids start dropping like flies, pleading with Lucas to carry their legacy and hit that third floor for the crew. But plot twist, Sharp suddenly chimes in, hyping everyone up and reminding them of the brutal grind they just survived, saying it would be epic if they could at least cross that third floor finish line as a squad. Lucas instantly lights up at this vibe. He backs Sharp 100%, hyping the team to push through the pain and smash through those third floor doors together. Fueled by Sharp and Collins' insane motivation, the whole crew locks in, swearing to burn every single drop of juice they have left to breach that third floor. Just moments later, the intercom blares, dropping a massive bombshell that all 12 students actually clutched up and made it to level 3. But the second their boots touch the floor, an absolute tidal wave of monsters jumps them out of nowhere. The beasts start wiping the floor with the squad, picking off team members one by one in a total match. The first squad to get absolutely clapped starts talking about how insanely savage that level was, claiming the swarm was so thick they couldn't even count the bodies, rushing them in the dark. As the dust settles, it turns out Lucas also caught a brutal knockout, but bro was playing four-dimensional chess. He deliberately used this wipeout to calculate that the third floor is the absolute cap for the martial arts freshmen this year. He intentionally let his main body take the loss to dodge any suspicion, but plot twist. His shadow clone is still secretly lurking inside the tower. He left it behind to ghost carry the second martial arts squad straight to the third floor. By pulling off this massive brain play, the entire department bags way better grades, all while he perfectly dodges the spotlight. In the end, Tashi flexes a massive score of 55 points, claiming the top spot, while Lucas smoothly blends into the background with a solid 43 points. It suddenly clicks in Lucas's head. Sure, he stayed off the radar, but he accidentally made the entire martial arts division look like absolute units. Meanwhile, when Greg clocks that literally every single martial arts student breached the third floor, he realizes his own squad is in deep trouble, because usually, only the elite track pulls off a wild flex like that. Greg's ego takes a massive hit, leaving him burning, with a toxic obsession to crush the martial arts kids in both total points and floors cleared. A minute later, the Mage class steps into the gauntlet, and bro, they immediately start spamming their heaviest spells on floor 1 like absolute maniacs. Watching this clown show, Otani questions if taking a loss to the brawlers is really that illegal. Still, he chills back, waiting to witness what kind of magical juice these casters are supposedly saving for the second and third stages. Spoiler alert. Otani is super let down because these mages totally blew their cool right out of the gate. And sure enough, the system starts blowing up with reports of mages getting absolutely folded. The hardest carry among them barely scraped by to the third floor. This makes Greg look ridiculously Law. The dude goes into pure denial mode, aggressively grabbing an examiner by the collar, demanding to know if the admins secretly spawned extra mobs just to screw over the mages. But Linda steps up, telling Greg to stop coping and quit making a total clown of himself in front of all the freshmen. Linda coldly hits him with the facts, saying the tower is running perfectly unless, of course, Greg is finally admitting he fell off as an instructor. Greg is left standing there completely stunned, watching in pure agony as Linda strolls over to chat up Seigelt. Turns out, she is actually gassing up Seigelt. For totally outplaying the entire mage division, Seigelt stays incredibly humble, giving all the credit to his students' raw grind. Then, he gives Linda a quick heads up that the elite squad is about to drop in, so she really ought to be on standby. But Linda just brushes it off, claiming there is zero need to babysit them because she trusts her students blindly. On top of that, she has absolute faith in Julia, her absolute powerhouse of a class representative. Meanwhile, Julia is busy fiercely glazing her older brother, bragging that Lucas could breeze through the fourth floor without breaking a sweat, until an examiner totally interrupts her hype train announcing that it is finally time for her elite squad to breach the tower. Lucas hypes up his little sister from the sidelines, telling her to pop off, but adds a super specific reminder to eat her candy. The examiner just stands there totally baffled, wondering why on earth Lucas made a whole fuss just to tell his sister to eat some random candy. The second Julia pops that so-called candy into her mouth, the proctor squints, his jaw dropping. He immediately recognizes that's no sweet treat. It's a high-grade mana-boosting elixir, a pill designed to supercharge your magical reserves in seconds. The proctor is absolutely stunned that a freshman got her hands on something so insanely expensive, especially just for a basic academy exam. After all, the martial artists capable of crafting these things are basically unicorns. Per usual, the moment the pill slides down her throat, reality hits Julia like a truck. She totally got played again. Now, secretly, Lucas knows his sister is already absolutely stacked when it comes to raw mana. But hey, since literally everyone else pops performance buffs before these exams, he figures slipping her a little advantage isn't exactly foul play. Armed with that ridiculous buff, Lucas is dead set on the fact that Julia is going to absolutely dominate the second she steps foot inside that dungeon tower. And oh boy, does she deliver. Julia unleashes her very first lightning strike, leaving Iowa completely floored, her jaw practically scraping the floor. Meanwhile, Julia flashing a super chill smirk, Julia simply tells her stunned teammate to stick close to her as they push deeper into the dungeon. It's a total bloodbath. Julia obliterates the monster waves with zero effort, giving her squad essentially a VIP free ride, while their third squad mate, Derek, is heavily hyping up the fact that they scored Julia as a carry. Iowa plays it totally cool. Iowa flexes that, if they were out in the real world right now, she could have effortlessly mind-controlled these beasts into tearing each other to shreds. Julia totally backs her up, admitting that Iowa would be an absolute menace on an actual battlefield. But inside this tower, her psychic magic is nerfed to the ground, purely because these simulated mobs literally lack a working brain. Accepting her reality, Iowa shifts gears, deciding the smartest play is to act as the squad's ultimate radar, pinging enemy locations. Still, she's low-key bummed, feeling like nothing but a massive dead weight dragging the team. But to her absolute shock, Julia hasn't thrown a single ounce of shade. If anything, the Lightning user is constantly giving props to Iowa's unique skill set, classic Iowa, though she struts right past Julia, tossing back a sassy comment about how she's graciously letting Julia have her main character moment. For now, but then, out of nowhere, Iowa completely. Julia crashes right into her back, instantly demanding to know why they stopped. Iowa brushes it off, whispering that it's nothing major. Internally, though, she's freaking out. Her radar keeps catching this super weird lurking presence, one that doesn't feel like a monster, but definitely isn't a student either. Flash forward a bit, and the trio finally breaches the fourth floor. And guess what? That creepy, invisible stalker Iowa was pinging? It was literally just Lucas acting like a shadow ninja. Meanwhile, back in the viewing room, the instructors are completely losing their minds as the intercom announces that 3 rookies just smashed. They immediately start hyping up Professor Linda, but she humbly deflects, giving 100% of the credit to the kids. Lurking in the shadows, Lucas overhears the whole exchange, and honestly, he totally vibes with that. He knows his sister is an absolute beast. Sure, that hyper-rare elixir is going to heavily jack up her mana reserves, but scaling those brutal top tiers? That entirely boils down to her own raw talent and pure Having zero doubts about his sister's insane potential, Lucas decides to just sit back, grab some mental popcorn, and play Guardian Angel without physically stepping in. Back in the action, Julia is tearing through enemy lines, when boom, 4 fresh mobs suddenly spawn right behind her blind spot. Way too fast for Iowa to scream a warning. She's literal milliseconds away from getting clapped, but Derek swoops in like an absolute MVP, incinerating the beasts to ash. Flashing a cocky grin, Derek points out that Julia must be running on fumes after hard carrying them throughout the entire 3rd floor, so he confidently offers to take the wheel on offense for a bit. Cut to 2 seconds later, and our boy nearly gets his head brutally taken off by a rogue monster's snipe. Miraculously, he weaves out of the way and deep fries the entire mob in one massive fiery blast. He immediately turns around, trying to flex for some serious clout, but the girls literally leave him on read and keep walking. The vibe instantly drops as Iowa drops a bombshell, warning the squad that roughly 12 hostiles are blitzing straight toward their coordinates. They need to bounce. Now, but just as they sprint to cross into the next zone, a massive grid of heavy steel bars violently slams shut. Trapping them, the trio whips around, only to lock eyes with a towering, nightmarish pig-headed brute and a massive, feral wolf. Both beasts are drooling. Visibly, it gets so much worse. As they scan the dark perimeter, the chilling realization hits them. They are completely boxed in by a whole gang of these giant, with a massive pack of those demonic wolves acting as their personal attack dogs. Panic starts setting in. They automatically assume that the thick metal barricade blocking their exit can only be hacked open by a specialized metal attribute mage. However, Iowa keeps her cool, instantly dropping a massive brain blast to give them an out. One of the hulking pigs suddenly bull rushes the group, but Julia flawlessly summons a crackling wall of high-voltage lightning, violently blasting the creature backward. Using the breather, Iowa points out basic science. Extreme heat melts steel. Suddenly, all eyes lock onto Derek. But the mob doesn't care. The monsters relentlessly keep hurling themselves against Julia's sparking shield, and eventually, the sheer weight of the endless swarm has our electric queen seriously sweating bullets, but she keeps pushing forward. Out of nowhere, she spots Iowa frozen in place, pressing her staff tightly against her temple. Julia desperately shouts her name. Iowa snaps back, breathless, warning her that there is absolutely zero time to explain. Instead, she barks out razor-sharp coordinates, pinpointing exactly where the next wave of monsters is spawning. Julia instantly capitalizes on this intel. Unleashing a devastating blast of high-voltage lightning, she instantly vaporizes the ambushers before they can even close the distance. Meanwhile, Iowa channels her psychic mana to the absolute limit, scanning the shadows to flush out any hidden beasts. Witnessing the sheer, terrifying strength of these abominations, it hits Iowa hard. The fourth floor is an absolute nightmare. Processing the battlefield like a supercomputer, she orders Julia to obliterate the right flank immediately. Without a second thought, the lightning mage executes the command, but panic is starting to creep into Julia's mind. Her mana reserves are hitting dangerously low levels. Panting heavily, she warns Iowa that locking down the colossal giant is the absolute most she can pull off right now. Iowa quickly pivots the strategy, telling her to bide her time and strike the massive wolf the second it drops its guard. Julia nods, locking her sights on the feral beast. Internally, Iowa is absolutely seething. It kills her knowing she's dead weight right now, forcing Julia to burn herself out carrying the squad. Summoning a blinding thunderstorm, Julia brutally electrifies the entire wolf pack, yet barely scrapes up enough power to paralyze the towering giant. Flashing an exhausted but radiant grin, Julia teases Iowa, asking if she finally earned the right to flex about saving everyone's lives. Like a true ultimate class rep, once they finally escape this hellhole and step back into the sun. True to form, Iowa smirks and tells her to humble herself before her ego completely inflates. Julia just bursts into a lighthearted laugh, but a blood-curdling roar shatters the moment as a monster materializes inches from their faces. Iowa's heart drops. She got way too distracted. She completely missed the fresh horde creeping up on them. Before Iowa can even flinch, the monstrous brute violently slams her into the ground. Gasping for air, she desperately screams at Julia to make a run for it, watching the entire scenario spiral into an absolute bloodbath. Derek violently forces his way into the fray, carving out a razor-thin escape route for Julia to slip through. Tears welling in her eyes, Julia shrieks at Derek, refusing to abandon him in this nightmare. But Derek barks back, warning her that burning her final scraps of mana here is a death sentence. Hearing this, the savage beast goes completely berserk. That just triggers Derek to go absolutely nuclear. He erupts into a catastrophic firestorm, roaring at Julia to leave him behind and survive. Even after taking a brutal beating that completely knocks him out of the fight, he weakly mutters to Iowa that his instincts literally forced him to shield Julia. Still, he proudly smirks, claiming they put up one hell of a fight. Refusing to show weakness, Iowa puts on her usual tough girl. She scoffs, claiming she was simply repaying Julia for saving her earlier. She then flexes to Derek, vowing that she would have outclassed every single one of them. If only this rigged tower didn't naturally nerf psychic magic users to the ground. Meanwhile, watching from afar, Otani is genuinely blown away by their flawless teamwork. amazed at how perfectly they positioned themselves. They seamlessly masked each other's blind spots like elite pros. It completely turns out that Otani knows Lucas's secret clone is still lurking inside. As for the real Lucas, he's currently speedrunning the entire dungeon, and he is literally trailing right on his sister's heels. Meanwhile, a frantic Julia is obsessing over one thing, sprinting to the safe zone before she collapses. Her mana core is practically running on fumes at this point. Eyes burning with pure willpower, she bulldozes through the monstrous hordes. Ignoring her agonizing fatigue, she mercilessly rains down jagged lightning bolts, refusing to pull any punches. She forces herself to keep moving. There is zero chance she's letting her friend's brutal sacrifices be for nothing. Suddenly, a mysterious blur streaks right past her. In an instant, every ounce of her bone-crushing exhaustion evaporates into thin air, completely oblivious. She has no idea that the shadow was actually Lucas blazing by. He sneakily activated his hero's battle cry to buff her. This insanely overpowered skill essentially nukes physical fatigue by supercharging an ally's sheer willpower. It also instantly spikes defense and attack power by 30% for a solid 10 minutes. Lucas smirks, knowing this massive buff guarantees Julia will completely dominate the 4th floor. Knowing the system will lock down the entire dungeon the second the last student finishes their exam, Lucas quickly realizes he needs to go absolute god mode with his speed if he wants to raid the uncharted upper levels. Seconds later, he breaches the 5th floor, stumbling into a massive, fully submerged aquatic biome. Pushing deeper into the watery depths, he spots a terrifying aquatic leviathan lurking ahead. But since his ultimate goal is rushing to the top, he figures out that pointless battles will just slow him down. Knowing a direct clash is suicide, he ducks out of sight and summons a hyper-realistic shadow clone. He morphs this duplicate into an absolute nightmare of a beast, instantly terrifying the surrounding horde into retreating. With the path completely cleared, Lucas effortlessly dashes forward through the dungeon. 15 minutes bleed by, and Lucas keeps pushing higher, while his sister gives the trial her absolute all. 20 minutes pass. Julia finally collapses into the tower's safe zone, gasping for air. At that exact second, Lucas breaches the mysterious 6th floor. Stepping through the threshold, he is immediately swallowed by an endless, echoing void. Lucas braces for a fight, totally thrown off by the absolute zero monster presence on this level. But wait, a solitary, bizarre ancient relic dominates the empty room. As Lucas cautiously approaches, he realizes something insane. The stone structure is actively draining his sheer fighting spirit right out of his body. Triggered by his aura, the relic erupts into blinding golden light, projecting a massive hologram of Mars's legendary weapon. Meanwhile, watching from afar, Otani is practically speechless that Lucas actually shattered expectations and reached the 6th floor. Recognizing the glowing structure, Otani instantly realizes Lucas just stumbled upon the ultimate prize, the mythical legacy of the martial god. But this whole insane moment is a ticking time bomb. Julia is running completely on fumes. The second she physically gives out and drops from the trial, the tower's doors will slam shut for good. Staring deep into the glowing stone, Lucas is violently pulled into a vision of Mars locked in a brutal deathmatch with a colossal, shadowy entity. A towering abomination, radiating pure, apocalyptic evil. The demonic creature sneers at Mars, mocking him that while he might have won this specific battle, the darkness has already buried its sinister seeds deep into every corner of the world. The monster guarantees that even if it takes tens of thousands of years, the shadows will inevitably rise again. Mars, being an absolute Chad, completely tunes out the villain's monologue and instantly charges up his ultimate, god-tier technique. He unleashes the Destruction Fang, utterly obliterating the giant into absolute nothingness. Gasping for air, Lucas snaps back to reality. Drenched in cold sweat, he realizes he just witnessed the martial god's actual, ancient war. He has no clue what era that was, but the villain's creepy threat about planting evil seeds violently echoes in his mind. Lucas starts connecting the terrifying dots. Those mutated freaks he fought earlier, like the twisted minotaur and the undead horrors, were probably spawned straight from that exact ancient demonic entity. Desperate for more answers, he slams his palm onto the relic. Suddenly, the hairs on his neck stand up. A lethal strike is incoming from his blind spot, relying on pure instinct. Lucas backflips out of the danger zone. But dropping into a battle stance, he realizes the attacker didn't even care about him. The mystery assailant was hyper-focused on destroying the sacred relic. Before he can even react, the environment shatters, and Lucas is suddenly teleported outside. The trial is over, Julia must have tapped out. With the ancient artifact vanishing into thin air, Lucas knows there's literally zero reason to stick around the Allen Tower anymore. But as he flexes his hands, a massive surge of new energy courses through his veins. He instantly grasps the truth. Just witnessing the true martial god's ultimate move has permanently leveled. With Julia safely evacuated, the speakers blare across the campus, officially declaring the trial concluded and locking the giant structure down. The crowd absolutely erupts into deafening cheers for Julia, celebrating her insane milestone as the first rookie in history to conquer the 5th floor. Cutting back to the dusty library, Otani strolls in, only to find the imposing headmaster already waiting in his space. The boss immediately grills him for a full report on the Allen Tower chaos. Otani keeps a perfectly straight face. He smoothly lies through his teeth, claiming absolutely nothing out of the order, but the headmaster isn't buying it. He points out that the total disaster of the Mage class rookies is massively suspicious. Dozens of them literally flatlined the exam without scoring a single. Unfazed, Otani flips through his notes and corrects him, stating exactly 18 kids bombed with 0 points. He casually reminds his boss that last year had 12 massive failures, so statistically, this is just a standard margin of error. The headmaster instantly claps back, practically shouting that the survival rate for the 2nd floor tanked to literally half of what it was last season. Otani simply shrugs, telling the old man to go interrogate Greg and the rest of the incompetent teaching staff if he wants real answers. Dripping with heavy sarcasm, Otani adds that he's dying to know what kind of garbage curriculum taught those kids to totally panic and fold at the first sign of danger. Otani admits to the headmaster that he was so laser-focused on the mage department, he completely missed a massive red flag, brewing over in the martial arts sector. Caught totally off guard, the headmaster presses him for details, demanding to know exactly what kind of crazy phenomenon is happening with the fighters. Otani drops a bombshell. Right after surviving the trial, 4 martial arts students actually shattered their natural physical limits, and right now, they are aggressively pushing to break through. Honestly, Sigurd is actually out there coaching them through the intense process right this second. The headmaster's jaw practically hits the floor. If this is true, it means the Allen Tower isn't just a test, it's a massive catalyst that acts as a literal cheat code, violently accelerating a martial artist's raw power. Panic sets in as the headmaster pictures the absolute pandemonium. If this secret leaks, total chaos would erupt. Considering the massive ocean of fighters who are starving, ready to do literally anything just to rank up. Honestly, the headmaster would have pulled the plug on the tower trials right then and there, if not for one crucial detail. They are still hunting for a prodigy fighter, worthy of taking over as the tower's next supreme administrator. Sweating bullets, the headmaster orders Otani to lock this secret down and tell absolutely no one. Otani promises to keep his mouth shut. Meanwhile, the first-year mages are totally hyping themselves up, celebrating the fact that the new record holder is one of their own, the spellcaster prodigy. They are fiercely proud to claim her. But they can't stop complaining about the massive buzzkill. Her blood brother is a lowly martial artist. Jeremy eavesdrops on their gossip while strolling by, and his blood immediately boils. It drives him absolutely insane that Lucas constantly steals the spotlight without even trying. He is seething over the unfair reality that Lucas shares DNA with Julia. Later on, Theo struts into the cafeteria, soaking up his usual wave of fanboy cheers. He flashes an arrogant smirk, totally convinced he is still the ultimate campus god, completely ignoring that Julia just shattered his high score. But in a split second, his fragile ego shatters. The crowd spots Julia chilling at a table, and the entire room instantly ditches him to stare at her. Theo completely snaps. He aggressively stomps over to her table, getting right in her face to bark that she might be decent, but she better drop the ego. Because hitting the 5th floor of the tower isn't exactly god tier, Julia could not care less. She barely even registers the angry guy, way more invested in devouring her lunch. Theo winds up to yell some more, only to freeze when he sees a literal mob of students swarming around Julia like she's royalty. Humiliated and fuming, he storms out, tossing back a salty threat that she's going to deeply regret ignoring him. Blinking in pure confusion, Julia turns to her brother, wondering what on earth is wrong with that weirdo. Lucas casually brushes it off, telling her not to sweat the drama and to just enjoy her meal. What Theo didn't realize was that his menacing aura completely flopped because Lucas silently kept his battle cry active, massively buffing Julia's mental defense. Soon, Mina pops up, playfully pointing out how incredibly rare it is to see Theo run away without dropping his cringy catchphrase. Mina officially gives Julia her props, admitting the girl is way more overpowered than anyone guessed. Julia totally downplays it, giving all the credit to her squad for carrying her through the brutal floor. Switching gears, Mina wonders out loud if heavy hitters like Derek and Iowa would be clutch assets for the upcoming Goddess Memorial Festival too. Lucas and Julia just stare blankly. They have literally zero clue what this mysterious festival is all about. Mina quickly drops the lore, explaining that their academy, alongside the Kyoto and Holy Magic Academies, make up the legendary Big Three magic institutions of the entire empire. Every single year, a ruthless draft picks the 9 most lethal first years from these schools, throwing them into an ultimate showdown to crown the #1 prodigy. Given Julia's insane potential, Mina guarantees she is an absolute lock for the roster. This definitely piques Lucas's interest, though he genuinely questions if his sister even cares enough to fight in it. Later that day, Lucas drops some tough love. The training wheels are off. He officially refuses to be her alarm clock because he finally respects her as a hardened survivor who can manage her own life. Literally day 1 of this new rule, Julia horribly oversleeps. Panicking, she sparks up her thunder dash, sprinting like lightning just to beat the bell. Skidding around a corner, she violently crashes straight into Iowa, who immediately glares down at her with absolute, bone-chilling ice, while snapping at her to watch her step. By the time Julia finally scrambles into class, a massive wave of panic hits. She completely ditched her textbook and has zero clue what to do. Catching this total meltdown, Iowa slides her chair closer and casually slams her own book onto the desk, silently offering to share. Later in the library, Julia struggles on her tiptoes to snag a top-shelf book, but Iowa effortlessly plucks it down for her right before she can even drop a thank you. By the time Julia turns around, the girl has already vanished. Desperate for answers later on, Julia corners Lucas, begging him to decode Iowa's mixed signals, but he shuts that down real quick, telling her she's going to have to crack that mystery all on her own. Shortly after, Julia catches Iowa completely mesmerized, watching an old man flex some flashy magical powers. Frustrated that she can't pull off the same trick, Iowa looks absolutely crushed. Catching this, Julia instantly sparks her own magic to create a glowing bird, using her unique abilities to gift this beautiful creation straight to Iowa. But Iowa completely snaps. She instantly obliterates the bird and violently unleashes her mental magic, nearly crushing Julia and forcing the terrified girl to sprint for her life. Creeping back into their dorm later that night, Julia finds Iowa fast asleep. Not wanting to wake her, she leaves behind a super heartfelt sticky note. She poured out an apology for the chaos, left behind some delicious cookies, and dropped an invite to hang out the very next day. Waking up to the sweet gesture, a rare smile tugs at Iowa's lips, and she actually decides to give this hangout a shot. Fast forward to the next morning, Iowa actually rolls up to the meetup spot early, only for Julia to leave her hanging and show up insanely late. Iowa is just about to rip into her for the heavy delay, but the words die in her throat when she spots Lucas trailing right behind her. Completely oblivious to the tension, Julia hypes up the fact that Lucas promised to foot their entire bill for the day. Iowa's face instantly drops into a deadly glare, making it painfully obvious she wants this guy gone, a savage vibe. Lucas instantly catches. As if the awkwardness wasn't thick enough, they literally bump straight into Maya, who immediately demands to know what the trio is up to. Ever the social butterfly, Julia instantly invites her to tag along, and the second Maya realizes Lucas is in the mix, she is 100% down. With the squad now officially packed, the entire crew storms the legendary food stalls of Dacktown's Gourmet Street. And while the girls are absolutely thriving and feasting, poor Lucas is internally sobbing as his bank account prepares to take a massive, unrecoverable L.